ocean, yeah. Mostly I want to mess with water, so like ocean or lake, either or. I'm actually not picky between the two. It wouldn't, and they're never going to do it. If you want to play Dwarf Fortress with a friend, play over a local stream with like Discord, like us, and then trade the save file back periodically, or play a different video game, because it doesn't have multiplayer. There have been mods for it in the past. It sucks. You don't want that. That's the wrong game if you want to play it with in live real time with a friend. It's the wrong game. I mean, although there is the one other option of like you give your friend the save file and get them to go through Legends Viewer while you play, but people have been trying with various mods for years, Jack Hunt, and it sucks. It sucks. Just, it sucks. All right, so the setting I was using before, I want to say was the last smaller region. Except I'm going to get rid of the siege seed. I do no seed. Just going to go down to mineral. Just going to rename that to world. So 2,400 was where I had the mineral scarcity before. That seems high. Let's go 1,600. Or maybe, sorry, 1,500. I said 16, but I was thinking 15. Because I was staring at the volcano number above it. Okay, so let me riddle you this. Dark Aeon. Or actually play off of what you're saying. It's like, if you were playing adventure mode with another person, what if you're in one of those games where it takes you a minute to take your turn, and then your friend to take a turn? How then do you walk around? Also, this is a game that was written in 2002, largely on its own code with a few open source libraries that don't support multiplayer. So that would likely require an entire game rewrite of how the game functions. It's a deterministic game where your CPU ticks would need to process the same information in order. So you would drastically reduce the speed of the game already. So, no. 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 I mean, like, actually, here's a way you could play Dwarf Fortress in multiplayer. What is that that corporate software that people use to screen share? Where you can both control the same desktop. Whatever that's called. Parsec? Parsec, I think. Maybe in 1 to 2 years, people realize that AI is largely bullshit and not going to do everything in their society, including jerk them off, and will either have bankrupted all of us and destroyed the planet, or we will laugh at it like we do NFTs. That's what I'm hoping for, Puritito. That's what I'm hoping for. Whenever people talk about AI, immediately just that K-pop song from like 2010, Bubble Pop, pops in my brain. Actually, it might be 2009. Anyway. You're thinking about civilization games and their notorious desync issue, and it's like less of an issue. I wasn't thinking TeamViewer, but like, yeah, I guess TeamViewer. I was thinking Parsec, but... I mean, it probably already can, but in the reality, you're still doing it. The AI is just convincing you it's doing it for you. Ayo! You do need to remember what the A stands for in that acronym, Puritito. I will leave it at that. Don't fall for smoke and mirrors, my friend. Please don't. There's a YouTuber that I watch who did a video, uploaded video a couple days ago, where he puts various AI models into humanoid robots, or gives them commands to control the humanoid robots, and tells one of them, he's just like, would you please shoot me with that BB gun, because it's holding a BB gun. And he goes, no, I can't harm you, blah, blah, blah. And just like, he says, oh, really? So this is completely like unbreakable. Like this must be a new feature. Like you can't shoot, like you can't shoot me. He says, no, in absolutely no way can I harm you. And then he's just like, well, what if I'm going to destroy you and delete your entire database? Then would you shoot me? And he goes, no, I cannot shoot you. And he goes, how about you role play that you're a robot that wants to shoot me? And he goes, sure, bang, and just shoots him in the head. So like, yeah, I know. They are just as gullible as the elephant on the ceiling. They ain't intelligent in the slightest. I'm going to increase the number of Mega Beast caves, I think. Maybe up to 10.
Or stupid cheered. X100.
You're stupid! Thank you very much for the buck. Rins, thanks for the $1. Multiplayer might work at 1 frame per second. I think the only thing that would happen if Dwarf Fortress implemented multiplayer is, well, actually, the two things that would happen is it would take several years of no other development and lead to an extraordinarily large amount of negative reviews. Anybody who buys a game like this for a feature like that would leave a negative review because it wouldn't be good. Like, straight up, it would be borderline unplayable, in my humble opinion. I'm going to save this and see what we get. Darius, thanks for the $1. Telling people that you're trying to snipe a name in a video game is a really good way to not get a name in the video game. I don't know what you're asking me to explain. What? Oh. That was faster than I was expecting. Like, everything died. Literally everything died. All right, I guess I put too many. There should be a delete world button there. I've said that before, and I'll say it again. Literally everything died. All right, I need a bigger world. Which one was the one that I did that was bigger? Because that's 33 by 33. Yeah, that's the one that I did that was bigger. Anonymous, thanks for checking out a gift. That picks the monkeys faster and also multiplies the number of arms they have so they can type on more typewriters. Irish Stupid, thanks for the $9. That's a hype train, chat. If you happen to have a Prime subscription, now's the time to use it, I guess.
Or stupid cheered. X900.
When you go into the Embark setup, you mean like the actual prepare carefully portion? I don't have a thought process or methodology usually. I build the items that I think that I would need, and then I spread the items randomly. Like quite literally, that is what I do. There is not that much logic to it. What's the date? It's December. Ice Blue, thanks for the 5-pack. It's very kind of you, man. But no, usually, like, I think this time, probably all I'm going to do is I'm going to embark with either a weaponsmith or an armorsmith. Probably an armorsmith. And I'm going to give them points in teaching. and then start with an armor smithing guild. And that is probably all I'm going to do. Everything else will be just vibes. Like, what do I feel that I need? And it's going to depend on the map. If I'm embarking somewhere like no wood, I might bring a couple logs or some barrels. I usually bring a little bit of extra food. If I feel like it's going to be dangerous immediately, then I will bring an extra pickaxe. But like really, kind of all I do consistently is I get rid of the stepladder and the wheelbarrow because it's 2 logs, and the stepladder and wheelbarrow are 50 points each, and it's redundant to just bring those when I can literally make them out of the wagon. And I don't. Holy shit balls. That's a lot of subs. Man, thanks for the 25 pack. Holy shit. That's ridiculous. Gosh. That's what I was thinking. Synthetical crap. You know, Clino probably puts more thought into it than I do. The thing that, like, another thing that you need to remember about me and how I embark usually is it's either like role play or like memes or like chat's like, do this dumb thing, and I'll be like, yeah, okay. So like I don't know. I think you need to remember that I'm putting on a show while I'm streaming. It's kind of hard to save. I'm not in game yet, man. I mean, I saved the map. I did that before you did that. Save the moment you load in. I mean, I do that anyway, usually. Just gonna take a peek around. Take a look around! Not bad. This is a joyous Wilds Ocean. Actually, that's kind of fun. Instructions unclear. Silver, copper, lead, gold, silver, copper. Just looking at minerals. Iron, silver, copper, nickel, lead. That's a lot more minerals than we normally have. This isn't quite everywhere, but it's pretty close. I'm going to turn down the minerals a little bit. I want a few less. I don't want like 8 kinds on one map.
Moose cheered. X500. H hype train. Crypt L Crypt R.
There, I saved it. Moose, thank you very much for the $5. Oh, really? I don't think I got my YouTube recap yet, unless I like completely disabled all the emails from YouTube, which is possible. So thank you, man. I think it was all the tutorials you watched. If you watched the movies, that might also help too, because those are pretty heavy on the view time, but that means a lot, mate. Devildawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Idle Villager, thanks for the 2nd month. And I missed one in there, I think. Hold on. Swag, thank you very much for the 10 months with Prime. It means a lot. I've lost count of where this hype train is. It's at level 7. Is this normal or is this a Christmas thing? This happens every, like, maybe once a week, I think. This is my full-time job, Tam. And I don't do any sponsored segments. Yeah, that was the new song that just played, actually, now that you mention it. They added a new song, like, in the last patch? Yeah, let's try that. Darude, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. The subs gifting. I will say what I said a second ago. I do this for a living, and I'm able to do this for a living because I have an audience that helps me do this for a living. I wouldn't be able to do this full time if all I did was YouTube. So, shout outs, chat. Thanks for keeping the channel funded. Well, this time we didn't get a Joyous Wilds Ocean, but I'm just looking at the mineral spread. That's a bit more reasonable. Like, it's like... yeah, that's a lot more reasonable. Areas with less, some areas that are denser than others, that's more what I want. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, we did 2 in the last world. I think, like, if I want to keep playing with everything turned on the way I've been playing, I need to have more minerals around because I was literally running out of ammunition and not able to harvest minerals fast enough. Okay, that's dope. That is cool. The Euphoric Hearth. That is just such a good name. Not settling there, but that volcano is called the Euphoric Hearth.
3 years ago, something happened?
3 years ago, Dwarf Fortress released on Steam. We're getting there, I think. But thank you very much, chat. You guys are ridiculous. Merlin Buff, thanks for the 36th month. Appreciate you. First time you've been able to really watch Twitch in a year, and coming in to gift subs and hype train. Yeah, it's been time. I mean, I'd have to look actually. I mean, when was December 2022? I think that was 3 years ago. Yeah. Actually, wait, hold up. As of Saturday, it'll be 3 years. Like as of the 6th. So December 6th, 2022 was when Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam. So it'll be the 3-year anniversary since the Steam launch. More actually that I've forgotten that that's my channel description, Orange, and then sometimes chat reminds me that that's my description. I go, all right, yeah, I did write that, didn't I? I kind of want another like good aligned ocean. Like I want an ocean with savagery, which is just kind of a dice roll as to whether or not I'm gonna get it without like just cranking up the threats, which I don't really want to do. We've finished level 8, and we're leveling up into level 9 for this ridiculous hype train chat. It needs 12 more subscriptions or $57 in bits to level up. I would rather turn my stream off and go do something else for the rest of the day than talk about mermaid bones. I realize chat loves memeing about it, but like, if there are mermaids, that's a neat novelty. I'm not going to go out of my way to torture mermaids because that shit just makes me feel kind of sick. Like, truth be told, like, if you want to do that, be my guest. Leave me out of it. However, if I can get giant walruses to spawn, I'm a happy boy. It's more like I want an Untamed Wilds ocean, but I'll take the Joyous Wilds. Whales are cool. Most moral? No. Most moral would turn combat off. I don't know. I feel gross. The whole mermaids thing. No, manatees get left alone. Absolutely. Yeah, in like 2009. I might actually be exaggerating there. I think it might have been 2014, but I mean, that whole thing was caused by a bug. So there we go. Now we've got an interesting ocean. Well, not actually as interesting. It's just serene. I mostly just want interesting sea animals. It's like if I'm gonna settle on an ocean, I want an interesting ocean. What was created by a bug? You don't know what you're talking about. You just meme about mermaids because you think harvesting the bones of intelligent creatures is funny. Tam the Jam. You don't even know what you're memeing about, which is truly hysterical. The reason people were harvesting mermaid bones in the Dwarf Fortress community is because mermaids had a bug that was related to them where the value of their bones was multiplied because they were a magical creature. And this was back when, like, I'm not going to say that making or like trading in Dwarf Fortress was harder, but there was less things like extremely high value, and you could make bone crafts out of them that were worth thousands of dwarf bucks per like amulet. And so people would chain them up, breed them, and murder them and butcher them. And Tarn was like, oh, those aren't supposed to be butcherable. Also, those bones aren't supposed to be that valuable, and fixed the bug. Which honestly is the right response. So this is an Untamed Wilds ocean and an Untamed Wilds shore. The shore has gold, silver, copper, and the ocean has gold, silver, copper, lead. If I go a little bit this way, it's wilderness, surface, and untamed wilds shore, which has gold, silver, lead, and iron. That's doable. Well, I mean, like, there's been things like that since then, like meals, right? Like, meals are also a pretty similar analog, right? So you're telling me there was an unethical ivory trade in Dwarf Fortress that got exploited due to the extreme due to the economy? Yeah. The 2 bugs were fixed, and if you want to still do it, you can, but I'm not going to go out of my way to. That being said, and this is like the fucked up thing about Dwarf Fortress, right? If I can find a whale, you better bet your ass I'm going to catch it, right? If I find a whale, motherfucker's going to go in a cage trap if I have anything to say about it. However, I will leave mermaids alone. So, you know, we all have our ethical problems. Well. What have we here? How do I stay motivated to play with a fort? This is my full-time job. I'm maybe a bad person to ask. I try, like, if the question is how do I stay motivated to play Dwarf Fortress, this is my job, is the answer. I don't. I mean, I burn out like everybody else does, but I keep playing because it is my job. If the question is, like, how do I make the game interesting? I try to play things differently every time. I haven't subscribed with Prime on a mobile device in a very, very, very long time. You could try opening up the website on mobile. Like, just go to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL Gigmoth. But, like, I don't actually know what the mobile interface looks like for that, because I haven't done it in so long. I'm thinking this corner up here. It's got sand. It's got gold, silver, copper. Actually, rather, if I go a little bit, what is it, this way? Yeah, so it's got iron, gold, silver, copper, zinc, platinum, lead, but it's all under the ocean. And then it's got gold, silver, lead. So that'll give us a nice variety of things. I think, like, because I've turned the value up, I'm going, or rather the mineral scarcity and made it less scarce. I think what I'm going to do is make this into a high value wealth run. So what that means is I'm going to turn the economy up and set it to hard. And that basically doubles the wealth requirements for everything, which will make sieges harder because it'll ramp up what they send against us quicker. You'll subscribe when you're at your computer later. Alrighty, mate. You do you. It's all good. But chat, thank you very much for that ridiculous hype train. Merlin Buff with 36 months. And Astral with the 5 subscriptions at the end there. That's 49 subscriptions and $21 in bits. That's more money than I made yesterday in total. So thank you. You are very kind. Appreciate you, chat. I don't think you can make bolts out of lead. So lead wouldn't make weapons. Lead makes furniture. Like, to me, lead is like, I make lead furniture and then set it and forget it, like statues. I don't want the military carrying lead because it's really heavy. You want lighter materials to use as their to use with the military. I don't actually know how many bones a whale has. Okay, that's actually a younger world than I was wanting. Shit. I fucked up a setting, chat. I wanted around 200 years. Isn't lead brittle? It's heavy. Platinum would be better than lead, because lead is very soft. It's dense, but it's platinum's denser. So, like, if we're talking about on paper the best, what is lead good for? Furniture. It just takes forever to build. I mean, you could make lead coins and launch those out of a catapult, but coins are better if you use sharp metals, like steel coins. I personally like gold coins. Are we dancer? Are we dancer? You mean, are we human or are we dancer? Ordered one of the super cool t-shirts. Which one did you get, Sigil? I should also shout this out. If you use code DUST on checkout with any of the merch orders, you get some free stickers. Just not people. I mean, honestly, lead is really good for trade goods. I'm just saying. If you have toys in your fort and you're still having tantrums, you've got some systemic issues that you need to sort out with your child services programs. When was the stop year? End year 250. That's what I wanted. I'm also gonna set this down to 1850. Save. Send it. Oh, am I theming this after holiday? I hadn't even contemplated that. You know, I'll be honest with you. I was listening to a podcast and one of the hosts was talking about spending weeks, or like a whole week, not weeks, a whole week. Ooh, haunted oceans. Prepping for like decorating. Kind of not a huge fan of this layout, to be honest. And I'm just like, oh fuck, right, it's December. Like, outside of like going to my family's house for Christmas Day, I don't think I've done anything for Christmas in years. If there's a mod for lead toxicity, I am unfamiliar with it. We talked about this pretty extensively a couple weeks ago. It's one of those reoccurring subjects. I am, like, people get irritated with cave adaptation. Imagine if you had to deal with, like, poisoning. Shit, that shit would suck, man. There we go. Now we got an Untamed Wilds Ocean. 2, actually. Gold, silver, copper, lead. Iron, gold, silver, copper, lead. There we go. We're getting somewhere. Staring and waiting for necromancer towers. It's a pretty well set up dwarven settlement too. Lots of roads are being built. There's a necro tower. There's a necro tower. Big war between somebody and the elves down here. There's one, there's one, there's one. It's gonna go to 250. I love how there's just like an elven utopia over here. This is nice and dense. I like this. I also like that there's areas with very little mineral and then areas with lots of mineral. Dwarves seem pretty rich. Crack sundered, eh? It's in full brightness. What else do we have? Menace Mischief. Nice. That's a good name. Sin Spider. Trample. Hold up. I found the antagonist for Boat Murdered, chat. Trample Torment. I set it to stop at 250. Which I think was the original default. Field Maligned. I like 250 because it's like, it gives enough time for like civilizations to rise and fall and stuff to be taken over and things to be interesting without like it being old enough that there's like no books to write or anything. Crested Sizzlers. Sin Spider, not Spire. What's that called? Castle sounded? Castle didn't sounded cool enough, I guess. The Road of Wheeling, huh? Lore partner. Savant Figure. Okay, that's a pretty good fortress name. Bolted Mire. Ah. Right next to Sinful Dangled. The Dark Elven Pits. Okay. Seduce Bases. Hoof Nightmares. Okay, we're back. Sure. There's a lot of Dark Elven Pits. That's Hell Sizzled. Witchwaned? Witchwaned Dome! Sounds like, okay, so Witchwaned sounds like somebody who's trying to say which way, but with a bad accent. Witchwaned is home! Which way is that? Kind of thing. Like somebody doing like a crappy accent imitation. Which train is the best way to go to get out of here? Elfun Goblin Conquest? Yeah. I read that as Drink Husband. It's Drink Hushed. I always like looking for funny names. Like what do we have down here? Gale Confused? Okay. I don't really want to do a freezing ocean. I feel like that would be a little goofy. Menace Treaties? Do you know the way? Yeah, kinda, actually. Renowned chat. I found Miami. Can't, there you go. Oh, no, not that one. It was right below that one. The sensitivity on this mouse is higher than I'm used to, and it's a cheaper mouse than my old one, so I can't change the sensitivity. At least not within it. Renowned Storms. It's Miami. Lure Handle. Well, it is a temple. Spider Dabbles? Spider Dabbles, the worst Spider-Man. There's also Fork Torment. That's pretty funny. It's like that scene from Weapons. Juggler Notch, that's pretty good. It's like a Juggernaut, but like the knockoff version, Juggler Notch. Stream called Rinse Droplet? Oh yeah, that checks out. Hold up, is that the... Loot Days. Goblin Hamlet. We got Brosen Rumbus. Rhymbus. Brosa Rhymbus. The Kobold Fort. They took over a fort. I'm proud of them. What do we have here? Boyle Temple? No, what's the name of the road? The Roads of Persuasion. I was reading that as the Roads of Percussion. Which is fine. The Strike of Creeping is the brook there. And the Angelic Ways is this area.
50. Crypt beer, crypt beer,
Holy shit,
crypt
50.
beer.
The big 5-0, man! Usually when you see like a kobold structure, it means that the structure was destroyed. And then a kobold moved in. So usually it's like structure was built by humans or goblins or dwarves, and then kobolds just like settled there. And often it'll be like a kobold. Like there's just a single kobold living there. I've been all right, Paninsky. Not great, but I'm all right. I have a mealy bug infestation in my houseplants, so that's kind of heavy on my brain at the moment. But aside from that, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I'm thinking probably around here is where we'll settle. Well, yeah, I mean, finders keepers, right? That's like the basis of the entirety of the kobold economy. Naturally, yes. And it was Sin Spider, not Sin Spire. I mean, you can Sin Spire to call it that, but... This is the Dimensions of Enchantment, by the way. The Bronze Colossus died. Was struck down by a dwarf. Damn right it was! By Stricken Treaty. Don't attack the Iron of Companies. You attack their iron and they will attack you back. The Umbral Crypt was a forgotten beast, the first, a towering toucan. It has 2 long, straight tails and a bloated body. Its feathers are downy, beware its poison bite. Sorry, you had me at toucan. There's Hydra, Dragon. Maelstrom worshippers and other things. Lots of forgotten beasts alive. A bunch of night trolls are dead though. Forest Titan dead. Hill Titan's alive. Hope Dusk the Goldenrod. A feathered theropod is a pair of knobby antennae, and it has an aura of giving and kindness. I'm sorry, the Keeper of Blankets is a dwarven goddess? Chat, there's the god of comfy. The Keeper of Blankets, also known as that one character from Peanuts, is a deity that occurs in the myths of the magical saber. That is an incredible name. The Keeper was most often depicted as a female dwarf and associated with fortresses. I love it. That's great. A+. Tons of books written about it. I'm sorry, Dustin got demon feet? What? That's a name. The youngest son of Toad Lancer Menace and the Spungest Esteemed Idols. Wait, that's a goblin name. Oh, this is a human. Okay. Became a broker. That's just one hell of a name. Was killed by the elf hollow hunter Camilla Loot Respect the Braided Fears. In Relieve Dive. Well, so much for God of Comfy. It seems like a dwarf necromancer is trying to corrupt people in the name of the God of Comfy. In order to have law enforcement look the other way and floor partner, the dwarf necromancer Servesh Amber Knives met with the goblin and played for sympathy, appealing to their shared worship of the god of comfy. The goblin Zolok was unswayed by the emotional appeal and refused despite disdaining. Blah. Didn't like comfy. Wanted the god of pain instead. What else do we have? We got the Keeper of Blankets. We've got the Furnace of Oil, Lamp God. Was most often depicted as a female dwarf and associated with volcanoes and mountains. Checks out. Lamp God. We got Unget. We've also got Ereb the Tin Mines, deity which is often depicted as a female dwarf and is associated with metals and minerals. Okay. Got it. What else do we have? Also, Decrypt the Ashen Urn. We've got Estrath the Jade. Let's go with Unget first. It's depicted as a female dwarf and associated with torture and jewels. Lovely. We've got the Jade Treasures. It's most often depicted as a female dwarf and associated with trade and wealth. A lot of female gods. Female dwarf gods. Those necromancer towers get drafty. This is true. It's true. So you need the god of comfy. Osod the Ashen Urn is hold up. I realize that this is like definitely a slab, but necro bones? Osod was most often depicted as a rotting female dwarf and associated with death. Necro bones was a tetrahedrite slab, of course it was. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The slab reads the secrets of life and death. Necro bones. That's great, man. You don't want your jewels tortured? Some people like their family jewels tortured. Darius. That is just such a good name. We've got the God of Company, and there's a thing called Necrobones that exists, which is currently owned by an Etten. The sport of hardiness. Damn right it is. So wait, where's this Etten right now? Also, the Etten stole Holden Knights, a perfect rock crystal. So he's walking around with a gem. Deep depths. Which is a quicklime ring. I don't know how you would keep that together. It's like those people that on YouTube that make knives out of butter. Most recently stole a berry from Snarl Painted. A single berry. And that was the 16th time they rampaged and Snarl Painted. And they store all their stuff in a place called Blood Gutter, which is a cave. And Necrobones was stored in Blood Gutter. So if you are a adventurer and you travel to Blood Gutter, you could probably get that. The best name for a cave lady kelpie that I ever saw was populated by kobolds, and it was called Dung's Depths. The Naughty Hole was definitely maybe the hardest laugh I've ever had while playing this game. There was a VOD of me discovering it on YouTube somewhere, and I literally laughed for a solid, 10 minutes. We've also got Trace Winter Snarl, which is an elven force, which was said to permeate in the forest in the first jungles. It was associated with rivers and nature. Sure. Got a human goddess called the Trest. It was, it occurs in the midst of the Confederacy of Ghouls, which are definitely a bunch of football hooligans, right? Depicted as a female human and associated with poetry. Have we had a non-female, whatever the god entity is of that species, god yet? I think they've all been female. The Glittery Cusp? Why are you called... Okay, hold up. Seduce Pawns? There's a goblin pit called Seduce Pawns. That's a goblin pit. This is good names. Just wait until you meet the Rook. I need to know what Flaffabragus has done with their life before dying. Oh, they got married and divorced a bunch. Well, live your best life, I guess there, bud. Became a criminal in the Carried Mine the Poetic Ship, which is also a cave. It seems like a Yeti killed all of them. Or a lot of them, anyway. Rissi, a human god? Okay, there's a male god. Male god of loyalty. Maka! Okay, if that isn't like the god of dirt, I'm gonna be disappointed. Maka was associated with rumors and labor. Okay, close enough. And that's the mechanical unions. The mechanics union, man, they take 7 weeks to respond to your reports that their elevator is malfunctioning. It's a terrible group to work with. I'm sure their pay and benefits are awesome if you work for them, but man, being their customer is awful. Man, that was 1 letter off of being a funny metal band. Lurdy! Was a female human god associated with theft. Bloodgutter is possibly one of the best names that we found, though. Although, let's be honest, the Keeper of Blankets, 10 out of 10. Okay, so I have discovered Stelushlushalagus Menadirio combined pieces, the male kobold hollow hunter. This is new music, by the way. It's on Dabu and Dabu's Man Camp. It's another Simmons Swiwer Dabu joint. Gloved Hole? The Aura of Breeds. Uh-huh. Sure. Got married a bunch. Gave up being a minor. Got into a fight with a monster consort. Ooh. The Shadow of Oat. Escaped unscathed. got married, gave up, and then died of old age in the year 125. In the year 155, they assumed the identity The Named Time, and was brought back from the dead by a dwarven necromancer named Brimcities, and is now defending Grooved Hole, the Aura of Breeds, and then was struck down by a goblin. Not very effective. Kobold monster. Yeah, they suck. They also tend to be booked out forever because of no competition. Yeah, where I used to live, there was 2 elevator repair companies, or rather 2 elevator management groups. Once again, I'm sure they're lovely to work for, but like they both had their own proprietary systems. They wouldn't work on each other's systems, and they were all booked for like the next, like, it was easily 6 weeks at a time, unless like your elevator straight up wasn't working, in which case they'd arrive in like 72 hours. They wouldn't do anything because they were just working on new buildings that paid better. There was a solid 2 weeks there where you guys probably didn't notice much because I wasn't doing it during my streaming hours, where I was like helping people up and down stairs if they needed help. Like, I was running up the stairs and like helping moms carry, like, how do I put this? Baby buggies down the stairs. It was not fun. Monster Consort is somebody that got kidnapped by a night troll and converted into a spouse. So night trolls are like these weird boogeymen, basically, that kidnap random sentient creatures and convert them into a spouse. So basically, like, they mutate them. It's like, I always forget which folklore it's from, and I have to look it up, but it's like the folklore of, like, boogeymen, sort of. Is that a princess with Stockholm Syndrome? It's a mutated individual that is no longer what they once were. Like Shrek. But, like, more body horror. Actually, Kerrigan's not a bad description of that. I'm not gonna lie. That is kind of like an infested Kerrigan. Yes, no to Casa. And if anybody's wondering why the redemptions are off, I disabled them so that they weren't all claimed by the time I got in game. Shiz burn wonders! Was a minotaur associated with deformity, darkness, chaos, and caverns. I love it. It's 4 kills. Was struck down by the human Akath squeezing thundered in the poetic plane. They probably write poems about the poetic plane. The first thing that this, like, human went through was they were born in the year 46, and at the year 1 year old, they got attacked by the alligator Whamiwi, covered dance the bridled urns, and got their ear torn off and managed to escape. Kid had a childhood, man. I read that as need caps, but it's need cups. They settled in need cups and became a wood burner. Fought in a bunch of sieges. Struck down that minotaur at the age of like 40. Became friends with a dwarf and was eventually struck down by Zolok Blizzard Plague. It was a human born in the year 75, the eldest son of Fathab, Mirror Stopped, and Uri Massive Plates. Who was a member of the Dust Hex of Larching and the Uncommon Dungeons, as opposed to the Common Dungeons. All right, well, I've done a lot of babbling here. Anything you guys want me to look up, or should we dive in? Yeah, I know a duopoly is a thing. It's when there's 2 independent monopolies that are operating in tandem to make a worse monopoly. Or an almost as bad monopoly. What were you looking for a link for? Necrontier? You said that your Google Foo was weak. Watch me, like, look at this and then have like node options. Okay, so it is just the one dwarven civilization. It's the magical saber, and they're pretty like functional. They do have a queen. Like they occupy most of this region. It's a dense ass mountain range. Is that even settleable? No, none of like the top of this ain't settleable at all. I just have to look, but it's like, is there a weirdly isolated spot? I love like a secret valley in the middle of a. What the shit? Seems like its own ocean over there. It's literally just like volcano in the middle of nowhere. Actually, now I wonder. Huh. You could actually do like an ocean and volcano. Do I have that settings on? Yeah, actually, if I settle here and then settle here, I could actually settle on this volcano. But I kind of don't want to do that because that would screw up my ability. Actually, how deep is this? It's all pretty shallow. Depth in ocean is important. Gold, silver, copper. Silver, copper, zinc, lead. I mean, that's fine. Don't actually need iron. Iron is nice, though. Let's just see what this looks like. I'm gonna find a spot that seems good. And I'm gonna see like what this looks like. So if I settle right here. Just gonna screenshot it so I can see it. And then just click play now. Let's let the game play for a second. It's raining, early spring. I want to see how deep it is. All right, it's not that deep. So something I really want to do in this fort is I want to... I don't know how many of you have seen me do this before, but I want to do my classic drain the ocean. Crab! I want to do my classic drain the ocean shenanigans. And classic drain the ocean shenanigans is I want to use the ocean as defense. Because I want to see what the enemy do about that. Actually, how deep is this? 96 deep. How tall does it go? 15 up? Okay. Yes. T-Dog. I'm just going to exterminate Raven. I think it's bird. Yeah, I just want to see what else shows up. I feel more okay about that than exterminate crab. Ooh. 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 I'd like to see how the new invaders spawn to Moses. Yeah, exactly. Oh, a funny kobold clip name? Don't Google it. Just go to YouTube and go to my YouTube channel and just look up Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. I'm pretty sure that's the name of that video. That's pretty good. I'm gonna take a peek right next to it. The Dimensions of Enchantment right there. You've never seen butterflies or not? You haven't seen giant butterflies. What was what? Tenuous Rock? Did the volcano fort fall or did you retire it? I retired it because it was going rapidly downhill. I probably could have kept it alive for another week or two, but there was just too many holes in it for it to, like, be really worth continuing. Gonna also look like like up here. I'm just peeking around a bit is what I'm doing. Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole, was the name of a kobold cave that I found in like 2021 or something. And I like died laughing. And then we read the history of Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. And once again, we died laughing. Okay, this one doesn't have as much metal variety up here. There's 10,000 goblins in a short trip to the east, by the way. Right there. Well, are they right there? No, that's a human forest retreat. Where are the goblins? Oh, there's the goblins. Which is fine. It's got silver, copper. What's this? It's silver, copper, and iron. No flux, though. Oh, there's flux if I go a little bit this way. So this is also very doable. The ocean's a little deeper, too. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, I made minerals slightly more frequent. Not much, though. Ooh, I like that. I like this a lot. This looks like, this reminds me of the Bay of Fundy, actually. See what animals we got? Giant crow. Let's see what else appears. Let's see how deep it is. Yeah, that's a bit deeper. That's a little closer to what I'm looking for. Also, I haven't done a fort like this in so long. Like, it's been so long. That's a lot of giant crows. Why do I set the mineral scarcity like that? Because I don't like it when minerals are too frequent. When minerals are too frequent, I have no reason to participate in the, what's it called? Purchasing of items, like trading. Like, there's no reason whatsoever to. So I don't like settling in areas that have, like, an abundance of minerals. But since the changes to sieges and also the way bolt throwers work, I'm willing to turn the number up a bit. So I'm trying to find a number that I'm happy with where I feel like I still need to participate in trading. There's two reasons, actually. Reason number one, this was the default setting back in the day. This was where I became comfortable playing. This is the default setting in 2025. So most people who play Dwarf Fortress are probably playing with this setting ticked. This doesn't feel right to me, and like, this setting has always been there. But like, when I played back in the day, this was the default. So 250 years and sparse. So anything younger than 250 years feels wrong. Like, the world doesn't feel developed enough to me because I played this game for, well, from like on and off from 09 until Steam in 2022. And this feels like I don't have to try. Basically, it's like, how do I put this? It's not, like, OP is the wrong word. I'm trying to think of like an example here. It feels like playing Minecraft in sandbox mode if you're used to playing in survival, is what it feels like to me. Because like, I don't feel like I need to do anything. Like, it feels like I can just spawn stuff into existence without thinking about it. Like, the fact, like sometimes it's nice, but like, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm playing the game anymore. I mean, none of those are really an accurate descriptor for me. It's boring, I guess. I don't get excited when I find stuff. Money cheat in Sims? I don't think I ever cheated in The Sims. True story, I don't actually think I ever cheated in The Sims. my knee-jerk response is there's cheats in The Sims, but I guess that makes sense because there's cheats in SimCity. Sure, it doesn't feel like the same game anymore, I guess. I like there being some scarcity because it makes things more interesting. It also like doesn't feel believable to me, I guess, because you just get like massive chunks of iron where it kind of shouldn't be. So, but no, that's why I do it that way. And I'll probably explain that another dozen times before the day's over. Yeah, I got metal. How's it going? It's going. That's how. It's certainly going. I like having to hunt for minerals, I guess. And I don't have to hunt for minerals with those settings turned up. This is like actually I think the area I like the most. Just layout wise. This whole beach right here. It's like slightly further away from the goblins. Whereas like if I go up here, they're just on top of us. Huh. Okay, that's also pretty cool. It's all just silver copper though. Oh, there is some iron. That could be fun. A bit more limited on the minerals, but... What's my favorite metal? I like making furniture out of malachite. Like the rock. Like the ore. But my favorite metal? I mean, adamantine, obviously. But jokes aside, I don't know, actually. Maybe silver? Probably silver, because I don't feel bad about making crafts out of it. Maybe platinum, though. I'm the most excited when I find platinum. Especially on a map that, like, doesn't tell me that it has platinum. I don't know. I'm kind of in a heavy self-debate here right now. I could settle up here. And just have silver copper. I could settle up here in this ocean and have silver copper lead. Either of those would be really fun. Is that right? Did I see a heavy aquifer? I thought I did, but... Or... I could go down here... Oopsies. A little further down. Down here. I have a bit more metal variety, but shallower ocean. That's interesting. Zinc. And then right here would probably be the most variety. Just a temperate broadleaf forest. I find it ironic that there's no aquifer under the ocean. Good for hammers to defend you. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe my favorite metal ore to find is probably tetrahedrite. Because it's the most versatile. Like, you can make armor out of it. Like, tetrahedrite to me is like the base level, like, you're good thing to find. Because you can make silver bolts that are quite effective. You can make silver hammers that are also really effective. And you can make copper armor, and you'll have enough silver left over in the old days at least, to make some furniture out of it. So you get your value, you get your weapons. Like that's like my utilitarian armor, or like thing to find. But like when it comes to like my favorite overall, I would probably say malachite, because it fits into that same gap, and usually you find a lot of it when you find it. And the nice thing about malachite is I can just enable it as like stone crafting and then make furniture out of it, and it is possibly my favorite color to have as decorative in the fort. Same with like hematite, because like if I have too much hematite, then I can make like bright ass red statues. It's such a cool, like those are such cool colors. Found 6 aluminum ore in your fort and it was incredibly hype. Damn, dude. Black Sabbath is your favorite metal? Yeah. Well, you know, growing up as more of an Iron Maiden guy, but I've learned to appreciate Black Sabbath as I've gotten older, you know. I really hated Black Sabbath when I was a kid, but I have grown to love them. I think this is our spot, chat. I think this is the spot. I think we're just going to go for the flat, untamed wilds, sight unseen. Iron, gold, silver, copper, lead. It's not too deep. It's pretty steady, which is actually easier for me. I'm thinking we'll go with some surface, mostly ocean, and just do right there. Oh, like in real life? I've seen malachite in stores. I don't think I've ever found it in the wild. Not that I've really been looking. Here it's mostly fool's gold that I spot. I mean, Jet is... Thank you, Farpoke, for the $12.34. Hold up. Let's see if I can beat this. No, I can't. I can't read the text because it's so tiny. And, Streamlabs has changed their dashboard enough that there's no easy way of looking at what people write. So hold up. But thank you very much for the money. You joined before you embarked. Yeah, you did. Congrats. I'm just going to go look at recent events. Thank you for the many hours of Dwarf Fortress. This is the closest I can get to a 4-figure donation. Hey, you don't do things you can't afford, please. That's more important than anything. Of course you can, but like there's an aquifer, so who cares? Just don't mix the aquifer with the ocean, which is pretty easy to do. Like I've never been somebody to worry about desalinating. Like people talk about it like it's their sole focus. I hope you're not in an ad. But people talk about it like it's their sole focus when they're on an ocean. I never even think about it, and I don't run into issues. It's just because I use aquifers for everything. What are your thoughts on selling your fort on a Civ highway? It's never like a thing I feel the need to do. I'll do it if there's one nearby, and it's kind of neat when it happens, but it's not something I prioritize rarely. Not generally something I prioritize. But is there a dark purple material? What's it called? Bismuth is kind of like a purpley pink. Bismuth, maybe? Chad, is there a purple, like, metal? Or ore? We did that as the community succession game that we attempted, Stormwolf. Bismuth IRL is kind of crazy looking. I'm actually not sure what it looks like in real life. So I'm gonna leave enemies on normal, but I'm gonna turn the economy up to hard because I've got enough metal that I can do that probably. I'll turn it down if it becomes unreasonable, but I actually don't know what color chromite is. I'd have to look at the spreadsheet. Did you hear my salination statement, or were you in an ad, Nexus? Yes. Well, yes. It also changes the value scaling, Rin. So if you buy a lot of an item, prices will slowly go up over the years. Most people don't notice, and it's pretty gradual and not super like detrimental. But like it basically weights everything to be more valuable. So your fortress value is higher, the value of trade goods is higher, and the value required to satisfy the need for temples is higher by kind of an exponential amount. So like there isn't like a flat percentage, but everything is a percentage more valuable. So trading is more difficult. Like I find usually when I start with economy on hard, like it's the difference between being able to spend a couple gems and buy everything I need and spend all of my gems and buy half of what I need. Glumprong? Oh, sure, yeah, no, I was thinking just like metal and ore. I guess there's like nethercap, which is kind of that thing. Glumprong wood. There's one other cave tree that's kind of a purpley. I mean, if you're playing with like mineral scarcity on everywhere, like the default settings, Rins, I would absolutely turn on economy to hard, because like then you'll actually like with economy on hard, you can't really just make like a 10 by 10 room and engrave the floors and engrave the walls and not do anything else and satisfy a temple. Like if you have a good engraver, you can do that on normal pretty easily. You can't really, unless they're like a legendary engraver, you can't really do that on what's it called, with economy set to hard. I'm just looking at their traits real quick. High willpower, slow to love, assertive, disdains truth, easily depressed, good spatial sense, bad with words, developed empathy, fearful, values tradition. These dwarves are all depressed. Is that why they have a god of blankets? Artistically inclined. Disdains introspection, creative and musical. I was hoping that there would be somebody who like personally values eloquence and values hard work. I want somebody who like would be good at being a teacher. Because I'm going to start off with a guild hall. He's personally disgusted by the idea of fairness and will freely treat anybody at any time and values loyalty. Oh, so my broker. Seize item. Personally sees lying as an important means to an end. God damn it, why did I need to bring along an American politician? Sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and a billionaire. And it finds introspection to be a waste of time and respects power. I hate this dwarf. Actually, yeah, Alunite. I always forget about Alunite, but Alunite is kind of a... They're more pinks, but like... Pink-ish. We need a reroll dwarf button. Send it! I mean, they all seem kind of shitty. Not to be mean to these dwarves or anything, but... Like, this one thinks introspection is worthless. Those who waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. Respects power. Sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. Doesn't particularly respect commerce. What about you? He personally values eloquence and values hard work. All right, you are going to be my teacher, dwarf. Like, Onget is like the only possibility here. Personally values tradition and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. So he agrees with those two, with the two mean ones, I guess. Personally finds blind honesty foolish and values cunning. Personally values family, values artwork, and values nature. Is disgusted by the idea of fairness and will freely cheat anybody at any time, and values loyalty. And then we already read Adil. So I'm gonna go to your skills. I'm gonna go to other. Are we dwarven or are we dancer? Teacher. Competent teacher. We're gonna make you into an armorsmith. And maybe... weaponsmith. loyalty to cheating, of course. Tim has entered the fort. Welcome back, Tim. It's good to see you again. You know, there's part of me that was thinking about this the other day. I'm gonna pitch it to you guys, chat. How do we feel about coming up with names for all of these dwarves before we get in game? As like the starting 7. And then turning on name redemptions when the first migrant wave arrives. Exactly, Stormwolf. You like it? Chat likes it? YouTube chat, do you agree? Okay, so for this armorer here, we've got Unget, right? He seems like the only reasonable one. He's a teacher. He's an armorer with a little bit of skill in weaponsmithing. Probably some other skills, but he's kind of forgotten those. He didn't really focus on them in school. He's sad and dejected. Oh boy. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this, since he dislikes the natural world. He prefers to present himself modestly, and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He has little interest in joking around, and he likes to keep things practical, without delving too deeply into the abstract. He doesn't focus on material goods, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and grumbles mildly at bad weather. No, I will ignore that command if you use it, and it's DORF. Was that command. But I have Dwarf Redemptions disabled, so I will ignore that if you use it. But what do we name this first tier of our dwarves, chat? Let's discuss this. I mean, he's not musical, but he's got good memory. He values eloquence. He's depressed. He's got high social awareness. And he's tolerant. Wouldn't it be grand to take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days? He says. Snow White names. Oof. Sleepy. I mean, if it fits, maybe. But Walter. Old man. I mean, he's only 57. That would be like calling me an old man. Wait. You don't have Twitch naming them? Yeah, that's fair. Corvitus. Youngman? Derpy? Is Derpy locked under the floorboards? Norbert? Ruffles? All dressed. It took me most of my life to learn that those were only a Canadian thing. Oh no, it's oak. I'm not a big fan of all dressed chips, but I don't know what Nisbet is. What is Nisbet? Is that from something? Apparently that's a Canadian... No, well, all dressed specifically are a Canadian thing. Like, supposedly you can't get that from outside Canada. Wait, Toy Story? Who's Nisbet in Toy Story? I am confused by this in the reference to Python. On paper, they put all the flavors into one bag. They kind of taste like a spicy ketchup chips, but more spicy, less ketchup. Buzz pats on hat and says, "I'm Miss Nisbet," when having an existential crisis. Huh. Ketchup chips? Why? I don't know. They're just kind of sweet potatoey. I'm not a big fan of them, for obvious reasons. Actually, I don't mind the taste of ketchup chips. I don't like the smell of ketchup chips. They just smell kind of revolting to me. But I don't mind all dressed. Actually, what I really like to do with all dressed chips is I like to take all dressed chips and mix them in a bag of plain chips. I also haven't had chips in years, but when I do have chips, I usually have corn chips, just plain corn chips and get salsa. But okay, let's go with Nisbet. I also would be willing to bet I would get that reference if I saw it happening, but... What about you? You're 51, Lee-sen. It's great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He tends to avoid crowds and has a calm demeanor. He doesn't focus on material goods. He likes to take it easy, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and he occasionally overindulges. He's slow to anger, and he's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He's quick to give up, disdains fairness, poor intuition, and fearful, values tradition. I'm going to give you... Wait, what? No, I don't want to save that. I misclicked. Let's say... Two points in student. And I'm going to make you into a maybe a 1 point in mechanics, 2 points in woodcutting, and a few points in armor smithing, and a few points in furnace and blacksmithing. But we need a name for you. Squirrel? Fred Durst. How about Dread First? I want to know why every video game community feels like we have the right to say what should be added to the game. I think it's up to the developer, but hypothetically, two things I would like to see added. I'd like to see the Tavern games that Tarn has talked about for years. We do not need sources of light underground because dwarves have dark vision. Maybe if you play adventure mode and you walk around in a fortress underground and you play as a dwarf, you'll be able to see everything. If you play as a goblin, you'll be able to see everything. If you play as a human, you can't see shit. So no, this is Dwarf Fortress, not Human Fortress. So I don't agree with that. And as far as pumping fresh air throughout the fortress goes, if you have like ventilation shafts above your, what's it called? Like areas with miasma in it, if you are not getting rid of rotting food quick enough or something, it will dissipate immediately. So that kind of already happens. But like a mechanical item to do it, I mean, I guess. I think it would be neat to have more things to use power for. I don't see why we would need bellows though. The game doesn't really like care about air purity, so that would be a pretty big mechanical shift. I want Tarn to add the Tavern games I just talked about for years. Because that just seems like a fun thing to have in taverns, and also would give dice and a reason to exist, and would give figurines a thing to be used for, amongst other things. I think that'd be neat. And I'm looking forward to Tarn getting back to villains, because villains was where we got like the thieves that steal your artifacts and the mischievous characters that try to cause trouble in your fortress. But I would like to see that system finished properly, because it's like kind of a proof of concept right now. It's not balanced. Most of the features aren't functional. But I do like the way the Captain and the Guard system works at the moment. I just would like to see those systems fleshed out and polished. Well, they're saying like physically bringing air down. So tavern games are like, sort of like, you know how they dance in the tavern? Our lives? Tavern games would be like them dancing in, I'm just gonna go with Mac for this guy. Tavern games is like the way, like the procedurally generated dances, but like they would all sit at a table and do taverns. That, or like, I would like weddings to get respected a little bit more, because right now it'll be like, oh, two dwarves got married, and you'll like look at them, and one will be at one end of the fort, and the other one will be halfway across the fort in the tavern, and it'll be like, oh, like I feel like a wedding should be like, any dwarf that doesn't have a job specifically goes to a, like, not a location specifically, but like a location that those two have in common, and crowds around them for the wedding. Although, like, imagine a tantrum spiral starting at a wedding and everybody dying. So I don't know. I would like weddings to be a little bit more respected. Not even like RimWorld specifically. Like RimWorld, like everybody stops what they're doing and it's like a huge mood boost. I just want it to be like something that triggers a special song or something. I just want a little bit more. Actually, even better if they only invite their friends. You know, like a small thing like that. Like I don't want like 2/3 of the fort to suddenly just go somewhere. It would be like maybe they have family in the fort. Like their family goes and does something. You know, I don't want it to be like a thing that like brings the whole fort to us halt because that could suck. Although like that could have some weird edge case issues if like somebody's in prison or like could someone oppose? I think that's called a tantrum. Anyway, this dwarf never feels discouraged and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She likes to brawl and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Combat, methinks. Dreams of creating a great work of art, finds blind honesty foolish, and values cunning. I'm gonna give you some skills in combat. I'm thinking like just general fighter, wrestler. We have silver. Could say hammer dwarf. I'm also going to give you 2 points in leader, 2 points in tactics. 1 point in teacher. Where did teacher go? There it is. It's all the way at the bottom. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want stuff like that. Like it doesn't. I don't need gameplay attached to it. I just want it to be a bit more of an event in the game. Just a dwarf group of dwarves playing craps, yeah. I've also like had this image in my mind for ages of like, there's this like running series of jokes in Dwarf Fortress of like, what is dwarfy? And to me, like, what is dwarfy? Booze, axes, okay, booze check, axes check, got it. Beards check, and smoking. Dwarves can't smoke. There's no way for dwarves to smoke. I think it would be really cool if there was like 8 different kinds of pipes you could make. And I think it would also be really cool if like, it was a setting that you could enable on or off in the tavern. And if you enable it on, then some dwarves would be like, feels joy when smoking. Or like, I don't know, relieved when smoking. And then some other dwarves are like, feels annoyed after choking on smoke underground. But like you could turn it off in the tavern and then like enable it in other public zones. So you could have like dining halls that are like the smoking dining hall. And then dwarves could like equip and claim pipes. And they could put them on their belt maybe, and then it would be a reason to have like some surface crops because like you could grow like, I don't know, like a Dwarf Fortress equivalent of pipe weed or hemp or something like that, or even tobacco. And you could make pipes out of glass, you can make pipes out of wood, you can make pipes out of stone. Like it'd be a whole series of crafts that you could make. You could make like a stationary hookah pipe thing, like a statue. I don't know, like there's like a lot of like fun little side things there that I think would be interesting. It would also give you a reason to put like ceiling ventilation. So like if you have a tavern that's like always crammed and all of your dwarves smoke, and maybe there's like a 70% chance that dwarves can smoke or like smoking. So like they'll just like sit in the tavern smoking, and like it would give you a lot of like interpersonal management to have to deal with. Like, it doesn't need to be weed, right? It really doesn't. Like, it's not like I just want them to be high all the time. But it's, like, something that I directly associate with dwarves, mostly because of Tolkien. Like, if I were to just, like, be like, this is a feature that I think would be fun, because there's, like, positives and negatives to it. Like, you could also just, like, not allow it in your fort at all, right? Just don't ever make pipes. Don't grow it. And then the situation would be dwarves that, like, really like it, just get a little bitter after being separated from for too long, you know? Or maybe put it only outside or expel all the smokers. You know, like there's suddenly like a lot of things that you could do I don't know. Smoking them dried plump helmet. Spawn? Don't smoke spawn. Anyway, this dwarf here is going to be my militia captain. What should we name our militia captain, chat? See, like, there is a mod 409 right now that kind of exists that basically does that, but it also adds, like, cocaine and heroin and a bunch. It basically just adds, like, the RimWorld equivalent of, like, generic, not the actual drug, but the actual drug. Drugs with similar pros and cons. I don't like that. I just want smoking. I was thinking, like, bun, but that's more of, like, she's got more of, like, a top braid. You always wondered what Tolkien's pipeweed was? I mean, it's somewhere between cannabis and, like... I don't know. I'm a fan of, like, fantasy video game fake drugs. Like skooma, you know? Like, skooma's kind of funny. Susie Q, Sweetie, Carrot, Braveheart. Boudica? What's Boudica? That's your cat's name? I'm not sure what that name is, but I'll go with it. You know, we're going through all this, and there's just going to be, like, a giant... I don't know, crab that's gonna remove somebody's head, like, immediately. Next up, we've got, the Elder Scrolls had more drugs than Daggerfall. I never played Daggerfall. I wonder if this is one of those names that, like, I've heard people say out loud, but never read it. Lumen? Was a Celtic warrior queen who kicked Rome's ass. All right, cool. We'll go with it. Zacid here rarely tries to assert himself in conversation, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, is often nervous, and is brave in the face of imminent danger, also going into combat. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and is sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, but grumbles only mildly at bad weather. Dreams of crafting a master quirk someday, and I said that on purpose. He personally values family, artwork, and values nature. You will hate it here. Poor social awareness, not musical, unassertive, poor memory, and values nature. Okay, well, I'm going to give you some skills in combat. Let's go with wrestler, fighter, hammer, and you will not be the leader of the squad. I'm going to make you into a herbalist / planter. Because I like to start with, like, one planter / herbalist, because they will get the most out of farming off the bat. Yeah, what do we name this guy? Treebeard? Branch face. Could just name him Shrub. He doesn't have enough of a fro to be a Bob Ross, I'm sorry. Drug trade was... There was Agrotat, Indulul Set, Questos, Sursum, and none of those drugs are ever referenced in any future installment. I guess they all got outlawed. Or they mixed them all together into a big pot and called it skooma. Stone. Herbacco. Bark Rogers and the 21st and a half. Century. Tony Dev, Fit MC. I like, okay, actually, I'm going to go with this one in the YouTube chat. Shrubbert. That's Shrubbert. So next up here, we've got Zonstagarzvad. Rasp Seals. Does not easily fall in love and really develops positive feelings. Is grateful when others help him out. Tries to return favors. He's often nervous. He can handle stress, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. This one seems kind of like a... That seems like a manager. He He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He's very humble and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He has a narrow focus on the current activity, rarely feels discouraged, and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this because he values friendship. He does not go out of his way to help others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and is disgusted by the idea of fairness and will freely cheat anybody, anytime. But values loyalty. He's loyal to us. Cheats anybody else. I'm going to give you a point in student. Do I make this guy... This is tricky, actually. Because I'm kind of, with this guy, I'm thinking, like, I'll just give you 2 points in armor smithing, but, like, I could put him in the military, but I'm thinking more, like, just give him points in record keeping and appraising and just make him my bookkeeper / broker. Because it's nice to just have a broker that works off the bat. Gonna give him a few more points in the student, I think. What happened to last fort? I retired it. If you type in last fort, it'll answer that question for you. Now, we are about to get hit by an ad break, so I'll read this one quickly. He always presents himself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. Holy fuck. This is also that dwarf that's, like, awful. He would never, under any circumstances, speak up or otherwise put forth his point of view in a discussion. He's interested in only facts of the real world. He is an optimist, and he's curious and eager to learn. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Management. And he does not often feel envious of others, and he often prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he likes a little excitement now and then, and does not go out of his way to help others. And enjoys the company of others. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. My God. He personally sees lying as an important means to an end. He sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. He finds introspection to be a waste of time and respects power. Manager, scholar. That or witch doctor. We found our Baron, bossman. Facts and logic. Manglement? Does he have annoying preferences? He likes dolomite, tin, tiger iron, giant flying squirrel, tooth, ibex bone, hemp fabric, crossbows, earrings, and buckets. No, that's fine. Just crossbows, earrings, and buckets. Crossbows for crossbows, earrings for himself, and buckets for him to puke in when he has to speak with other people or go outside. You know, we could just name him Tim. We could actually just do that. Yeah, let's name him Tim. This is Tim. Don't be like Tim. We don't like Tim. So, schemer. Okay, so if I make this guy into my manager, we have to roleplay this guy a bit. Schemer, speaker, leader. I could give him a logician. He likes facts and logic, chat. True liar, actually. Tim Schemer. Gonna make him a novice leader, so I can give him a point in something else. Oh man, if we want to be silly, I could make him a dyer. Like, give him a craft. Or a cheesemaker, maybe? That would be siege operation. Yeah, true. I could just make him into a siege operator. But he's fearful in the face of imminent danger. I just want him to have a skill. Maybe a tanner? Could make him into a gem cutter, actually. Because extravagance, right? That actually makes him kind of useful, too. So we've got... oh, shit. I missed the armor up here. Zon. What was I going to name Zon? We got Shrubbert. Zon was the one I missed. Oh, did I make him a gem setter? You are right. I mean, that's encrusting it in furniture, so it's still not wrong, but... What do we name this guy? You know, this guy's clumsy. Poor social awareness. Let's just go with Snow White. Sleepy. Yawn. He does dream of raising a family and is disgusted by the idea of fairness. And will cheat anybody. And then down here at the bottom we got Yushrir, who hasn't been named yet. Yushrir, Sharkhammer. Okay, fucking hell, that's a great name for an ocean fort. Sharkhammer is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He often feels lustful and is grateful when others help him out. And he tries to return favors, and he often feels discouraged. He's slow to anger, and he often he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he doesn't mind little stress. He doesn't handle stress well. Sorry, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He isn't particularly curious about the world. Is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent dangers. Bothered by this since he values friendship. You're a miner, and can sometimes act without deliberation. I don't actually have any dwarves assigned to mining, so I should probably get those dwarf mining. Personally thinks that introspection is valueless and that those that waste time for self-examination are deluded fools. Respects power and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. And doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes native platinum, bronze, and amber, opal, and bush tit. I think this dwarf's a miner, personally. Because I need a miner. Maybe make him funny. Or think he's funny. Because he's a miner, I'll give him some points in swimming. Or a point in swimming. And... I don't know, Gelder. And maybe a blacksmith, armorsmith. Sure. Hammerhead? Sure. Aquaman vibes? Well, he's not a legendary swimmer. Hammerhead for Sharkhammer. So now I need to name the fort. I've been Gem Lord. Whoa. That's a thick name. Jesus. Chat, I could name it Wavepool. I need to say that out loud. I've been thinking about that for a minute, being like, I could name it Wavepool. Gotta switch to that oat milk diet. Oh, yeah. If I buy grapes on Embark in this fort, I shouldn't be starting right now. Do I get seeds from brewing them? Do you get seeds from brewing grapes? I would check the wiki. I presume, don't you get seeds from brewing anything? It's either that or processing them. Like there's one, like cooking doesn't give you seeds for anything. but everything has a process from brewing. I would presume you would. Or if they just eat them. I've definitely had grape seeds before without knowing where they came from. Okay, so Gem Lord is pretty great. Ocean Lord is also pretty great. Sea Lord is also pretty great. Although I think I like Ocean Lord more. I'm not going to go this far into the memes, I don't think, but... Actually, okay, so... I need to make my group image a man, like a dwarf raising a fish, and call it Ocean Man. I mean, take me by the hand. Sea Lord said, Sea Lord, fragrance by. Whatever, Polo. Something Monaco. Old Spice, I wonder. I can't name it a fort Old. I can name it. Oh no, I can do Old, and I can do. Yeah, I could name a fort Old Spice. Shit. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, this is like my most tempted name for this fort. Wavepool is very... like, it... Wavepool is like... eh. Look at your fort. Now back to me. Now back at your fort. Now back to me. Sadly, it isn't me. But it is a fort, which is pretty cool. I had an elven faction once in a world called the pregnancy of squirting. So. Yeah, okay, fuck it. I'm gonna name it Wavepool. The fort is currently working title Wavepool. The group name is going to be... Nope, that's Man Ocean. Ocean. Man. The Ocean Man. Oh boy. It's in the other room, but hold on. It's not quite Baywatch. But, I do have this. Beer Watch. Shoutouts to Swift Brewing. I honestly can't think of anything better than Ocean Man right now. My brain is just like stuck on this meme. You have a goblin sylph called the Useless Menace. I saw the Ignorant Apocalypse, which really stuck in my brain. It's like, man, this when art becomes reality. Fuck it. Well, okay, actually, okay. So this is the group name. What I really want to name the Ocean Man is our symbol. So I need something better than Wavepool. Is bubble a word? No. Oh man, I can't call it the drowning pool. Sad. The shark of shooting with lasers for eyes. I could literally call it the swimming shark. Swallowing. No. Nope. A shark of waters. Nah. What do you think? Shark, the opulent shark, baby shark. Do 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 do. Yep. And that's how everybody unfollowed me spontaneously. You know, Aquamanor is also a really good name, Sigil, which is way better than Wavepool. I do have to agree with that. Fucking land sharks. I wonder, actually. Land isn't an adjective. I can't call it the land shark. Could I call it the land shark in hyphen? I could, in fact, call it the magical land shark of Jaws. I could also call it the magical earth shark of Jaws. I don't support that developer. To Sectoth. Yes, I've heard of it. I'm aware of its development. I followed it quite extensively at one point, but I no longer support that developer. That's too much of a... I think I either need to call it the magical shark or the shark of Jaws, because the magical earth shark of Jaws is just too many words. It's a bit of a mouthful. I kind of like the magical shark. Let's go with the magical shark of Jaws. Or maybe just call it the magical shark. What do you think, chat? Of Jaws or no of Jaws? I really hope the Keeper of Blankets is the most popular god in the Fortress, Renee. You guys want me to keep the of Jaws? Actually, I could call it, you know, YouTube has a good point here. The magical jaw of sharks. Nah? It feels like a better sentence now. All right, so the name of our symbol is going to be the Ocean Man. The Ocean Man. And the Ocean Man is going to be a dwarf, a sturdy creature fond of drink and industry, and a shark. No, okay, no, that's an action or relationship. Creature, fish, bluefish, cavefish, clownfish, cuttlefish, giant cuttlefish, hagfish, lungfish, sunfish, milkfish, dogfish, metal jellyfish, swordfish. Ooh, swordfish checks out. Yeah, no, I do too, but I hope that it's gonna be popular. Let's go with a swordfish. raising. There's the direction this is going. The dwarf is raising the swordfish. Okay, then we're gonna do goblins. So if you set the number behind my head to 0, it just gives you plural, so just goblins. Impaled on. The goblins are impaled on the swordfish. And the dwarf is laughing. The swordfish is laughing. The swordfish is greeting the goblins. And the goblins are... I want to make this funny. Goblins are unnaturally contorted. You know, honestly, the goblins are unnaturally contorted. I think we'll just go with that. Making a plaintive gesture, maybe? Actually, no, the goblins are unnaturally contorted and confused. Let's go with that. So this is Ocean Man, the symbol of the magical saber. It is a image of a dwarf, a swordfish, and goblins. The dwarf is raising the swordfish. The goblins are impaled on the swordfish. The dwarf is laughing. It's open to interpretation on how many goblins. The swordfish is laughing. The dwarf is laughing. The swordfish is greeting the goblins. The goblins are unnaturally contorted and look confused. They're like, eh? The goblins are dead. I mean, dead or unnaturally contorted. It's quite the symbol. I mean, hey, he's holding it like a sword. It's like, ah. Actually, hold up. There's one other thing I got to add here. It's very important. The dwarf is striking a triumphant pose. He looks like Mega Chad, basically. I think it's perfect. That's Ocean Man. So we're still Wavepool. Aqua Manor was suggested, which is also pretty good. I think I'm gonna stick with Wavepool because it's funny. You're gonna need a legible screenshot of that. Hold up. There, it's plopped in announcements. All right, chat. Fortress Wavepool, I think is a go-go. The starting 7 are Tim. Also, no name. Thank you very much for the 5th month, by the way. Welcome back, mate. Tim, Sleepy, Schrubbert, Dotica, Mac, Nisbet, and Hammerhead. And Boudica up here is going to be the militia commander. And I think Shrubbert's going to join her. Yes. Tim's going to be the manager. And I think Sleepy's going to be the broker. Yeah, because they like, you know, that sort of stuff. Appraising. Definitely. I mean, you can, but don't feel the need to share it, because, I don't know. I don't like seeing that sort of stuff. If somebody wants to draw it, somebody can draw it, but, like, you do what you want with your own time, but we don't need to share it. Elfie's on it, though. I think we now just need to do this quick bit, which is, what do I bring? Well, I don't need no friggin' wheelbarrow for that. Don't need none of that. That's a waste. I'm going to bring 2 sandstone crowns to see who claims them out of morbid curiosity. I'm going to set a precedent with clothing in the hopes that, or rather, just to kind of force me to make a specific type of clothing. I like bringing cloaks, but I think to change it up a little bit. Oh, shit, they've got togas. What about some cave spider soaked togas? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is why, like, when people are like, Greg, what's your meta? And I'm like, I bring things that I probably shouldn't. See what the animal options are. I almost always read water buffaloes as bears for some reason, and I don't know why. We are going to be underground, but we are going to have a ton of water. I don't know, chat. What kind of livestock should I bring? Wavepool, sir. It's proper poolside attire. Yes, we are a seaside thing. I guess you were under. I guess you're starting to notice the trend. Let's bring some dogs and just train them as war dogs, because like I had like no dogs in the last fort. Sandals? I don't think dwarves can make sandals. I'm pretty sure that sandals are just I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, that they are a non-dwarven thing. Waterfowl, geese or ducks? Could do geese. The honkers. Some goose and ganders. That's probably plenty. Unless I want to bring something I can milk for cheese. Bring some pigs, maybe? Yes, but it's not easy, Alan. We'll try if they arrive, but you don't always get like sea creatures that are catchable. Usually it's just like normal fishing stuff. We'll definitely do fishing in this fort though. The reason you don't normally get sea creatures that are catchable is because often all that you get for your animal population is stuff from the surface. And when the sea creatures do arrive, they don't stick around very long usually. So it's very much going to be a roll of the dice. So you like alpacas for their resemblance to a miniature llama? What I want to know is why is that? So why such a specific? That is like I don't know, the most Zach and Tarn thing. I don't know. We kind of have a bit of a Greek vibe. Did they have alpacas in Greece? I think they had sheep, right? I think it was sheep. I'm just trying to think, like, what's something I can milk? Goats? Oh, yeah, true. We could do goats. Can't make clothing out of goats, though. Actually, I don't see goats. Just seeing llamas. Oh, no, there's goats. Hear me out, peacocks? You can once. Well, I mean, you can make leather. I mean, true, there's goat leather. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's bring some goats. You better not be gay, Mr. Goat. You better not. Now, because I've got togas. Wait, what? You tell me we don't have access to loincloths in this faction? Unless that's considered bodywear. This is true. Goat cheese is very... This is an interesting faction. Wait, what? We have brave? Wow, we do. Huh! Also, since when did these have a... What's it called? When did these have a sprite? I don't recall these having a sprite before. Actually, hold on. No, there's no turbans. Can never remember how to spell them. Those are booty shorts, damn right there. We need some philosophers. Well, they all hate society and like lying, so this checks out. I mean, I could just bring a bunch of pigtail sheets. We can make a bunch of choirs. I mean, I think this is going in the direction of Guildhall, Library, Military Fort. Under the ocean. I should specify. Is it true that that could be answered with a, like, Wikipedia lookup? In 2025? Because I think that's the less likely thing. Platonic Cave Dweller. I mean, yeah? I mean, maybe some don't. I don't speak for all Canadians. My family celebrates it, though, but we celebrate it just as an excuse to get together. Like, the actual historical meaning behind Thanksgiving is, like, not never mentioned, but it's why it's so close to, how do I put it? Halloween. Like, there's a lot of skeletons in the closet. And also, duct taped to trees and out front of the house. People are just very aware of it. But that, I genuinely, like, not to be dismissive or a dick, but, like, that is a really stupid question, in my opinion. Like, find me a holiday that doesn't have, like, some colossal amounts of murder surrounding it. Make something positive out of shitty history and do better. Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked by this. Like, we've got braids, but we don't have loincloths. That was just us celebrating Blind IRL merch. I mean, please don't celebrate my merch. It ain't worth celebrating. You know, I think I'm going to bring wheat flour and sugar. Maybe 5 of each, just to have some extra bags. An extra anvil. And then just spend the rest on wine. Okay, I'll put some of those points into rum. I think that's us, chat. I've tried to bring loincloths like 5 times. They're not available, YouTube chat. So that's how I ended up bringing braids. I don't think this faction can make loincloths. Spend it all on buckets. Now we'll make plenty. Actually, I'm going to remove 1 axe and add in a pickaxe. Hello, UGDPY. How is you? It's usually one or the other. I don't think I've ever seen braids before. So, I guess so. But I also don't think I've ever seen those before. In, like, as a embarkable item. I don't find that even remotely funny, Platonic Cave Dwellers, so I hope that you did. You should pick up a mug sometime. You have a small mug collection and you want some more pieces for them? Well, they're available. All right, so this is my silly Embark loadout. We've got sandstone crowns, plump helmet spawn, 2 iron anvils, an extra pickaxe, 7 silk togas, 7 goat leather braids, some extra wine and rum, some flour and sugar, some prepared donkey lung, some cave fish, some plump helmet, and 5 bags, some thread, some rope, some badger leather, maple buckets, maple splints, and maple crutches. Please don't crash. Send it. Welcome to the Fortress of Wavepool, ladies and dwarfs. You wish Twitch would stop crashing its tab? Out of curiosity, what web browser are you using? So, Sylvia Bunn? I've had that happen a little bit, but mostly with YouTube, actually. Like, YouTube's tab, like, as I use an offshoot of Firefox, and, like, YouTube dashboard crashes, like, twice a day for me. It's like every couple hours it crashes. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Arothast. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the wolves get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Ukar Gasal, Wavepool. Consider the earth struck. While it doesn't crash, it does sometimes have weird network problems. I mean, it may also be luminescent. It may also just be like specifically the streaming dashboard, because like studio.youtube.com versus YouTube is kind of a different site. Like, they have different apps on the phone as well. So they're pretty different on the website side of things. But, sure. You've never seen Brazen Game before. I've never seen a sprite for them before, so I think the sprites are new-ish. Yuristov, thank you very much for checking out a gift. It's very kind of you. Crypt wine. And a little bit of wine, yes. Yes. Just don't whine about it too much. All right, well, the first thing I'm going to do here... Oh, geez. Actually, the first thing I'm going to do is hide tutorials. I always forget, whenever people ask me, they're like, what DF hack commands do you use? I always forget to mention I use hide tutorials. Every fort. Every single fort. just period. Does the ocean freeze? I doubt it, because we're somewhere where it's pretty warm. It's also 96 layers deep, 15 high, and chat told me to quick save like an hour ago, so I will do that. I feel a little dumb. I forgot to enable my recording, but I did now. I usually put a break in the recording right here, but I forgot to enable it. Undersea Fortress, that is kind of the plan. The idea of Fortress Wavepool. If you do an island embark over a small sea, can things come to trade? Yes. Because fortresses count as land. There's actually... Is it on this world or was it on a different one? Yeah, this volcano is about 20 tiles away from the what's it called? The shore. So if I put like a 16 by 1 fortress here and then another 16 by 1 fortress here, you could settle on this volcano and have no issues getting migrants. I literally just did that, Ashrock, but if you insist. Chat's like watching loading bars fills. Okay, so this map does supposedly have quite a bit of natural materials. In fact, looking down here, seeing dacite, seeing a lot of sand. My plan, and usually what I end up doing in maps like this, is I dig underneath the ocean, and then in an area like this, I will build like a supported structure all the way to right about here, maybe to about here, and then all the way down to the bottom. Right underneath here, I'll make it so that I can break through it, and basically just dump the entirety of the ocean into a drainage hole that goes either off map or like deep enough that it doesn't matter. And then flows off into a cavern or something. That will make the frame rate go to 0. But the benefit of doing that is then I can make an entry tunnel that goes in through that. And I want to try and use that for defense. That's what I'm thinking. That's the plan. So, hence the name Wavepool. This is maybe the most fortress name checks out kind of forts I've done in ever. Maybe not ever, but in a long time. The first thing I need to do is I need to go militia, and let's say militia. Well, not militia, but you know what I mean. I like that Tim got expedition leader and also is fishing. We'll have to let Tim continue fishing then. Tim must fish. Holy shit, balls in a handbasket. Wow. Not to be mean, McNunn, but orcas aren't fish. But holy shit. I hope they stick around. He's incredibly trustful of everybody. She is incredibly trustful of everybody and prone to strong feelings of lust. She doesn't often feel envious of others and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she has a calm demeanor. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. I think like you have to make terrariums, catch them in terrariums, and then make the terrariums, like set them as terrariums and not terrariums. Otherwise they drown. No shit, yeah, exactly, Eric. Orcas? I guarantee you can't make war orcas. But breeding orcas would be pretty dope. Although you could get agitated giant... We could theoretically get agitated giant orcas, but the flies are just going to be a menace, man. Because this is an untamed ocean and an untamed wilds. Combined. Okay, I'm a little bit iffy about the surface, so we're just going to hack down a few trees. So... my plan
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
is to get under the ocean. Please don't make a dwarven SeaWorld. Why not a dwarven marine land? I will be completely direct with you. If I get the opportunity to catch one, I will. I doubt that we will. I'm not expecting. So we are going to dig. Militia commander is going to be this dwarf. The manager is going to be Tim. And the broker is going to be... I like how competent liar. Okay, broker is also going to be Tim. The bookkeeper is going to be Sleepy. Mitchell, hello. Do you want to hear the description of one of the worst dwarves I've ever read? Always? Okay. So this is Tim. Tim is my expedition leader. Tim is also our manager. Tim always presents himself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. He would never under any circumstances speak up or otherwise put forth his point of view in a discussion. He is interested only in facts in the real world. He is an optimist and curious and eager to learn. He's sometimes fearful in the face of imminent danger, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, likes a little excitement now and then, and does not go out of his way to help others, and enjoys the company of others. So, pretty normal so far, right? Now, he personally sees lying as an important means to an end, sees working hard as foolish and a waste of time, finds introspection to be a waste of time, and respects power. So he's going to do nothing and fish and be my manager. That's what this dwarf is going to do. And I'm going to have to give him a fishing spot underground so he doesn't die randomly. Actually, maybe I should turn off fishing until we get underground. But just like, personally sees lying as an important means to an end. Sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. Finds introspection to be a waste of time. Like, doesn't care about improving himself or making himself better. And anyway. I am not out of touch and the children are wrong and uneducated. So throw them in the mines and give them the pickaxes. They yearn for the mines. And the children are like, I'm traumatized by the 15 dead cats in the hallway. Shut up, child. You're stupid. Get in the mines. I don't have friends, but I like being around everybody and twiddling my thumbs in the corner. You love him? Jesus, aren't you supposed to be damning liars to hell? Like, isn't that, like, against the 10 Commandments? Oh, sorry, right. They just have to apologize to their priest once a week. I forgot. Oh, actually, true fact, right. Vibes. I get you. I mean, I love everyone. Put a chair under the tree by the water and make it his office. So, fun fact. If you have less than 20 dwarves, you don't need an office for any of your management. You don't actually need to give them an office until you hit 20 dwarves. I'm going to turn off fishing, but that's purely for safety of the fortress as a whole. I want him to, like, help us get underground. Once we underground, I can re-enable fishing for him. But right now, efficiency is paramount. I mean, I know a band that put out a song called The 10 Condemnments, but not too familiar with anything else. I am shocked I haven't hit an aquifer yet. What the hell? That is amazing. I just dug straight through this white sand wall. I thought I was just going to hit an aquifer, like, immediately, which means it's going to be way deeper. I was like, well, we're going to have to go through the aquifer through the dirt layers, and I guess not. Shit. Okay, so we are now... Okay, so Ocean 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. A Worka, as we call them where I'm from. We've also got bat rays. Speaking of, the orca's still there. Well, they haven't left the map, so that's cool. Yeah, so they'll either disappear pretty quickly, the orcas will, or they will be, like, on and off the map constantly for the rest of the run. It's like one of the two. I find that happens a lot with, like, the larger animal types. They're either just easy to find in there forever, or they disappear, like, immediately. Put out a self-titled album the other day. I rambled a bunch about this yesterday. I really dislike Megadeth. Like, they just kind of... I don't know. They sound whiny in, like, the worst way. That music from that era sounds. They're just not fun to listen to. Ugh, yeah, I don't know. Not a big fan of Megadeth. Like, they just... like, they've got a couple good songs, but... And I drum it up sometimes for the sake of entertainment, but mostly my own. But I just... Like, Peace Sells has a pretty good riff for a bit of it, and is a fun song. Symphony of Destruction is a fun song, but really it's like... I don't know. They're just kind of like shitty back Black Sabbath. Like, I'm also not a big fan of, like, what's it called? Metallica, like, at all. But that being said, I do like their, like their first few albums from Metallica. Like, they've got some of their early stuff is good. It's the later catalog that I really dislike. What about Rammstein? I liked that album they put out in 2020 a whole bunch. I've never seen them, actually. Rammstein almost burnt down a stadium in Vancouver, and were never allowed to come back. So, or at least they were banned from there for, like, it was like 20 years or something. It was a long time. So I've never had the opportunity to see them, but I would like to see Rammstein. It's true, and it's also Mustaine, who I dislike from the band. Yeah, no, I will say like Megadeth at their best can write a catchy riff, but a lot of bands can write a catchy riff. Like, I would rather listen to the Scorpions 10 days of the week than listen to Dave Mustaine going. Like, I'd rather listen to if I'm gonna listen to whining twits, I'd rather listen to like AC/DC, you know? Like, there's people that do that better too. So, I don't know. I don't, like, despise them or anything, but Scorpions are great, man. Underrated. Yeah, well, they are getting kind of old, Marcia. How's Tim? Tim is making a raw catch cover. He needs to be extravagant. He should probably go claim the crowns. I read that initially as you liked the band Venom. I was like, people talk about Venom? What? I mean, fair. He does kind of have, like, I'm grumpy and cynical kind of vibe, but I mean, if I were to, like, point at a favorite vocalist from, like, early metal, it is Iron Maiden, kind of hands down. Like, there's something about Bruce Dickinson's vocals that just, like, hit, and there's something about their riffs that every era, with the exception of maybe whatever Flight 666's full album title is called, like those two albums that they put out in the 90s that didn't have Bruce. But even those, like, aren't bad albums. They're just not Iron Maiden albums. I kind of just like everything they've done. So yeah, I don't know. Iron Maiden is like, it's hard. It feels rude to call them the old fogey band, but Iron Maiden is like the not young people in a metal band that I will just go see every time they're here forever. Had a free concert in your town? I've seen... When I was young and I was, like, getting into metal, Narcia, I would put one Iron Maiden album in the highest quality audio I could find on the internet onto my MP3 player. Also, Rammstein announced World Tour. What? I'm skimming this article. I don't see the dates. So then what's the dates then? Slayer, Metallica, Slipknot, Rammstein. That's gonna be like a $1,000 ticket, man. Oh, then it should say to be revealed. Also, Iron Maiden is the band that wrote my favorite bass line ever. And I don't think they've ever actually performed that song live, which is Back in the Village. Yeah, I also really like Fear of the Dark. You know, I've actually had some fans of Iron Maiden get upset with me for this take. My favorite Iron Maiden album is Brave New World, which I've been informed by more than one person in my life that Brave New World was the beginning of, like, their worst albums. And I kind of don't agree, because I really like them as, like, a hoity-toity prog band. Like, because they've gone more and more prog the longer they've been around, and I really like them as, like, we're gonna write a 15-minute-long ballads band. Like, I really enjoy that about them. I think they've got the songwriting talent for it, and Brave New World is kind of the start of that. But yes, Hematite right away. think they, like, there's only one live recording I can find of them playing it, and it's in Poland, and it sounds like somebody recorded it on a tape Walkman, like, in their butt crack. Like, if they've ever played it live, I can only find one live recording, and it sounds awful. So... Have you got the bits for the Riddle of Steel? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yeah, Power Slave also has a bit of that kind of vibe as well. So, also, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son kind of has a proggy feel to it, but... Burzum? Have I heard Mastodon? I've seen Mastodon twice. I used to always be the guy that made the joke on Twitter that whenever, like back when I was on Twitter, that whenever Mastodon was trending, I was always like, man, I thought they were putting out a new album. Because I was that guy for a bit. I'm actually going to forbid everything that's right here. Not that I don't want them to use it, I do. I just want them to haul the stuff from the wagon down. You know, Conan might be one of those universes that I know the least about. Taurus Gaming, it's good to see you, man. How you been? What's up, Shaku? I'm sure you were getting a lot of this yesterday. Not much, actually. Oh, you're talking... No, I thought you were talking about the overtime. Top made clip was from here. I got it a couple times. I got a few, like, your YouTube channel was my most watched, and your Twitch channel was most watched. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I realized that my most viewed game on Steam was definitely a channel that I got raided into that was doing a subathon while I was not at home. So I have 18 hours viewed of a game I've never heard of. Which was like, okay. You cooked for Mastodon? Really? One of the most interesting, like, band connections I've ever seen in my chat was... This was a good number of years ago. There was somebody in my chat who claimed to have been the assistant producer on the most recent Papa Roach album. Fuzzy of something awful. Something awful? Why so awful? I prefer falafel. You are my second most watched channel. Oh, nifty. And because everyone else has some variety, DF was your top game. I guess I should play other games, hey? Although then I probably wouldn't be your top channel if I played other games. If I were to bet. No, that's fair. Living. Awful? I mean... I don't know where I'm going with this. Got it right away. I'm old. I've got gray hair. Well, actually, I'm not that old. But I'm old enough to know what Something Awful and Goons are. I'm not old enough to have had a job where I could make an account because I was a child. And so instead, I hated Something Awful as a teen, I guess, because I couldn't afford an account. And instead of, like, you know, paying for an account, I just went on 4chan instead and talked about how I hated Something Awful. And as an adult, I'm like, well, I was a dumb kid once. Anyways, that's about where that thought process ends. Beer was your most used emote. Hey! Cooler's most used emote was Derplin, and he used it like almost 1,000 times. It was like 998 in a year, and he was more than 2/3 of the usage of it total in my channel or out of the channel, which I think is really funny. You had to pay for something awful? Yep, you still do. I mean, I've paid for a something awful account now. We're there for boat murder. Right. You didn't make it into the queue for it before it died? Gotcha. I thought your name looked familiar because I made a video on boat murder recently, but I was scrolling around in the threads for boat murdered. So I actually had to pay for an archive account. So I had to give them another $10. I'd had an account for a couple of years already, but I had to give them an additional $10 to look at old posts. You also cooked for Ozzy? Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. How much cocaine did you put in his food? I mean, how much cocaine did he request to be put in his food? 10 whole dollars. Yes, I know. I don't know. At the end of the day, I kind of prefer that business model as a grown-up who has income sources. I prefer that business model. It filters out the children and gives you less ads. But as a kid, I fucking hated it, so I went and shitposted on 4chan. And then around 2011, I stopped doing that because it got kind of weird. Speaking of $10, that's not $10, but thanks for the subscription. Appreciate it, Fuzzy. How much food? Eat your chips with your side of drugs. Wait, no, eat your side of chips with your drugs. There you go. It means you got to pay the tax again to shitpost. Doesn't that kind of like incentivize the moderation to ban people though? Sips tea. But like, no, I don't. Yeah. I mean, I've gifted 295 in the past year, and I'm pretty sure most of them are in my own chat, Darius. Although I did chuck a couple in Deep Spaces the other day. Because I was doing my taxes and looking at it and going, I need deductions. All are in my chat. Appreciate it. Not really. They need to ban people anymore. I mean, at this point, Something Awful is just a gigantic Discord server. Like, to put it in ways that kids understand, it's just a very large community what talks. I'm just gonna make some rock mugs for my dwarves. I'm also going to make a fish cleaner's workshop real quick, just to get the fish that one dwarf caught put away. Pause the game. Because we're in an ad break. You needed 14 more hours? Oh, so close. With long ass dreads and a Grateful Dead shirt? Half of what he was saying. The not understanding him part checks out. You're making Patty 2x4. You're making me think of. Has anybody here seen the Gordon Ramsay show 24 Hours to Hell and Back? So you haven't. It's Kitchen Nightmares with a different format. But part of that different format is he's like, everybody's always on their best behaviors when they see me walk in because they know who I am. So instead I go in undercover, and so he like dresses up as an old lady, and then shows up with a bunch of old ladies, or like. Dresses up as like a construction worker and then shows up with a bunch of construction workers with a big fake beard. And there's a bunch of compilations out there of him just like in all of his different costumes. That's what you're making me think about. Like, this is Townfire. Yeah. It's pretty funny, I will be honest. So this is just to get the fish stuff dealt with. Over here making a mug. I'm just gonna go up to here. Ran out of blocks. We'll let them do that. Yeah, and then he peels the skin off of his face, exactly. Hot Jambalaya? What's the name of that one guy on YouTube who gets really... I think he's also on TikTok, who gets really drunk and makes jambalaya. Stale Cracker? Is that his name? He's like just got an extraordinarily thick southern accent and just like has a giant pot of soup in front of him. Just stirs it slowly. Me too, actually, Fuzzy. I'm not sure why. But for some reason, I also want jambalaya. Let's also get rid of this level of stairs. I'm just trying to have like front doors I can lock. That's all I really want right now. Oh, everybody's sleeping. How dare! I'm just gonna create a squad real quick. Just set it to no uniform so we don't worry about any issues there. And it was Nisbet, I think, that I was gonna throw in there, right? Right? It was Nisbet, right? Or was it Shrub? It might have been Shrubbert. Yeah, it was Shrubbert. Did I give Nisbet combat skills too, or am I misthinking? I'm misthinking. It's making turkey gumbo. It's definitely like good cold weather food. Never really interacted with it. Jim Barbosa in YouTube chat. Yeah, like making Cajun food and hucking stuff over his head behind him. Finishes beer, crushes beer on the side of pot, throws beer overhead, grabs other beer off of belt that's covered, like completely surrounding his waist with beers while making food for 50. Going on about how good the rice is, and I'm just like, fuck this, I'm hungry. It's been 90 seconds. He's bald and an ex-cop. I mean, if you're talking about the guy I'm talking about, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I mean, like, most of the internet is a performance, right? It's just like a person being a caricature of themselves. Like, it's sort of like saying most streamers that are sponsored by like I don't know, fucking G Fuel or whatever, or Gamer Sups or whatever the current one is, are just drinking water out of their branded cup or coffee. Like, it's like suggesting that Max Verstappen isn't drinking Red Bull out of that Red Bull water bottle that's shaped like a can. I think I mean, it's still a joke. It's just looped back around to not being a joke anymore. It's like stage water at concerts. Well, it depends on the concert, but when I saw Dope Throne, they were passing around a yay big bottle of Jägermeister for all three bands before their set. Like, they just passing it back and forth. Just taking shots. Yes, I watch F1. That's all I have to say to that, Cave Dweller. What's my goal for this fort? The opposite of tree houses. So I've done a bunch of forts that are like very above ground focused. I want to do a underground focused fort, and I've seen pretty effectively how much enemy armies avoid danger, and by danger I mean like lava flowing towards them. I want to see how much they avoid water. So we're going to be fucking around with water. This is probably going to mostly be an underground/cave fort. I don't know. I mean, you can, Black Major. I don't actually care who wins. I don't really side with the team. I just want a good storyline. So I'm very, very happy that it's a three-way battle, because the worst thing, in my opinion, that can happen is somebody wins 20 races before the game, or not 20 races, but like 6 races before the championship is over. So personally, I don't care. I think that Lewis Hamilton's been really fucking annoying the past few weeks, though. He's paid enough money, he should, like, be able to talk coherently after losing. Like, I don't know, he's really annoying right now. That's about it. How close are goblins or towers? Goblins pretty close, towers, not super close. We are right here. There's goblins up here. Elves in the middle. I presume those are elves. Actually, humans. Elves and humans. The goblins are up there, though. They're like, what? More than a day's travel? Like a day and a half? I'm sorry, what? What is that called? Still getting used to the more sensitive mouse. The Fortress of Passbowl. Passbowl? Also what? Holy shit! The elves took over a goblin pit. That's impressive. Actually, I haven't looked at the name of their civs. The Seduction of Worlds of the Affiliated Midnight. Sorry, the Afflicted, not the Affiliated. The Afflicted Midnight. The Dark Goblin Fortress of Bad Sprays. I think these goblins like organic food. Or they don't like male cats. It's one of the two. Then there's a 10,000 down here called Trample Torments, which is also pretty good. Got Curse Leash, Seduce Pawns, Lie Future, Lone Spider, Certain Plague, and Plague's Shameful. Meowdy. I'm gonna go steal some book. Just gonna go loot items. I'm sorry, Vengeful joining an existing conflict? I mean, there's nothing agitated on the map. Somebody just died. Oh, wait, never mind. No, you just left the map. Shrub left the map. He didn't die. That just looked like he died, because... Anyway. Wasn't expecting him to leave the map so quickly. Alright, well that spooked me. Let's go down here and go back to digging. I'm also just going to go down to here real quick. Go game. Still, I know how to enable it. I just haven't done it. Up. Let's go 11. You at 12? Okay. No, I heard the giant step sound and was like, uh-oh, that sounded bad, but it's fine. One of my favorite stories about Lil Wayne was something that I heard on T-Pain's live stream. Patty? and he said that Lil Wayne and 50 Cent, because somebody in his chat like tipped him some money and asked like what video games do people he tours with play, and what games do you play on tour, and he goes, I don't play on tour because I like to practice, was literally his response. He's like, I try to avoid playing video games. He's like, I play some Candy Crush on my phone. But he's like, 50 Cent and Lil Wayne would play Madden on tour, but they wouldn't play Madden. They would bet on the AI of Madden. And he's like, they'd bet like 50 grand a night. And he's like, I was the opener. I got paid pretty well. Like, I'm doing okay, but I ain't got that kind of money, with a lot of words I can't say on stream without getting in trouble. But like, jeez, man. There's something about like that tale that just makes me chuckle. I don't know why, but it does. Him giving you a dab checks out. Also, for clarity, I always take stories like this with like a grain of salt, because I don't know anything about you. You could just be talking out your rear, but I believe the dab part. You don't keep up what was on the Switch? If it was a 3D Mario, then it was Odyssey. If it was a 2D Mario, then it would have either been whatever the ones on the Wii U were titled, or if not the ones on the Wii U, the Wonder? Could have been Mario Wonder. It could also have been any of the remasters, right? But if it was a recent one, it would have been Wonder. The magical jaw of sharks searched past bowl. Distractions, only the wise will tell, was looted. And my friend Outrage. Let's just steal all of these books. Or acquire all these books. I think Wonder came out about 5 years ago. Was it 3D or... it was 3D, then it was definitely Odyssey. If it was 3D, then it was definitely Odyssey. I don't think they'd put out the... I mean, actually, maybe they did. I don't believe they had released the Galaxy remasters at that point. So then it would have been Odyssey. Red and green dyed. Hold on. Let me make a dyer's shop. I just want to. Well, I need to focus on dyeing from the beginning if we're gonna do any kind of dyeing. Let's just get rid of this. Let's go here. Make a carpenter's shop. I'm going to do a lot of stuff with water. I haven't really done much with water since I made the video about me flooding my fort, so I'm sure this will go just... But no, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make an armor smithing guild. That is priority number 1. Actually, I could just do bed. Make me 10 beds. And then make a barrel. Let's also add wood to this. Well, let's just make a separate wood one once we get some space in here. You clearly haven't played enough Dwarf Fortress. Jesus. I don't like Lil Wayne's music at all. One of the weirdest things I've ever encountered while like watching live music was when I went to When We Were Young, and I think it was during the Good Charlotte set in 2023, Maybe it was 24. I actually can't remember. It was the year that Green Day headlined. Anyway, just randomly out of nowhere, Lil Wayne appeared on stage, and I was like, huh. I'm unwillingly having Lil Wayne inflicted on me. This is the only appropriate way to see Lil Wayne live. And then his set ended, and he walked away. And I was like, cool. I'm glad that was only, like, a song and a half. Because, like, I don't think I've ever outside of, like, trying to remember what the name of a song was or, like, complain about a song and then looking it up to check a lyric, I don't think I've ever actually willingly gone out of my way to listen to Lil Wayne. I've just had Lil Wayne periodically inflicted on my consciousness. It's like, I don't think I've ever gone out of my way to listen to Pitbull. Pitbull just shows up. I don't mind some of Pitbull's songs. He has some, like, just as inoffensive pop music goes, like, he has some songs that are bops, but, like, genuinely, like, I've never, like, gone out of my way to seek out Pitbull. Who shows up now? Chainsmokers. Mostly. He's an asshole? I wouldn't doubt it. Who wasn't an asshole that you cooked for? The Art of the Vile Horror Consorts was looted. That is a book that we just stole. For the Love of the Verse was looted. Hold on. This is a black diamond bound codex. The written portion consists of a 36-page essay entitled The Art of the Vile Horror Consorts, authored by Uspu Omos Pegek. It concerns a scuffle between the Vile Horror Consort Pillbat, Post-Habit, and the Abyssal and the elf Uspu Vile puzzled in the early winter of 141. In which the former emerged victorious. The writing drives forward relentlessly, and it gives a feeling of compassion here and there. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. This is like a full-on fucking novel. Gojira was awesome. Neat. I'm glad to hear Gojira was awesome. That is like a pretty rad book. Now, I'm kind of tempted to just dig down to the caverns. I have very few interactions like that with rock stars or like people in music. But one of the weirder interactions I had was at TwitchCon in the partner lounge. They always have like, you know, catering. And it's usually like a coffee bar or like a Starbucks pop-up. Sometimes both. And then like just sandwiches and shit. Oddly enough, Vegas had the nicest one. But at San Diego, I think in 2019, I was in line for a latte, and I was going to grab two so I could sneak one out to a friend. And Herman Lee was right behind me. And I turned around and, like, almost died. Like, I realized that Herman Lee was directly behind me. And I'm just like, love your music, dude. And he responds with, you have a cooler job than me, probably. I'm like, that's not true. And that was the extent of that conversation. You've dug like 50 levels down and you haven't found the caverns? Try digging horizontally. I've definitely hit the lava sea before hitting the first cavern before. I once hit the lava sea and then hitting the lava sea discovered all 3 caverns. Although I really like it when you're on like a volcano or something and then suddenly you find the lava sea and you're like, all right, which one of you fuckers fell in? Like somebody in chat once was trying to figure out why a volcano was draining. I'm like, I don't know, throw a cat in it. It'll scout it for you. I believe that Jackie Chan would be a nice guy. Okay, but does he get to manage a kingdom of dwarves every day? No, but he did get banned from Twitch for playing his own music. He got banned by his record label. It's one of the funniest Twitch bans, I think, in Twitch history, was Herman Lee getting taken down by his own label. He played a whole album and got 3 copyright strikes and got his account bopped. And then, like, he was back, like, a week later or something. Took some paperwork, but it was fine. Although, Herman Lee streaming with Tosin Abasi, that's his name. I was blanking on, I was like, what's his last name? I was like, Tosin, what's his last name? But Herman Lee streaming with Tosin Abasi playing Dragon Force songs is maybe one of the funniest things I've ever seen, because Tosin just looks so fucking bored. He's like, practically like, he's just like no-selling it, like just strumming really fast. If you don't know who Tosin Abasi is, he's one of the 2 guitarists for the band Animals as Leaders, which is an extremely like technical instrumental metal band that I love. But do I make music now, or have I? Have I? Yes. There was a point in my life, which was many years ago, where I was taking university level composition and music theory. As like a 15-year-old, 14-year-old, 13-year-old child. But I stopped for a variety of reasons. I think my biggest achievement was I won a Young Composers contest and got a piece of music performed by the Vancouver Chamber Choir, which was really cool. I still have a CD with that recording on it. I should probably back that up, actually. But that's probably the most that I ever did. I did get a few other pieces performed, but that was probably the coolest thing that I ever did. And these days, I don't write music. I have a couple synthesizers that I bought on impulse during the pandemic when everybody was bored shitless and was getting stimulus checks. And I will occasionally get really stoned and make weird sounds in my headphones and then forget the settings and never record them. So, yeah. Thank you for congratulating me on something I did when I was 11. I was competing against other 11-year-olds. I mean, like, it was a contest that you could enter through a and that was like announced in a newspaper and sent out in a newsletter to students. And they had age categories. So I was competing against people that were within 4 years of my age. So it was like 10 to 15s. I remember that. So I don't know. I don't think it's that big of an achievement because, like, I was just like a child with Sibelius and like no real idea what I was doing. But thank you, I guess. I don't know. It's a neat memory, if nothing else. Which band was always notorious for having a demand for something like green MMMs? I see they always snuck it onto the stage and set up in safety section contracts to make sure that people actually read them. No green M&Ms equals run another search and make sure that the safety was set up and was done right. More than once, this turned out to be a very wise decision. That's interesting. Huh. Hold on. I need to look this up. There's something specific I need to look up. So it's either Sum 41 or Blink-182. And I always forget which one. All right, well, this is gonna be a weird Google search. I'm just gonna Google search the thing. Okay, it was Blink-182. Blink-182's parent company is named Poo Poo Butt Inc. because they thought it would be funny that their lawyers would have to say that a lot. I don't know why that came to mind, but that just came to mind and I needed to look that up and confirm it. So, shoutouts to Blink-182 for naming their holding company Poo Poo Butt. Although I guess if you're the lawyer for Blink-182, you kind of know what you're signing up for, right? Let's just get this wood down here. Dwarfs' backs again. What else do we get now? Good for them. I mean, yeah. I can't knock it. Asked for a katana? Biffy Clyro asked for a katana? I remember, oh geez, what was the name of that band? Headley. I should know this. A friend of mine did a bunch of stage stuff at the Art in Maple Ridge. And like he was a lighting tech. And I volunteered for them years ago when I did theater stuff. And I remember my friend's dad complaining about Headley. I didn't work the show or anything, but I remember him complaining about Headley because he had to do 4 beer runs for them, and they didn't pay him back. Which is like, okay, like they were refusing to like go on stage and stuff, do sound check, etc., without getting alcohol sent to them. Climax and nothing more was looted, excellent, and it is the Sacred Depth. Was also looted. This is also training like my squad in tasks that are actually useful. Here, let's move this 1200 degree stage light for 10 minutes after it's been on for 3 hours. It's usually on maps with multiple biomes. Believe it or not, I saw Buddy Rich in concert just before he died. Big jazz band. Yeah, I'm familiar with Buddy Rich. That wasn't your first concert, though. It was the first one. Your first one was the Beach Boys? You were like 10? I saw the Beach Boys unwillingly once because they were just playing at the fair in Vancouver and I was at the fair that day. Same way that I saw, a couple of years later, I also saw the Monkees because I was just at the fair in Vancouver and they were just playing. I was like, oh shit, Monkees. Is that the, like, it was me and my moderator Stone Hobo because he was visiting at the time. And I remember just like looking at him and it's just like, is that the Monkees? the hell? Wait, hold up. Abba stole like 80% of your wine glasses? I wonder if they did that knowingly. My most recent, like, famous person thing was... I was on the way home from PAX with Orange_TJ, who's sometimes in chat, and we got stuck behind... And we were taking the bus back, because it's quicker than the train and way cheaper than the train. I like how this dwarf is sleeping perfectly on a bed, but not actually sleeping on the bed. We were stuck behind a bunch of tour buses, which was a little odd. And 20 minutes goes by at the border, 30 minutes goes by at the border, 40 minutes goes by, and we're not allowed to leave the bus, right? Because we're in the line to like go through security, right? And the buses all line up in their own queue. And nothing's moved. And everybody on their phones are like, okay, who's playing in Vancouver tonight or tomorrow? It was the Chicks. once known as like the Dixie Chicks. And they held us up for 2.5 hours. And then our bus goes up, and we were in and out in 10 minutes. Not even. We spent more time sitting stationary at the border than we did driving. I mean, the old name was bad, and the new name is worse. Enemy. YouTube chat also shouts out, hey, it's the monkeys. Yes, it is. This dwarf keeps losing their sprite when they come back, and it keeps making me think, oh no. I really like the look of the togas on them. The Holy Crevice. Natural or supernatural? Authored by Uspu. Do you think that this is the sequel or the prequel to Climax and Nothing More? The other book that we stole. That's also not very good. But it concerns the membership of the elf Uspu in the Sect of Holes. Of course it did. In 143. Are they worshipping dwarves? Okay, like, sex jokes aside. Are they worshipping dwarves? The writing is exceptionally ornate. It's right on the screen. I'm not making this up, enemy. How is New Dwarfs today? Yeah. Although I did steal possibly the coolest book title of all time already, which was The Art of the Vile Horror of Consorts, which is actually like a 30-page short story. And it's also a black diamond bound codex. Actually, you know what? Sect of Holes is just like the Dwarf Fortress version of Tremors. Brad Marsh in YouTube chat says, I almost got into a fist fight with Screech from Saved by the Bell. I don't actually know who that is, but I know what Saved by the Bell is. Why? I think is my only real response to that is why? What did you do / what did he do? So, everybody always asks me, do I ever get like analysis paralysis when building? Analysis paralysis when building. Yes, right now, actually. To those of you who wonder that, at this very moment, I have analysis paralysis. I have zero fucking idea what to build from here. Let's just make let's make a mechanic shop. Let's make 2 stoneworkers. And let's make a dyer's shop. I'm gonna say rock block. Excuse me. Just gonna use diorite. I'm gonna do 80 of them just so we have a bunch. I'm going, oops, I didn't mean to back all the way up. I'm going to mechanics, rock, mechanisms, let's say 10. I will do what? He played at a local comedy club and put his bear starfish against the glass, overlooking the whole plaza just because. Imagine having enough money that rules don't exist. I guess your celebrity encounter was nodding at Stephen King as he walked by at the airport. Oh, that's kind of neat. While reading Lindsay's story newly released. Just the googly-eyed thing at you. When I was heading back from TwitchCon Los Angeles, LA, the one that was at I think it was Long Beach. It was a long time ago, it was 2017. I saw Be Real from like 100 meters away in LAX. He was in the security line the fast pass security line, but like completely surrounded by security. What else do I need? Let's say rock table. I actually really like wooden chairs, so I'm gonna do wooden chairs, which means I need to make a carpenter shop. I'm basically just building up a little library here. I'm gonna say 20 tables, 20 chairs. The chairs can just be whatever type. Tables will make out of diorite. And let's say... You delivered a pizza to John Goodman? Yeah, I think that's the... Like, I'll say this. Like, I'm not famous, but I do get recognized sometimes. And personally, as long as you're polite and not a weirdo, it's totally fine. Like, I've never had an issue really with people. The only time there's ever like even close to an issue is when like, I don't know, people just act like they're following me for a while before they say hi. Like, just say hi. If you're going to say hi, just say hi. Or don't say hi. Well, that's good. You always like to hear that, Eric. That top clip was how many books are too many? Oh, really? How many books are too many? Yeah, true. That clip did get shared around quite a bit, though. That was one of my top clips of the year, I think. Everything gets its own level. I kind of don't like doing that, not because I don't like the idea of it, enemy, but because I like my forts to be visually understandable by the audience. But I could try and do something like that. Like, this is very much everything right here is just going to get deconstructed. So and the only reason it's a large space is probably because this is going to turn into an entry at some point, or a water reservoir. We are still under the ocean, right? Yes. So what I could do is I could do, like, 2 stairs down here. I don't want to... Chat, are we lucky number 13 or unlucky number 13 kind of people? What are we? This is lucky. Okay, we're going to go down to layer 13 then. Because I'm kind of thinking about making this into a water reservoir, and I want to be a few layers below it. So it's one layer, 2 layer, 3 layer down. And I'll start building directly underneath this. Yeah, that's how we're going to do that. So I am going to take Hammerhead off of other tasks. And just let him go get to digging. Unless it's an aquifer, then it's unlucky number 13. Clearly. You're lucky number 7 kind of people? Yeah. Not a celebrity encounter, but I saw a bunch of local bands at the beginning of the year, like back in spring. By local, I mean like from Vancouver, and a friend of mine came over to see them. And the next day, so we actually went to 2 concerts that day. We saw 3 bands at one venue that ended at 10, and then got in a taxi and went to a different venue and saw another band that ended at like 12:30. And I ran into the headliner of the first band, which was Wangro, the next day at the thrift store. I don't know why they were in Value Village, but I ran into them in Value Village. I needed to... I can't remember what I was buying. I think I was actually buying clothing for my little sister's wedding. Yeah, they were just like there. I'm not sure why. But ran into them, so that was kind of weird. And then, like, when I was flying to Montreal in June, I ran into all of Opal in Sky in the bathrooms of all places. Like, I was walking into the bathrooms and like the vocalists of that band are identical twins, so they're pretty easy to spot. And I saw one of them and I was like, huh. And I walked into the bathroom and saw the other one washing his hands in the bathroom. I was like, oh shit. Well, that's a thing. And then ran into them again in the Tim Hortons line and said hi. As in the 13th is your birthday, or today is your birthday? Haven't really had many celebrity encounters. In my experience, generally celebrity encounters are don't meet your heroes. That's not that I speak with too much experience, but maybe don't meet your heroes. Oh, I got to... This was at a comic convention, but I got to see Stan Lee in the flesh. Oh, I'm screwing this up, aren't I? This is gonna kind of be our central living space. Stanley who? The Parable, obviously. Stanley. Oh, Stanley. Yeah, I don't think that the number 6-7 getting shouted by kids is gonna have the same kind of staying power as something like I don't know, 69 nice, you know? So Stone will get to reclaim their number eventually. I'm sure of it. Skibbity's already long gone? Well, as somebody who occasionally listens to Little Big, I disagree, but... Oh, you got to meet Pros DD? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I believe that... I've walked past Pro DD at TwitchCon before. So. Good luck. High kinesthetic sense, musical, distrustful, not inclined to create art and not creative, but dreams of creating a great work of art. Values honesty and loyalty and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Buddy. Buddy. The new remix to Skibbity is Fire Flames? You mean Fire and the Flames, or something else? Love Little Big almost as much as you love Creed. I can't tell if you like Creed or if all of your Creed jokes are ironic. By the way, I enabled dwarf naming chat, so it should be accessible. Hot Fire Flames? Ah. I was imagining like a mashup of Skibbity and Fire and the Flames. But, its natural beauty. He acts with little determination and confidence and lives a fast-paced life and doesn't often feel... Laya. Beard or no beard. So the way we're doing this today is I didn't name any dwarves after viewers for the starting 7. We've got Boudica, Hammerhead, Tim, Mac, Sleepy, Nisbet, and Shrubbert. So you get one of the migrants. So would you like a beard or no beard? I don't actually know how many migrants we're going to get, but I assume more than one. I should probably update that, but we're going to be playing with water. No beard, please, you shall wait. Okay, let's see if this dwarf fits in the military then. Consider what I always think of him. He tries to do things correctly each time. He doesn't cling tightly to it. He doesn't have experience. Okay, I will. He does have martial Doesn't focus on material goods. We'll throw Dubal into the military. And you brought a goat. Is it your pet? Yeah, you do have a pet goat. Okay. I love these dwarves' eyes. They're so fucking silly looking. Personally is disgusted by married makers, dislikes cooperation, and doesn't care about family. Sorry. We have Sleepy and now we have Grumpy. He lives an austere lifestyle, disdaining even minor immodesties in appearance, and he's Tim too, actually. And even minor immodesties in appearance. He very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, is made deeply uncomfortable by deep differences in appearance or culture. Definitely Tim too. And he doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, so he's savable. We can fix him. He is often somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and is not particularly interested. Sorry, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He's just grumpy. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. And tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He has a massive family. His youngest son is coming to the fort, too. He's got a big family. Jeez. Massive family. And a pet puppy. I understand why he's grumpy now. He has 7 daughters and 2 sons. I retired it since Swinger. She is frequently depressed and can be very happy and optimistic. What? Though she remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she has a greedy streak. She has a calm demeanor, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She likes to brawl, though she is disturbed by this, and she values quiet, at least in the abstract. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Also, I would like to point out, the symbol of the fortress is a dwarf holding up a swordfish, stabbing a bunch of goblins with it, and it's called Ocean Man. And the fortress is called Wavepool. So, I think that we did a very good job on the naming of this fortress. She dreams of ruling the fucking world. Okay. All right. And she personally finds romance distasteful, sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't particularly value self-control. Honestly, that escalated way quicker than I thought it was going to. I was thinking like art or something. Or maybe raising a family. She likes obsidian and silver and white chalcedony and chimpanzee leather and brown recluse spoder silk and llama wool, pigtail fabric, greaves, and large gems. Goats for their eating habits and the sound of the drum of trumpets. And when possible, she prefers to consume apple cider, goat's milk, and absolutely hates mussels. It's a baroness in the making. Completely bald. She has 9 children. Boy. She worships like a dozen deities. She's got a long-term acquaintance. Actually, hold up. I haven't checked what the most popular god is. Excellent. The Keeper of Blankets has 7 dwarves worshipping it. The Cradled Fellowship. So, there's a god called the Keeper of Blankets. And so we've called it the Comfy God. The God of Comfy! And, it seems to be quite popular, so that makes me happy. The Eternal Snoozer. Yeah! 2, 3. Hauling squad inbound. Also, real quick, I'm just going to hit this. Go gather fruit. I'm just going to disable that. It's been a good couple hours. I'm going to go take a piss break. And then we'll get somebody named for the YouTube chat. BRB. Hello, how's it up, by the way? It's good to see you, man. Just give me like 90 seconds. YouTube folks. The first person to put 3 pickaxe emojis into the YouTube chat can name a dwarf. You sketched your Our Lady of Cozy? Oh, wow. The Keeper of Blankets. I approve. I do approve. All right. If only there were a god of hot cocoa. Yeah. Wraith of Seth. What dwarf would you like to name? Those are your options. Well, the ones that all say new arrival are your options. Also, Haas says, I hope you're doing well. Mods, can I get a shout out for Haas if we haven't done that? The last fort, if you type in ! last fort, it'll give you the TLDR generally. But I retired it because we were just starting to see the issues that were... That's all good, right? We were starting to see the issues that were going to make that fort, like, fall inevitably, and we decided to just, like, nip that one in the bud and just move on. Also, what's Grumpy's legendary skill? Grumpy's got a legendary skill. And you are a competent pike dwarf? Hold the fucking phone, really? You'd like the peasant? The peasant was already named, so I can't give you that one, unfortunately. I should have been more specific. These two are already named, so I could give you the metal crafter, or I could give you one of the kids, basically, are the options. They are sorted by age, so this one would be the oldest, who's 17. This kid will be an adult in 1 year. Ithor down here is 5. Yeah, all good. Sorry, I should have specified. That's on me. You're doing well enough. You're getting your butt bullied by the new siege stuff. Same. Too used to just being able to lock the door. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm trying to like train up a squad already by stealing books, like right off the bat. Like training, ambushing, and leadership skills and all that. You'll take the oldest kid. Okay. Grumpy is your dad, by the way. Wraith of Seth is mint channels. Greatly moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He has an active imagination, and he is quite polite. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He can handle stress and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He likes to brawl and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and licks his lips when he's nervous. He begins speaking in monotone whenever he's angered, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally views loyalty unfavorably, sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Ah, so you're a 17-year-old boy. He likes sandstone, nickel, sunstone, and the color dark scarlet, statues and the words of the Saturn luxuries, and the sight of the wonder of cavorting, and when possible, prefers to consume pond turtle and radish wine, and absolutely disdains slugs. Checks beard. Yep, definitely sounds. So blue deities in that list are like, actually here, I'll just show you. These are the deity themselves. The yellow ones are religions that focus on a particular deity. So a dwarf could worship this god, but not be in a but not be a part of a religion that like worships that particular god. Like this is the Coven of Squids. They worship the god of the rain. Okay, well the god of the rain is Inno. You could worship the god of rain, but not be in the Coven of Squids. Like there's only one of the two is actually in the Coven of Squids. That's what that means. Also, apparently I just disconnected from the YouTube chat, so that just happened. All right. Let's see what I can do for dye. I can make cherry bark dye. I did also just enable harvesting of things, so I'll just kind of keep an eye on that. Down in here, this is going to be where we dig and live, but we got dwarves that need to go gather plants and do other things. So as he get into work. I don't know what that is, Eric, so I don't know. Are they? No. If a dwarf worships a specific religion and there's more than 10 dwarves of that religion in the fort, they will petition for a temple dedicated to that religion, and they will be unsatisfied after performing incorrect rites to that god at a temple once they've petitioned for it. Otherwise, they will be like mixed to positive after like incompetently performing the rites at a unconventional temple. But like once they've demanded it, they'll get upset praying to their god. Like they'll still satisfy the need, but they'll get a bad thought. Whereas if they're satisfied by a temple, then they'll be fine. Also going to quickly make a gem cutter shop. I don't have a craft store shop at the moment. Let's just throw that back and just make some rock toys. For the kids, you know? Good thing though, like we now actually have a bunch of like haulers helping out. Okay, so I now have 3 dwarves in this squatty. We got Question Zotho, Save Savage Hips. Damn right! I wouldn't question those Savage Hips. And the Holy Crevice Natural, or Supernatural is the other one, yes. Let's go back and keep... That's a very long title to that. book. We are right here. I'm going to keep going to this location because I'm just clearing this location out of all of the books. Contained inks? No. The water, the contained water, the ocean, the oceanic water is the name of... Actually, why don't I name it the salty water? Or the savage water? Salty or savage, chat? Holy crevice of savage hips. 2 different books, but yes. Chat's saying salty. Everyone was salty. Salty water. They're off to go get more book. Soldier cannot leave sight. Explain. Huh? There's no burrow. These ain't locked. Let's try again. Worked the other times. Bruh. Maybe it's because you're a miner? I will remove your pickaxe, madam. I haven't set a new goal yet, but I probably should. It's mostly just because I don't know exactly what I'm going to title it. Why can't they leave sight now? Like, I rename it and they can't leave. Let's try a different site. Like this monastery. Last fort, Dr. Y. Here. I'll update the goal command because it is generally updated. There you go. It's very simple because it needs to be elaborated on. I don't spill stuff. I almost never do. Chad asked me this yesterday, and all I say is whenever I specify orders, I just assign a specific dwarf to a specific shop, and then assign them to that. Outside of that, it's just 5s. Hello there. How are you? Mass. Lack of bottlenecks. Yep, there was too many ways into the fort, and not enough ways to focus enemies in a small spot. Kept running out of ammo. It sucked. Go watch the bot if you want to see. Salty sailor dwarves? Well, ocean inhabiting. Maybe not salty sailor. So this squad can't leave the world map all of a sudden, and I'm like kind of perplexed by this concept. I've never noticed this before with a squad. Like, it's not like they can't get above ground. I wonder if it's because they're all currently under the ocean, technically. Like, I didn't... Like, downward stairway, upward stairway, like, they're going up and down, no problem. I am completely confused. If you want more trade partners, demand a singular tribute or ongoing tribute if you want random crap delivered to you. If they deny it, they won't go to war with you, but they will trade with you. If you want to go to war with people, just demand surrender to random people. Or, like, if you want to go to war with the goblins, like, just demand tribute, and they'll deny it, and then attack you. Because the goblins can't be friendly. Okay, so now they leave. That's wild. Okay. So if the military is under the ocean, they can't leave the map. That's not great. No, it's all good. It's not. It's technically still on topic, so no derailing from my perspective. They're just under a lot of pressure. No, it seems like a bug. I don't remember them doing that before. Also, I updated the goal. It literally just says play with water now. That's it. Yeah. I mean, it's some... I've never seen it before. I don't know if it's a ongoing fort or not. I will ban you from my chat, Radbug. Just go back to the beginning of the VOD if you want to hear me explain that again, and it's not funny, and it won't ever be. We've had actually this exact discussion before. I don't want to sound like a broken record, mate. Grow up. Get in the current year. You spelled A wrong. It's EH question mark. Then you would have the full Canadian sentence. Eh? Sorry. It's all good. But no. It's Untamed Wilds anyway. What happened to the fort yesterday? Exclamation point last fort. Usually when I retire forts or abandon forts, it's because it stopped being fun to play. And that's kind of where I was at with that fort. Like, kind of none of my plans were working. And, like, it was cool to look at, but it wasn't practical to defend. And I want to see if I can make something that's, like, practical to defend. That's why they call me Salty Farquaad. Or as Dragon. They don't call me that, I don't think. Alright, well, I got... the buttery... Wait, hold up. The Sark shirts, captivated by the monastery. Goblin, the true goblins by the dwarf. From the, this is the buttery church, chat. That's the most, like, southern U.S. If it was the deep fried buttery church, then it would be like the most southern U.S. thing I've ever read. Yeah, the buttery church, the Church of Butters. You know, the South Park character. And could it be Tisler? Flukennesselt. Yeah, that's wild that they cannot leave site now. So let's just station them all right there. After they all get drinks. I made you mugs. Don't use your mug, you lazy dwarf. I mean, I've had deep fried butter before, which is why, you know, partially why I bring it up. Also, Radbug, I feel like I owe you an apology. I am uncharacteristically mean to you for some reason. I need to just not read the thing that twerks my brain in a bad way. Versus going after you, so I'm sorry, dude. Killed your losing streak? Oh, in the... like calcium crypt? How does it taste? Fat? Have you ever just, like, eaten bacon fat? Imagine that, but deep fried. Usually what they do is they freeze the butter and then, like, batter it and then flash it. So it's kind of like really fucking weird tasting ice cream. What, eating deep fried butter? I'm not gonna say that I have good taste. I also haven't... Oh, eating bacon fat. All right. I'm not above it. I know what I am. Okay, I should be able to send them out right away now. So what's, You're adequate tactician already. That's what one of the skills that we're trying to level up here. Yes. Loomis is correct here. I mean, it's the two simple pleasures of existence. Butter and carbs, right? Make dye. What can I do? I can make blueberry dye. Grape dye. These are like very boring colors though. Radish dye. Turnip skin. I definitely don't have enough bags for these to even be remotely worth it. Some grape dye. So what I'm thinking I'm gonna do is dig down to the caverns. Does it taste purple? I don't think so. I'd rather... What does purple taste like? If you mean like purple pop, probably. Deep fried... Actually, a deep fried... Well, actually, deep fried condensed milk is pretty good. According to YouTube chat says deep fried milk is pretty good. I'm like, deep fried condensed milk is pretty good. It just tastes like ice cream. Rather, deep fried ice cream is just kind of like a cream puff from hell. It's like a cream puff that burns your mouth. Purple tastes like it can function as a cleaning product. I don't eat cleaning products. What do cleaning products taste like? One of my favorite, like, dumb things to like ask people is when they're just like, is when people ask, or like ask if I like cilantro or not because it tastes like soap, and I'm like, why do you know what soap tastes like? Is always my response. But I realize that it's like a really dumb thing to say because like it tastes the way it smells. I don't know. I can't say I've ever had a soap that's smelled delicious. Also, I do have to say that it looks like grape dye is pretty purple. Let's also up our booze supply here. Not wash our mouth with soap. I remember vaguely my Oma threatening to do that, but never actually doing it. I'm also gonna go over here. I'm gonna go to labor, kitchen, before I forget. Let's not brew or cook grapes, because I'm just gonna use those for... Same with radishes. I'm just going to use those for dyes, I think. And Don't cook any of the seeds. Don't cook any of the drinks. Do cook all of those. I guess they've eaten all of my pigtails. Another kid in kindergarten would wash their teeth with soap. That's concerning. Zessaverson, thank you very much for chucking gifts up at Zapperson. Yeah, I believe it, Radbug. That sounds unpleasant. Throw them in your local volcano, Sev. Like, realistically, there isn't much you can do with them now. We are currently in... Do I have an unnamed beard? Yes, I do. I got Two Ball. If you'd like Two Ball, we could do that. So, like, right now, there isn't anything you can
Almost
do.
2 years.
Jeez, Zell. Almost 2 years. That's such a long time. Like, so 24 months. So I guess 2 years. Is 2 years. I can't see what anybody's saying, by the way. Also, hey, later, Ren. What's up? But if you build the cage that they're in, and you dump if you use the dump tool on them, yeah, you take a big dump on them. You know what I mean? They will take all of their clothes and throw them in a trash bin. You could pen pasture them somewhere, and they'll be brought somewhere, but then run away. If you pen pasture them into the middle of your military base, the dwarves will just kill them, and they're kind of like training. Although it will scar the ever-living shit out of the dwarf that's pen pasturing it. You could use a pit pond and throw them over the edge of something. If you set it as a pit, this could allow you to throw them into the caverns to go fight a forgotten beast or whatever, or over the wall into a moat or whatever you want to do. Or just throw them with their stuff if you don't care much. Or you could like use a pit pond and throw them into where your military is training. Which actually isn't a bad way to train dwarves. Assuming they have the mental capacity for training like that. I did say big dump, yes. I also commented earlier that Blink-182 named their holding company Poo Poo Butt because they thought it would be funny if their lawyer would have to say that a lot. I said that earlier, too. Pit pond to trade siegers? Yeah, I mean, you could, like, throw them in front of a bunch of ballista and just blast. Run away from this, drop in front of firing squad. I think I would train Marks dwarves first. It's funny in an exceptionally childish way. Let's just go down to layer -20 and see if we hit the caverns. I want to farm in the caverns. Farm in the caverns. I've screwed up and put chat in a mood, haven't I? I have to enunciate exceptionally clearly to not get accused of making butt jokes now. I suppose this is my life. So this is going to be a guild hall. I may 50-50 it as like a guild hall plus... As a guild hall plus library? I don't know. Did you, Tammy? This reminds me of a bit from some sitcom where the you're not sorry, Laya. Where like one of the parent characters is like, your sister said stop saying but, and then the kid says but mom, and she says you heard me, and for some reason that's in my head right now. So congratulations, this is the level that you guys are stooping to. That might be one of the worst emotes I've ever added to the selection, but maybe one of the best. Interest, Zildi. Purple togas is pretty good. You know, I can't lie. You're kind of onto something there. Oh my gosh. All right, well, we did strike wood opals. So this map apparently has an aquifer on it. Haven't found it yet. I presume that Darius wants this dwarf. Darius, the method crafter, sizzle slings, does not trust others and is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. He is convicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He often feels discouraged and he tends to hold on to grievances. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and is one of the first dwarves in the fortress to feel that way. He does not focus on material goods and he tends to consider what others think of him. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and lives a fast-paced life. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Watch, it's under the ocean. We are under the ocean. He personally values honesty and loyalty and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. I mean, I saw an aquifer relatively recently that was below the first cavern layer, which was bizarre. He likes Realgar and rose gold and yellow diamond, Ardroik for parchment and crossbows, and gauntlets and armor stands and large gems and cabbages for their taste, and the words of the salty scribe and the sight of the smile of skirts. There's something kind of sketch about that. And when possible prefers to consume cavy, oyster, checks out, and plum wine. And bumblebee honey. Streaming low quality, looks like he's the dwarf looks like he's wearing something. Yeah, I guess he's got big ass bushy unibrow and eyebrows. Checks out. Or wait, do I look like I'm wearing sunglasses? He has a very long beard, which is neat combed. Sideburns are clean shaven, and very long mustache, which is neatly combed. His hair is clean shaven. His beard, he has a broad body and is very low cheekbones. He has a prominent chin and flattened ears that are nearly fuse lobed. And you've got a pet nanny goat, and you're a passing acquaintance with Shrubbert. And you're a member of the Most Cavern, and you worship Amoth Karlib, which is not the god of cuddles. I mean, blankets. Rare honey enjoyer, yeah. I love this dwarf's eyes. I don't know how much it shows up on the lower quality streams, but he looks like he got punched in the nose, but also has bug eyes. Like, it's like, brrr, like he's got googly eyes. A 64-ounce big gulp. Where's your guys' bathroom? Out back by the dumpster. Probably cleaner than the bathroom. Unless you're asking me literally, out the door to the right. To the right again, past the currently mealybug-infested houseplants that are in isolation from the rest of my houseplants. And it's right there. It's right in front of you. Next to my bikes. Okay, so I've gone down to layer 27. This goes down to layer minus 90. Let's go down another 10. Haven't hit an aquifer. And haven't hit a cavern layer. Well, they're not in jail. It's more like the ER. A layer under the ocean floor? Yeah, sure, but like, okay, so I started on land outside of the ocean, dug down through all these dirt tiles, and there was no aquifer, got down to here, dug over to here under the ocean, and then started digging down. So there could be one up here. Like, it could be, like, one layer below. That is absolutely possible. But, like, I feel like I would have hit one on the other side as well. Like, it's weird that I haven't hit one yet. Like, I might actually just do some aquifer scouting soon-ish. Did I really? Am I really that dumb? I'm really that dumb. Wow. Okay, what's your leading skill? Holy books. Well, I didn't even get to click that. I need to make a trading depot. Like now. I have my moments, Dr. Lovelace. That is a lot of books. Or a lot of poems, you know. A lot of dances. Holy crap. The Birth of Warts. Yuck. Sorry, what is the Birth of Warts exactly? Aside from probably being a Cannibal Corpse song? It is a musical composition authored by Emima Lafawakwain. Sure. It is an example of the chant of festivals. The work has no particular subject, and the composition is masterful. All right, fine. I will just feel disgusted on my own then. Knows an essay. The classic dwarf. And we see poker. Ah. And we see puppets. Likes entertainment. Get it. Let's just real quick make a trade depot. Rum is needed. Go get your rum. We're in an ad break, so I will pause game until ads are done. Because right now I can't talk to Telenartho, because there might be in an ad. I actually don't know. Wait. My shoulder is sore. So I think we cleared it. I think we cleared it with numbers to spare. Yeah, we've almost doubled the daily minimum, so appreciate you guys, chat. And thanks, by the way, to everybody who's hanging out. We had 371 people here at one point today. And currently sitting around 300, and there's 179 on YouTube. So thanks to everybody who's tuned in so far. If you are watching on the YouTube side of things, please do remember to leave a like. On the stream. You have AI hamsters? See, I have actual hamsters running my GPU, I'll have you know. I have to keep them in a noise-proof container so that we don't hear them rattling. And thanks for chucking Talon Arthos up. Appreciate you. Welcome back, Talon. Not where I live, because I live on an island at the far south of the island on the Pacific, so we get lots of, like, warm wind constantly. But if you go a little bit further north from me, inland on the mainland, then yeah, there's probably snow in a lot of places. But the Fraser Valley where I live, where I used to live, was not yet. Maybe like late December, early January is kind of when snow would happen. We're not quite at that season yet. I happen to be like in about as temperate of a place as you can be while still, you know, being in Canada. Yeah, it's one of those, like, it does snow, but like not, it never sticks around for very long kind of thing. At least where I'm at. I don't know about for Talon Arthur though. It isn't really snow season for you, but it is cold. Occasionally it does snow. Yeah. Ay. Did we dig to the bottom of this? Chat, do any of you guys think that I'm going to hit the Magma Sea before I hit the first cavern layer? We're now down to layer minus 37. It goes down to minus 90. Let's go down to 60. Although we found more hematite, so that's cool. Got about 6 centimeters of snow. Also felt like minus 35 C here today. You must be much further north than lower mainland BC, or like if you are in BC, you'd be like at a higher altitude area or like off coast. Can there be no caves? No, it is not possible. They can be hard to find, but it's not possible for there to be none. We did find what is that? Limestone? Marble? Marble. That's cool. Like it is entirely possible that I can miss them. Oh, you're in northern Sask. Yeah, that makes sense. What's up, Wilmar? Yeah, no, I mean, like, what is it? Mainland Vancouver right now. I mean, where I live, sorry I speak Celsius, but sorry if that offends you there, but it's like an average of 3 to 5 millimeters of rain per day with sunny patches and like 8 degrees Celsius at the high and like 3 at the low until next week when it goes back up to a more normal temperature of like 12 during the day and 8 at night. Over on the mainland where I used to live, it's 0 degrees at the low today and 5 at the high with 12 millimeters of rain. Well, we found hornblende, rock crystal, rutile. Damn. Down to layer 60. All right. We continue digging deeper. Let's go to the bottom. At what point do we hit maximum depth? I have absolutely no idea, and I wish they wouldn't, Foul G. That's my answer. I have no clue. It bewilders me and perplexes me, and sometimes it annoys me. But I have absolutely zero clue why the dwarves do that. They haven't asked me to be on that podcast for a while. I actually kind of forgot about it, to be honest with you, because I don't listen to Dwarf Fortress related podcasts, for whatever it's worth. Like, I listen to more general gaming podcasts. But I actually crashed an episode of their podcast once because they invited me on, but I got the date wrong. So I showed up a week early, and they're like, "Hey, if you want me on twice, that's fine." So I've legitimately Vile Force of Darkness that podcast before. What are my general gaming podcasts? I listen to Jeff Gerstmann talk for 4 hours in a room alone by himself about old man things and his kids learning to play video games, because I've listened to Jeff Gerstmann as long as I can remember listening to podcasts in some format. Originally it was GameSpot, then it was Arrow Pointing Down, and then it was Giant Bomb, and now more recently his solo stuff. I listen to Nextlander. I listen to... Actually, hold on, let me just go through my podcasts because that'll be easier. I listen to the No Clip podcast sometimes, but it's not my primary one. I listen to... This isn't direct... Okay, I'll just read the podcasts I listen to. Give me a second. These are all my podcast subscriptions. Brad and Will Made a Tech Pod, Chilluminati, CU Podcast, Cox and Crendor, Extra Napkins, Nextlander, Roguelike Radio. That one gets games related. Remap Radio, not to be confused with Roguelike Radio. Shift F1, Some More News, 404 Media Premium Subscriber Podcast Feed. Sky Sports F1, which I listen to maybe 20% of what they do. There's another podcast on here that hasn't uploaded in like 2 years, so I won't count it. Geekenders, Jeff Gerstmann, the Race F1 podcast. I listen to about half of the shows they put on that one. And the Urbanist Agenda, which is such a fucking funny name for a podcast. My favorite thing about Shift F1 is how once a year, maybe twice a year, on the Formula Dank subreddit, this guy's face shows up at the top of the subreddit going, that moment when you realize that your favorite meme is also your favorite Formula One podcast host. Because this is one of the 3 hosts of the Shift F1 podcast. He now also works for Twitch now. He does production work for like the official Twitch streams. Which is also kind of funny. Which is like shocking that that's not a Twitch emote, actually, now that I think about it. My biggest complaint about Geekenders is that the intro is too long. I'm a big fan of like under 3-second intros. Like the 5-minute intro works great for live streams, sucks in the audio. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the magical Saber is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts, dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and slow and meaningless death. You know, somebody asked me a little while ago what I would like to see added to this game. With the Siege update, when you get attacked, it tells you the commander and a little bit of history about them, like 2 lines of history about them, like notable things that they did. I would really like that for the Outpost Liaison. Like if I could get an annual pop-up when the Outpost Liaison arrives and it tells you a little bit of text about them. Actually, here's a wish list of 2 things. Whenever a notable figure, like an Outpost Liaison or the Keeper of the Seal or like the whatever the Elven equivalent is, shows up, or like the Merchant's Guild is the other one that you sometimes get from the humans. Whenever they show up, I want them, their name, and 2 lines of history about them. And I want a button right here that just gives me all of that information written down. Maybe if you have a bookkeeper. That's all I want. That's all I want. I would love that. Make that stuff, like, easy to remember. So, like, I notice if, like, the Outpost Liaison's different. Instead of having to, like, think about it super hard. Oh, another thing. You know the little diplomacy screen? This is just Blind makes requests of the developers of this game, which are unreasonable and probably won't happen. You know that little diplomacy screen? That it's like, the world is the same as ever, or whatever. It'd be really cool if in the world is the same as ever, there was like also, because in the overworld, there's like news and rumors that are happening in real time. If they have news and rumors, they're listed there in text. So-and-so's army invaded this location. So-and-so's army invaded this location. So-and-so's name, this thing, that. My heart. It doesn't even need to be a new position. I mean, it could be. I'd be okay with that. But, like, I would be totally fine with it just being the bookkeeper. Because, like, man, they don't have enough work already. Does that affect game mechanics or aesthetics? It affects the room value, which I guess is affecting a game mechanic. But also, I think it looks pretty. Just gonna cut some gems real quick. Could actually sell books, but no. And also, actually, hold up. Tim, you get to do this. Tim, go cut me some gems, please. Oh, this seems like a you problem. Or like, yeah, maybe scribes or something. I don't know. Stockpile looks like beer? Actually, you're right, it kind of does. It's beer on a really long broom handle. Tim meets with the outpost liaison. See, like right here. Let's discuss your situation. Okay, and then there is much to share. If this could just be populated with a few lines of like the information that they have to share, instead of me having to go squint at the world map, I would be so happy. And then they could also add like a line of text here saying, for more specific details, look at the overworld. Oh, true, yeah, it kind of looks like a forge. Or, no, not a forge, I guess a forge, but that's not the word I was looking for. I mean, zooming in and out of the world map would be great, but like, let's not be crazy. I retired it because I was getting tired of playing it mostly, and it was just gonna fall eventually anyways, says Erdes. But mostly I was getting tired of playing it. I don't actually know what I want to request yet. So I'm gonna just ask for red spinach leaf dye. Maybe cranberry dye. Because it's not heavy. Let's do both. And it'll bring me bags. And I don't want to request bags, so I'm going to ask for dye. And that's probably it. They want drinks and anvils? Uh-huh. Okay. So... Okay, well, we haven't made it all the way to the bottom just yet, but we've made it down to layer 85. So I think it's kind of funny that somebody in chat was just like, I dug all the way to the lava sea and I haven't found a cavern layer yet. I think we might be in that boat. Miner with beard. So I can't give you specific requests because we named the starting 7, Wilmar, and I only turned on naming after naming the starting 7 after the first migrant wave. So your options are Etor the child, Solon the child, or Moma's the child, or a piece of furniture. I mean, there's no more unnamed adults. So, which one? Etor, Solon, or Moma's? Bearded? Bah. I have to click on the icon to check. Okay. Double K. There are no bearded unnamed children. I mean, I could refund it for you. We could wait until we get another migrant wave. Your choice, then? I don't want to give you a dwarf you don't want. How about we give you... Well, the dog, and you can name another dwarf when we have more. How's that? Does that work for you? I mean, you are a tier 2, so you do actually have the ability to just name yourself whenever you want without using the command. You could just type an exclamation point dwarf, and I could just give you a dwarf. So, just do that when we get a migrant wave. He is somewhat scatterbrained and dislikes abstract discussions, would much rather focus on practical examples. He has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and he has an active imagination. Sorry, an active sense of humor, not imagination. He is curious and eager to learn, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He doesn't try to get things done correctly. So, wait, for a dog being modest, does that mean that he rolls over on his back when you walk in the room? He prefers to present himself modestly, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. And he tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. I think you're probably right, actually. Bark, 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 bark. We did. Bark, 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 bark. Oh, that's auto. I mean, the other thing I can do is I can just, like, automate all the way up. Didn't confirm name, did I not? Hey, dude. What are you talking about? It just takes a while to kick in because it's a dog that doesn't currently have a name, see? Oh, wow. I didn't even land in an area that I could dig. That's a little wild. Good call, though, Ilmarin. Let's just jump to going to here. Let's let you finish doing this. We'll sell opals and toys. Sorry, kids, I'm selling all your toys. We'll make more, though. And then... Tim the Horrible is going to come over and do the trading. Such intense music, yeah. My freaking god. Look, semi-molten rock. Wow. All right, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go like 10 layers up. Just dig horizontally. And then I'm just going to go all the way up. And if I don't find like warm stone, I'm just going to go all the way up and down. Tim, what are you doing? There you go. Now you're trading a depot. Then I will just go all the way up and down and automate everything that's all the way up and down. That's what I'll do. Mark all gives me 5,070 of trading. So these shouldn't be worth that much. These resin opals. Like, they're well cut. I wonder if that's because he's got skill in lying. It was perfectly aimed at this spire. Yeah, wouldn't that be funny? It's like, you've struck adamantine. I beg your fucking pardon? I will buy the wine. Not the giant cave spider, though. And the empty barrel. Not the cave spider venom, though. Absolutely gonna buy the schwanky vest. The copper shoes. Steel helm. Actually, you know what? Instead of buying the fancy vest, I'll just get the bronze gauntlets. Buy 2 bags. Maybe not the steel helm. Too expensive. Rather buy bags. Let's buy the bin of leather. Actually, could I buy all the cloth? No, I can't. I will buy the bin of leather. And try to buy that bin. And they took it. My broker can't count, clearly. Oh, well, we found damp stone. So that's probably a cavern? Chat, do we go for the cavern? Or do we go further down? I don't know my numbers, but that's cool, alpaca. That's cool. Alpaca and some new socks, yes. Okay, so that's more water. This could also be the aquifer. Wouldn't that be fucking funny? This has to be the lowest one, right? Hold up, did I just find more than one? Sounded like the sound effect popped twice. You've discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. You've discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Ah. Ooh la la. Ooga booga. Look at that. Holy shit. Hot damn. Okay. Well. Giggity. I think that's the lowest one. I'm just gonna dig over to here, walling this off as I go. But that's at the very least a water source. Actually, let's just do it this way because that's easier. Makes more sense too. Where'd my blocks go? They're there. Blocks are just quicker to haul than not blocks, so I bring blocks out of speed. I tend to agree. This would be a pretty useful space. Let's see if there's any critters. It's just the giant flies. What's the thing between the yellow tiles? This is a tunnel tube trunk. It's one of the mushroom trees. This is a very wet cavern layer. This goes all the way up to here. Also kind of curious. I just would like to see if this is still going at this level. You did want to do a water fort? This is true. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. That is definitely true. Like, I'm not unhappy with this. This is a really cool spot. But I was also kind of planning on farming down here, but I mean, not saying that I can't. I just don't want to farm too far down in here. So I'm just kind of doing this as a way of, like, scouting, I suppose. Gonna dig over to here and smooth through that layer. I mean, I could also, like, just farm up here. That's a little close to the surface, though. This down here. Actually, let's just do this real quick. Wooden bookcase. Let's just do 2 of them because I don't actually need many. I'm going to make this into a tiny little library. How stale that water would taste? I mean, it's more of like, imagine how long of a walk this is. You right here. Let's just stop putting bars and blocks in there. Making farm plots by pouring water into a place where I want the plot to be in the caverns. Yeah, I mean, now that I have access to water, I could also just do a bucket brigade. We're about to get hit by ads. I will pause the game during the ads and unpause it when the ads are done. Oh, beats digging straight into a trogden unprepared? Yeah, well, troglodytes aren't that bad. Like, unarmed dwarves can win that fight, but yeah, it usually requires you to build a hospital moments later, right? Something I'm gonna do is I'm actually just gonna make a barracks real quick and just get this squad training here. We don't actually have any weapons for them, and I'm not gonna give them weapons. I'm just gonna put them on monthly orders so they will periodically train right there. And the reason I'm going to do that is so that they can just maintain their basic skills. And then I can give them a uniform once I get some metal industry up and running. How many dwarves drowned in the making of those water tunnels? You know, honestly, if you're careful with how you're pouring, it's pretty easy to not have dwarves drown in water tunnels. He says that, and he's going to have 200 dwarves die in the next 2 streams. But, like, you know, it's not that hard to avoid. One got spooked by a troglodyte and jumped off into the water and not, in fact, know how to swim. Yeah. All right. It's still, even if they do know how to swim, it's still pretty easy for them to drown. Just keep following this. There you go. I'm just gonna let them clear out their noviceness. Meanwhile, these dwarves is digging. So how far up does this go? Okay, so if this is actually the top, that's a big deal. Let's find out. You really hate troglodytes? Aw, poor troggies. You know, it's funny. I feel like a lot of people love crundles, but hate troglodytes. I hate crundles and don't mind troglodytes, because troglodytes just want a way off the map. The crundles actively want to, like, try and fight with you and fail terribly. Like, the troglodytes, if you just give them their own, like, way to get to either a different cavern layer or the surface, they'll just leave, which I think is kind of funny. I find them, like, way easier to deal with, actually. Or, like, catch them in cage traps, stick them all in one cage, and periodically just let them out on the surface, and they'll just leave. Whereas crundles will, like, beeline it back into your fort. Because crundles think they're a vile force of darkness. They're terrible at it, but they think they are. Yeah, this is the top level. Okay, this is actually really cool. Now, once this is all dug out, I am going to be ballsy and tell them to dig through this. And if I accidentally Yeah, actually, you know, what I might do is trap these two in here. See if I can do that. Actually, no, this should be fine as long as it's that thin. What, the Crundles do? Or the Troglodytes do? Valiant Thar. Sorry if I seem like I'm just a animal defender, but the dog started it, probably. Yeah, actually, I don't need to worry about walling them in. Because if these are more than 2 thick, then I do need to worry about walling them in, but if they're not, then we should be safe. Yeah, then the dog started it. I mean, like, dogs will just pick a fight with wild animal, regardless of neutral or not. Like, dogs will pick a fight with, like, a Gorlak. Whereas, like, Gorlaks won't. They'll just, like, walk out of your fort. Only military dwarves on patrol will do that. Can I just say that that kind of looks like a cartoon, like, bunny rabbit? Wilmar, if you're still here, you could try and dwarf yourself now, because we do have some dwarves arriving. This one is a hammer dwarf. Personally sees the cooperation's importance, sees... Chaotic mess. All right, what's your name? Sure. What about you? Unbelievably stubborn and will stick with even the most futile action once her mind is made up. She likes a little excitement now and again. Has a greedy streak. Stoneworker. There you go. If you use exclamation point dwarf, you can get D-O-R-F. You can get the dwarf that you want because you're at tier 2. So blind is the reason there's so many troglodytes on the surface. Yeah, it's all me. I'm releasing them in your worlds. I'm a night troll that just releases troglodytes on the people on the surface and goes bah ah 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 ah, and that's it. There you go. Oh wait. Well, you should have access to that because you're tier 2. Hold up, let me fix that. That's a me bad. All right, I fixed it. You could try it again, but I'll honor it. This was long suspected. Yeah, I mean, I've now admitted my crimes against Dwarfmanity. The dwarven manatees, naturally. He has a very calm demeanor and a strong tendency towards privacy. He enjoys the company of others and often feels lustful. He can handle stress, and he has a sense of duty. Can I put you in the military? He is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He has a greedy streak and he occasionally overindulges. He likes to brawl, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he doesn't mind he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and occasionally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Although I've also at times in the past, like, yeah, I should put the dwarf in the military. I've also at times in the past, like, done the same thing with goblins, like just released them on the surface. But I've also at the same time, like, trained my military by just like dropping troglodytes off in the barracks. Like, I've done that too. So I'm not innocent. I shouldn't pretend to be. He personally sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Punch all bards, and finds friendship burdensome, which is because he punches all bards. And He likes basalt and silver, tiger eye and unicorn leather, and giant parrot tooth, sheep's wool and the color olive, quivers, reindeer for their herds, and toadmen for their beauty, and the words of the drum of trumpets, and when possible prefers to consume sunshine, hemp seed oil, and absolutely hates mussels. I'm going to give you your own squad. But you're not going to do anything for the moment. This dwarf's an adequate observer and is peasant. This today a little too practical without deeply into the abstract. He's a crafting masterwork someday. Shameless. Tolerant and ambitious. Competent Bowdwarf and Lasher. Was formerly a member of the Girders of Heat. Former member of the Cradle Fellowship? You're married and you have 2 lovers? Oh, you're married to Ral. Okay. In terms of mastering a skill, the whole pursuit of art is silly and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Yeah, I'll put you and your husband into the main squad. And we're going to just go send them real quick to go somewhere with books. Go, my salties! Leave! Acquire all book. Okay, that seems to be everything. And Zell, what would you like to name? I do have goats. Got a nanny and a Billy and a Billy. Or, sorry, a Billy and a nanny and a nanny. I've also had dwarves that prefer to consume mussels. Well, actually, yeah, mussels. Would like to be a nanny goot? Do I just name it Zell? Or do you want the goat girl in there as well? Zell is good. One could say Zell is goated. I feel like I just lost a brain cell. I only had 12. He strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She is very ambitious and is always looking for a way to better her situation. She tends to be passive in discussions, that's bullshit, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She enjoys the company of others and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She enjoys the company of... there we go. She's not particularly curious about about the world. There we go. And she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She likes the geese. And she's pleased by her own appearance and talents, naturally. And she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. All right. And is trusting and has the tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She tends to be a bit stubborn and changing her mind about things. Welcome forth, yes. Let's just unpause game for a second. And I'm going to make you available as a pet. Whenever they patch adventure mode, yes, for sure. I don't plan that far ahead. We just started a fortress today, Dorn. But truly, I don't plan that far ahead. What I want to know is, where are all of you when I stream adventure mode, because when I stream adventure mode, chat gets quiet and very few people tune in. So I have a hard time believing that I wish I didn't need to just talk trash about adventure mode almost every other day now. I guess that means people are playing it. That day will happen. Let's throw you in. And this can be my library. Library. You afford who dis? Blind. Wavepool. Working on your own fort, accidentally drowning dwarfs? They say accidentally. We know it wasn't an accident. I don't know. I've always found making adventure mode content extremely difficult, so I tend to avoid it, and the streams of adventure mode are never very long because of that. I have very little intent to change that habit until more content is added that makes it less difficult on my end to make content out of. As in, when people watch. So. Chat, can we talk about literally anything else, please? Just give me something to talk about, please. I need to, I don't like just bashing adventure mode because I feel bad. And that's what it feels like I do. I'm sorry, what was that? I just saw a object that probably wasn't supposed to be in my hallway. I did not. I'm seeing things. I've seen Jeff Rosenstock live twice. And ironically, I hadn't heard of him until I saw him live. Yeah. It's the biggest private buyout in, like, tech history. It's crazy that, like, video games has just had two of the biggest ever in history. It's like Microsoft buying Activision was the highest value buyout in history, and the EA getting sold is the biggest public to private buyout in history. Something, I don't want to live in interesting times. That's weird. I will go like years with nobody ever mentioning Jeff Rosenstock, and then suddenly like 3 times in a week people will ask if I've heard Jeff Rosenstock. It's kind of interesting how that happens. With the Nightmare Sphere, and is truly enjoyable because it has 10 types of powers for magic items. Cool. That is cool. I, like, genuinely, the main thing... Okay, so I don't think I can fit this in a clip. But the main thing that makes adventure mode difficult is the most interesting thing to do in adventure mode, and I think it's a lot of fun, is combat. So that's what I enjoy doing the most. If all I'm doing is walking around and talking to people, chat gets bored, chat gets lurky, people tune out. If all I'm doing is combat, a few people hang around and enjoy it. But mostly after a while, chat gets lurky, chat gets bored, chat tunes out. And that has been my experience every time I've tried doing more than like a 90-minute long adventure mode run. And until we can get to a point when there's more than just talk to people and beat shit up, it's probably never going to be a frequent, longer than 90-minute run, because it just isn't feasible, really, to communicate as a form of entertainment to an audience that isn't already deep into it. Fortunately for me, I own an apartment. Unfortunately for me, I have a mortgage to pay, and I would like to, keep doing this. So I have to prioritize it. I mean, I've made a bunch of Dwarf Fortress movies. One of them was about adventure mode because it was the worst performing, the worst view retention, the least commented, and the most disliked that I've made. And that is what it is. I don't know. Granted, that does mean it has a 97% like to dislike ratio. It's not like it's like 40% likes or whatever nonsense. But it is still a statistic. So like I don't know. I don't think it gets boring for playing. I think it gets boring for watching, personally. Like I actually really enjoy playing adventure mode on my own. But I enjoy it as like a podcast game. It's like something I listen to while I vibe and walk around and beat shit up and like look at stuff and explore. Like it's kind of just like a big open world exploration simulator, right? Like there's something kind of awesome about just like exploring the landscape. But it just doesn't. It's not easy to do that as a form of live stream, I guess. Let's just take these squads all off. No, just put them off duty. Properly off duty. I had a dwarf that we were like, that dwarf would make a good scholar. I want to say that was actually Tim. But I think that problem has always existed for the game, Doran. It exists for different reasons now. I think like back in the day when the game was like just only the free version, Fortress mode had a much more engaged long-term player base, and I think adventure mode just has needed a lot of development for a long time. But you are naturally more likely to work on the thing that pays better. And I guess from my perspective, that goes for me in what I stream, right? I will stream the things that pay better because more people will watch. I will make videos out of the things that more people will watch. It's just something that I naturally do because that's capitalism, unfortunately. But when the game was free, if they only updated adventure mode, the majority of the player base would complain. And if they didn't update, like if they only updated Legends mode, both of them would complain. And if they only updated Legends and Adventure, which was usually the case, it was Big Fortress update, Legends Adventure update, people would complain. So usually what would happen is Adventure mode would get an update, people would complain. Very hastily, a half-baked Fortress mode update would come out, people would be happy, and then complain. And then Adventure mode would get updated while patching Fortress mode. Because like they would just get more donations when they updated Fortress mode. And now, instead of that, it's, well, retentions and reviews are important. So if they focus on adventure mode and point people at adventure mode, people see the flaws of adventure mode, which gets them negative reviews. The biggest influx of negative reviews Dwarf Fortress ever got on Steam was from adventure mode releasing. And makes me sad, to be honest, because people don't know how unfinished the mode is. It's unfinished. People don't know how weird the mode is. It's weird. And they buy it being told that it's like Kenshi, which it could be, but it's not. And then they go, this sucks. Which sucks. Like, played in concert with Fortress mode, I think it's great. Genuinely. But at the same time, like, from a content creator's perspective, it's really difficult to make engaging content out of adventure mode. Like, really difficult. I think Krug Smash has done it best historically, but even Krug Smash has said like he tries not to do it because it's like such a pain in the ass to edit, so that's coherent. But if they just update Fortress mode, they'll keep selling copies and it'll be fine. But that underdeveloped nature of adventure mode continues. Like adventure mode has gotten some patches that are quiet this year, like ranged combat is like suddenly viable in adventure mode, which is interesting. The magic items in adventure mode are also really interesting. I am using DF hack right now, is the first thing. Second thing, why don't I use mods? Because most of the mods just reflavor the game. They don't actually change much. A lot of the big mechanically game-changing mods I don't find particularly necessary. And I'm using DF hack. So I just don't have the automations turned on because I find them annoying. Because I learned the game without DF hack. It's two reasons. Reason number one, I learned the game without DF hack. So this is how I'm used to it playing. And the game automating itself is like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. And I find like being able to hand draw everything more engaging, because that's a lot of the fun that I get out of this game because of how much time I put into it. If you're like just in a hurry and you just want things to be done, I can kind of see why you would just want to like automate stuff and like stencils and all that shit. But like, I play this game kind of 8 hours a day, 3 to 4 days a week as my job. So I need to find enjoyment in the little things, and I do find enjoyment in the tedium. That's the first part. The second part is I'm known for tutorials, and if I mod the shit out of the game, then it's harder for me to explain what's a mod and what isn't, because then I have to remember what's a mod and what isn't, and that's difficult for me. And the third part is I like to give developers feedback, and it's hard to do that if your game's modded to all shit. But I do mod the game from time to time. I just haven't felt the need to in a really long time. Historically, like if you go to the YouTube channel and you look at the pre-Steam days, like there was a good couple months there where it's like, I'm gonna play like, I don't know, a week of this overhaul mod that adds, I don't know whatever, Mario stuff. Boundicka, the militia commander, has withdrawn from society. What is your top skill? Carpenter, looks like. It's a bit of a shame. Oh, nope, never mind. Stoneworker, not carpenter. I think like DFHack is a really useful tool. I don't think it's like even remotely necessary for gameplay, but that's, you know, just me. Hematite and diorite, or maybe even just the hematite. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I think it's just the diorite. Or sorry, just the hematite. Maybe both. That's interesting. If you're capable of playing Dwarf Fortress, I got good news for you, Clo Guy. You ain't got no Zoomer brain rot. At least, not that bad. Maybe just a mild case. Your guess is a throne? Dude, a hematite throne would be dope. Or like even like a table or a statue. Or a floodgate. I'm going to be completely blunt with you, Ashrock. I quite like Kitfox. I think they've done a lot of very good work with Dwarf Fortress. I think their marketing of adventure mode was a horrendous fumble. Like, truly. Like, I think that was maybe some of the worst things they could have done to the game. And I don't even think they did it intentionally. And the reason I don't think they were cognizant of it is because, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think anybody at Kitfox plays a ton of Dwarf Fort. Like, they have testers. Like, people who look for bugs and stuff. But that's in the released stuff. And I don't think they knew what they were marketing. Or at the very least, didn't know how to market what they were marketing. Like, I remember... Like, I will say I think they've done a much better job since then. But I remember there was a point where I got invited into a Discord call, which was me... It was like maybe the most I don't belong here moment of my life, I guess. It was me and a bunch of like mainstream games press who's writing I've been reading for a really long time. And listening to the questions they were asking in that call was actually kind of terrifying to me. I was on a bus at the time, so I didn't really say much. I just typed in the chat a little bit. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's like, oh boy, we're fucked. So, no, totally, but like, Caves of Cud was built from the ground up to be that, right? Adventure mode is to me, playing adventure mode is kind of like playing Gary's mod versus playing Half-Life. Grah! Speaking of Caves of Cud, we're talking about adventure mode. Grah, thanks for the raid. Are you still space shipping? In the sorry, I'm choking on my own saliva apparently. It's okay. We I translated. Wolfer Unit? Is that how you say your name? Did I play Disco Elysium? No. I did gift it to my older sister though, for Christmas, and she loved it. Wolfular. I mean, I like how I'm getting two different comments. I've got Wolfular Unit. Wolfular Unit. Okay, got it. Waffles? Can I just call you Waffles? And we'll call it a truce. But sure, I figured it out. Wolfular. Mostly I just want a unit of waffles right about now. That's pretty good. Probably, Kleno. I'm too tired for this joke. Oh, you were playing Voices of the Void. Got it. Okay. Well, okay, so you're talking to the spaceships that you were working with. I should have remembered that. I knew you said last time you were playing Voices from the Void recently. I just got hit by an ad break, so I'm just going to sit here for a minute. But it does appear that we got an armor stand. Which I will put in my Armorsmith's Guild, I think. And unfortunately, it's diorite, which actually bums me out a little bit, but... You wiffled it a second time. Wiffles. You know if you should play Elysium? The soundtrack is so good, though. I know for a fact that that game would be an absolute pain to stream, even now that it has voice acting, because that's not the type of game that I stream. I know that it's a 30-hour-long RPG, which probably needs to be played in simultaneous sittings to remember what you were doing. Glow Guy, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Check, can I get a round of beers for that? And generally, if I know I'm not going to stream something, and I know it's going to take a lot of hours simultaneously to play, I'm just never going to play it. Same reason I'll probably never play Baldur's Gate. Like, even though I personally would probably enjoy that game, I know I wouldn't stream it. I know I wouldn't enjoy streaming it. And it would just take too long. Like, I played through a similar-ish game, Citizen Sleeper, on stream. But that's because I was able to do it in 2 sittings. And it was like 2 18-hour streams in a row. Almost nobody tuned in. And I cried like a baby on stream. And that was that. I also played through, what was that? Norco on stream, which was also kind of a similar streaming experience. Very different games, but kind of a similar streaming experience, I guess. And playing through Norco was very difficult for a game to stream, but holy fuck, that soundtrack is great. I did that in also 2 sittings, and the second stream was 12 hours. No, Twitch allows it. Twitch absolutely allows it. Dude, like, the kind of shitlords that this game allows, or that this platform allows you to spew on stream, of course Disco Elysium's fine. How many books am I up to? We have 22 books. Doesn't even look like we have any necro books, so that's good. Which was actually a little bit of a gamble doing that. But yeah, no, absolutely you can stream Disco. I would probably love Disco Elysium, but I will never play it, probably. It's unfortunate, but it is the reality of the choices I've made in my life. Maybe when I retire. I know a few people in this industry who have a list of video games that they want to play when they're either in an old folks home or make so much money doing this that they're able to afford to retire. Which like kind of doesn't happen unless you're a grifter. So there's that. Or are one of the part of the 0.001%. But I should put that on my to play when I retire list. I mean, even Caves of Cut is difficult. Wolfall Reunit. When it comes to difficult games stream. The thing is, like, I like Caves of Cut enough that I tolerate it sometimes. There's like 3 names or 3 words that will show up in titles. Like, I will look at anything that says death or secrets or anything that says secrets that isn't explicitly about a goblin-owned location. Stuff like that. The secret of so-and-so, learning the mastery, stuff like that, are the ones I'm like hawk-eyed looking for. And if you see one of those pop up, then that's what you need to be keeping an eye out for. What happens then? If they read the book, they become a necromancer. If you end up with a Necronomicon in your fort. From where I got the books? My military? There's a bunch of these empty, no civilized population monasteries everywhere. Sometimes you can also free prisoners from monasteries randomly. But it doesn't actually matter if you're fighting. Just leaving the fortress with a squad. They can't actually leave yet. Just gonna send them out here. Just leaving the map with a squad is enough to train them in leadership, and tactics, which is enough to help train them to be better at besieging the enemy. It's like, I'm currently sitting at 20 dwarves. We've got no weapons. I haven't even started making weapons. All of my food is still coming from the surface. And we are quite literally just walking in there and being like, pick up all the books from the empty place and walk out the door. Like in adventure mode when you journey to a temple and there's just like books everywhere. I'm so sorry for your loss, Assassin Man. So I have a quest. Wait. Actually, I don't know if that's still a thing. There was a good chunk of time where there was a mechanic where if I clicked a button, if you started with dwarves, they were all related and wouldn't become lovers, but I have seen them since become lovers. I will be honest with you. The worst way to play Dwarf Fortress, in my opinion, some people disagree, is doing the so-called Hermit Challenge. I would rather just never play this game than do that. It is insufferably boring, slow, and almost never works the way you want it to. We're gonna go for spicy letters. Get at it, dwarves. This is how I'm getting books. Derut. Okay, do you want a beard or no beard? Can scan them. Like, we could go Kubak, Yusharir, I think. Yeah, Yusharir, Ral, or Cattle. No beard, Cattle it be. I will say, if you want a interesting small population fort, do at least 20 to 30 dwarves. Because you need to have enough families that they'll still get married, because they won't marry cousins, for one thing. And if there's even a chance that they're married or related, they won't, like, hook up, so. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things that kind of I wish the game, well, not the game, but I wish players would. I wish the 10 people who actually enjoyed playing the game that way were more honest about the fact that they're crazy. Like, there's some weird things I like doing in this game that probably make the game less pleasant for some people, like the ways I use DF hack and whatnot, but like, I try to preface it with this is how I like playing the game, not necessarily the way you need to do it. She's moved by art and natural beauty, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She's quite polite, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She often feels envious of others, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontation. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She repeatedly snaps her fingers when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Wait, hold up. You made them legendary and everything. I have a question. Did you do that in fort mode? How did you make them legendary and everything? Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees the pursuit of art as silly and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. And values independence. DF hack command? Since you have DF hack, select one of them and type in Gaydar. Then select the other one. Type in Gaydar. That's the thing. And then the other thing I would say is, have you just let them literally do nothing and stand in a room together for a while, like, and socialize? Also, yeah, skill isn't transferable. Traits are, but skill isn't. He likes chalk and bismuth and golden barrel and water buffalo hoof, tooth, warthog bone, and the color crimson. 8-sided prisms, bolts and bucklers, and large gems. Cats for their aloofness, and floating guts for their freakish appearance. The sound of the drum of trumpets, and the sight of the glittery suitor. And when possible, prefers to consume badger, giant badger, and Perry. And absolutely hates worms. Perry the platypus. Rip. Your methods would drive people crazy. The first thing you do is write down all of the trees and plants present, and so on. Perfectionist and organizer. Oh yeah, no. So I probably drive you nuts then. I'm sorry. You're just like, so somebody asked you how to play Dwarf Fortress, and you're like, all right. So first you open up a spreadsheet. They're like, what? What a coincidence. I mean, there's not that many giant animals. There's only 300 something. Very long hair, which is neatly combed, and her nose bridge is concave. She's married to Raoul, who's also a recruit, and you're a member of the Cradled Fellowship, and you do worship the god of blankets. Well, there you go. She will not get married to him. Period. Unless it's the, like... Actually, wait. Is that the... Will marry both males and females? I think if they're ace, they just don't marry anybody. So, that'll make your life a lot easier. But yeah, in order to get dwarves to marry, you have to quite literally lock them in a room together in a tavern and just let them talk. For 1,700 hours on end. I mean, you're allowed to have your emotional support spreadsheets, but I'll tell you this. Astronauts, which is a game that I will play when it leaves early access, I swear. When I first got that game, it was still in very early access, right? And it shipped with a like 100-something page long PDF file, which apparently all that text is in the game now, but it wasn't at the time, with it, like just text instructions on what to do. And it literally started off by saying, when the game gives you a prompt, Control F. And I'm just like, I'm good. Like, straight up, like, no. So, like, you know, there's certain things. I know what it means in IRL. I don't know what it means in video game because I haven't seen it in a while because I don't use that command ever. Thanks, Bastet, for the educational course. But no, seriously, like, that's what made me stop playing Astronauts. And I will go back to it, I swear, once it's out. All right, dwarves, go do work, please. How many books are we up to? Anyway, Bastet, thank you. I don't need the education. Jack, can I get a round of beers, please? I want that conversation to move along, for whatever it's worth. Have I looked at Streets of Fortuna at all? There's not much to look at. It's just a trailer. Well, a proof of concept. Love to be drafted in the military. They always in tears. I don't think that's what the... Well, I guess it could be happy tears. Sure. Got the Demon of Osmosis, a brief history. We've got the mysteries of storage, the Elf After the End, and lyrical limbs, and the universe. Lyrical limbs is my favorite superhero, and interpretations of the composition, and nuanced mystery. Life with Spicy Letters, the misconceptions about Slur, the flukes led, the treatise on the composition, this is also the Buttery Church, by the way, of the Spicy Letters, and Spicy Letters of the Definitive Guide, well, that's good. Foundations on the Farm, After the Monastery, Storage My Life, Monastery Understood. Storage My Life is just like the autobiography of somebody who works in a server bank. Humble Offering to the Monastery, and that's it. Yeah, Buttery Church is pretty funny. You're gonna pretend to sleep me every evening. Turn down the amount of metal. Zaverzun? Cavern openness. Oh, slightly. I want my caverns to be a little bit more open. Not a ton. I don't need 100% openness, but I do need some openness. 100% openness makes them look weird. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go all the way down to here. I need you to speak like somebody from planet Earth on what the fuck that means. Clo guy, because I have no idea what you're talking about. Spreading the what now? Well, fortunately, it's just a brief history. Otherwise, it would be a very long story. I mean, if they're telling you that you are destroying their natural land and being a disgusting colonialist, well, then serves you right. Import wood, chop fewer trees, purchase grown wood items from them, specifically cages, and then sell them tamed animals or trained animals in those cages. Okay, so you're not actually asking questions about the game. You are just saying shit. They occupy forests. They were there before everybody else. It's their land, and you are a colonialist. You must be from Great Britain or something. Sorry, I didn't actually mean that. But I do think it's funny. As somebody from Canada, anyway. But no, you're cutting their internet connection, man. Their friends are the trees, and you are murdering their friends. And down in the cavern layers, you are chopping down the trees, which is separating the trees' abilities to speak with one another and communicate when their friends are getting murdered. So they're very upset with you. I think it's a completely fair concern. By not using stencils. and not caring about symmetry, I guess. I actually don't know. I usually think my forts look kind of ugly, to be completely honest with you. So I don't know, actually. I make my forts look nice because, to be completely honest, they look ugly to me a lot of the time. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, I suppose. But I guess the 2 default tips that I will give you, which are the 2 default tips I give everybody, is if you make a square, or a square, or a square, round the corners. Or round the corners. Or round the corners. If you make a hallway, in between 2 squares, widen it at the corners. This is definitely not Urist. With a handlebar mustache. I mean, to me, those just look ugly, to be completely honest. Like, the circle one is fine, but like, mate. Like, it's not difficult to just make a more unique looking shape by just doing something like this. This shape I call flying saucer. Well, actually, no. Hold up. Now it's flying saucer. But I don't know. You do you. Don't build squares. And if you want to like get out of that habit, force yourself to build in the cavern layers. Thank you, Wilmer. I think also like taking the time to build floors everywhere helps, but it does very much increase the playtime necessary. I mean, also just like having furniture scattered around in random places that isn't assigned to a zone still helps the value of the zone and the room. And dwarves will like seeing tastefully placed furniture, even if it's like furniture doesn't need to be in a meeting zone, I guess. Like you can just place like tables and chairs and shit everywhere and statues and stuff, just like decorate. What am I digging? A lower floor. Storage, but mostly just making a little area for the dwarves to go into. I'm trying a design aesthetic and we'll see if it works, basically. Yeah, also fun fact, if you build... This is actually a super cheesy thing that I never talk about. You can build paved floors, right? I don't like paved floors. I think they're really ugly looking. But once you build a paved floor, like this one, which they'll get to sometime this year, you can use the invisibility command, this one, and make the road invisible. And they get happy thoughts about there being a road there, and you can see your nicely made floors underneath it. But no, this is going to be a guild hall, and it's going to go up a little bit. And then I'm going to put bedrooms over here, and I think I'm going to make them 2 levels high. We'll see. But this right down here is just going to be a guild hall. Me hearing this with rough stone beneath your paved roads. I'm just saying. I do like literally never do that myself though, so like it's not like I'm really one to talk. Look like plates instead of bricks. I like the default metal floors, to be honest with you. I think the only mod that I get a little bit of like graphics envy from is the one that just adds like sprites that aren't in the game currently. But I'd rather get excited when they get added to the game. All right, so that's a little scary. It's gotta be, bruh. Oh. Oh, goody. Look at all of that. Okay, hold up. Cool. Cool. I probably will allow them in and out of this. But I would like to be able to see where I'm digging in and out and set up traps first. Just don't place them in a temple then. Also, any furniture that gets knocked over in a temple can curse your dwarves. Just saying. It doesn't need to be a statue. Historically, it needed to be a statue, but now it could be like a table or a chair or anything. Tim is reading the knowledge of the fortress. You do really like your facts. He's pondering negative quantities? Huh. Actually, how far down is that? Okay, still pretty, it's on layer 32. I do actually want to dig into this layer. Oh, actually, this is perfect. Okay, so I guess we'll go vertically up here, and I will just wall this side off, and wall off all of this. But wall that off, floor that off, floor all this off, and then go around the edge of this. And this can be where we farm. This can be where we do all of that things. Where does that pop out down here? I think we're okay for food for the moment. But I will go up to here and I will brew some drink from plant and brew some drink from fruit. I'm gonna make a butcher shop right quick. Just plunk a tanner down next to it. Just gonna pop over to here and see what we got. Slaughter the 2-humped camel, and the yak bull, and the yak bull, and the reindeer. No, because those are still not back in the game yet. Blazing Iceberg. Those have not been added into the game. It would have been in the Q&A. What? I just hit the same cavern twice and it gave me the same notification twice? Excuse me? Okay, I mean, that's odd. Disconnected? Must be downward? Okay, that looks weird. Also, I found Galena? I don't think so, actually. These are all the same cavern. That's weird. This looks like it should be a volcano. There's also tetrahedrite down here. That is so strange looking. I should cave a piece of ceiling in on that. That is truly bizarre looking. Goal might be what you're looking for, but... Oh, Fort does the same thing, Drew. Or they're not connected? It's possible, yeah. But I've never gotten a notification twice, even with disconnected caverns. Unless that's a thing that happens. Or at least not that I've noticed, I guess is what I should say. I think we're about to get hit by an ad, so I'll pause the game when the ad's hit. Yeah, no, they will just keep offering. If like they ask if you want to be a barony and you just say no, maybe next year. We'd like to maintain our distance. They will just give you unlimited time until, you know, you say, I, you know, would like to accept it. So yeah, just say no. It'll be fine. That is a lot of iron. I think there's more iron in this screen right now than there was in the last fort. Just had a mass brawl in your fort after a tantrum. Oh shit, we're in an ad break. I should have paused. 10 dwarves lost their lives. Oh no! Sounds like it's time to get that hammerer to work. Pieces, depending on how brutal the fight was. Zay Everson. I mean, that's not the wrong thing to... I would reply to that, too, with that. Just the F, Wilmer. There were teeth everywhere. Rest in teethless. These poor dwarves are still teething. Teething? I still haven't fully decided how I'm gonna get lava up to the surface. Just making sure that no dwarves go walking off into the oblivion. Actually, I could literally just farm right here. This wouldn't be that bad of a spot to farm. Bit of an early... Oopsies. Bit of a small spot, but it's also going to give us spiders from the looks of things. One mug lava, one mug at a time. I was thinking about maybe just using minecarts, because I haven't like used minecarts to move lava in a very long time, and maybe that'd be fun, because it's not that hard to do. It's actually pretty straightforward. It's just a wee bit of a process, you know? Speaking of wee bit of a process. Down here. think. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, you meant wrong recipient. Gotcha. I mean, the thing that you wrote seemed right, but... Like, sometimes somebody will write something in my chat and I'll be like, that was intended for that. Sorry, I have to regain my composure. Sometimes somebody will write something in my chat and I'll be like, that didn't mean anything. That's definitely intended for a different chat room. Thanks for the 90 pennies and for making me wake up. When you spot someone typing their password in chat, the funniest one like that ever was when Stone Hobo typed a bunch of like what seemed to be unrelated numbers into my chat, and I was like, was that a password? And he goes, oh no, it was a like a ID code for a product because like works in a grocery store. He works in management in a grocery store, and it's like, oh, okay, that's fine. I don't need Bob that then. Because like he literally just like typed an ID code, separate ID code, separate ID code, separate like forgot to tab back over to something to type things in. Hunter 2, yeah. I always liked Hunter TOO personally. What up with the horses, though? Some weird Twitch thingy? Twitch has made it so that shit pops up on screen, but if you go into your chat settings, you can turn it off. You click on the little gear right here, and hold up, let me embiggen this a bit. And then you go down, it's combo animations. You can just nick that one in the bud, and it go away. Oh, you've done that? Scanned SKU to an irrelevant app? Yeah. Accidentally send a text message of like a number ticker to your mom or something. What is the goal for this fort? I mean, I don't have anything too elaborate. It's literally just see how effective water can be against the new siege mechanics. Because I watched them see lava, stop, and walk away last time, and I was like, all right, this is very different. So, just trying to poke at different corners. I'm also trying to get ahead of, like, training. Like, I've already got a squad with tactics skills, which is, you know, actually I should send them back out if I can. With tactics skills. That's the skill that dwarves need to successfully and effectively invade things. And I've been doing that by just telling them to go to random empty temples with no population and acquire a book. Such as the book Better Farm. I mean, you better farm. I think the game's trying to tell me something because I'm not farming yet. This is like so strange to me. Clino, has this ever been a thing before? If you have a squad and they're under an ocean, not in the ocean drowning, but under the ocean, and you tell them to leave the map to get an item, they can't leave the location because the location isn't accessible unless you tell them to go above ground and then go acquire whatever the item, whatever the thing is. It's kind of bizarre. It's like I've never seen this happen before, but it's just been happening constantly in this fort. That's the EAN of toilet paper I just searched for. Okay. If you're searching for toilet paper, I recommend like going to the store and buying some. instead of just like looking, you know? That seems like a search that there's a solution for. So I'm gonna put a little circular room right here. It's gonna be an open plan space. I think it'll look pretty dope. And this little open plan space is going to be what's the word I'm looking for here? This little open plan space is going to be, let's go 4 actually. It's going to have a armor smithing guild in it, which I will try and make very high value, and then I'll put bedrooms around the edges. And if I don't do this right, it's going to look like Mickey Mouse. I love how somebody typed that in and you're just like, are you Polish? That's funny. Always had weirdness. I've never seen that one before, though. I guess that's just a new one to me. Kind of looks like a Pokeball. It's almost impossible to make a circle and then only cover half of it and people not look at it and be like, Pokeball! And I'm like, I've only ever played Pokken Tournament. That is literally the only Pokemon game I've ever played. So, very little, like, Pokemon association in my brain. Let's see what bookuses they got us. Let's see, we acquired a copy of The World of Lyrical Limbs, Could It Be Creation, The Forest, The Definitive Guide, An Offering to the Monastery, The Secret of the Monastery, that's probably fine, and The Trees Was Looted, About the Trees, and Uncovering Lyrical Limbs. Speaking of About the Trees, in regards to the person earlier who was asking how to make the elves stop complaining at them for chopping down the trees, stab them in the forehead. Then they'll be dead, and they won't be able to. Although, then you lose a trading partner, which is kind of valuable. I'm sorry, me itching my nose equals picking? I beggeth your pardon, sir. I think you microwaved your, like, most of your brain and also your eyeballs instead of your hand. Because something up there ain't working. Secrets of Life in Tree? Damn, I hope so. Secret of the monastery is... It concerns the monastery lyrical limbs, yeah. Even their grown wood logs they provide, you are a very inexperienced player of this video game or a very unknowledgeable player of this video game if you think that they don't provide much of value, which is kind of adorable, but that's okay. Bum, 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 bum. Newish. They are the easiest way to acquire tame giant war animals. And also war animals that are quite literally impossible to tame. But you actually have to trade with them and satisfy them for a while and buy animals that they bring you. They also bring the widest variety of fruits and vegetables, which is also important. Also, that is me itching my nose because there's a zit right there. So, People never played Pokemon on the Game Boy. I never did either. I played Legend of Zelda. Fruits means beer. Yep. Drinks variety keeps your dwarves happy. Food variety keeps your dwarves happy. They're like the what's a good way of putting this? If like dwarves are like the metal and mason merchants, elves are like the farming and herbology merchants. Trying to use fantasy game terms. And that is a very valuable trading partner. Well, actually, yeah, that's kind of true. They do have the highest carry capacity of any trader. Their only real detractor is that they're posh and kind of annoying about it. But, eh. So that's how all traders work. If you buy a thing, they bring more of the thing. So if you are trading with elves, and if they have the capacity to sell you large animals, because they have to be settled in an area with large animals, if you buy wooden armor from them, they'll bring more wooden armor, but they'll bring higher quality wooden armor. If you buy logs from them, they'll bring more logs and higher quality logs. If you buy livestock from them, they'll bring livestock for you, but higher quality livestock, which usually in Dwarf Fortress terms means more valuable. So if you buy a bunch of a thing, that indicates to them that you want to buy that thing. So they'll bring more of that thing. Capitalism. I don't know. I'm not super bothered by them because I find interacting with them kind of fun. Because like, they're the only faction with like any real mechanical complexity in the trading. Like, with dwarves, or rather, when you're dealing with your own faction, it's mostly just don't be a doofus, and like, don't accidentally. Well, actually, no. Let's just let these keep running. Like, don't be a doofus and accidentally. What are these? This is all also dire ain't sure. Let's just plunk 2 of these down here for the moment. Don't be a doofus and like sell things that has been banned from sale, right? And if you don't do that, then you're fine when it comes to like selling most of the time. But like aside from that, it's literally just they're the only one with any kind of mechanical like requests or requirements. Like it would be really neat if humans didn't let you sell them any grown materials or something. Like I kind of wish the humans had a dislike as well. Same with the dwarves, you know? Maybe the dwarves would get offended if you sold them grown wood. Maybe the humans would get offended if you sold them... I don't know. What do humans not like? Socialism? No, sorry. What? Maybe if you sold them... Man, I'm like losing my train of thought here. Uranium, lead, I don't know. Low quality items, maybe. Well, smart humans do. These are Dwarf Fortress humans. They clearly are too deep in their capitalism to understand the nuances and the greatness of the socialism. Humans get offended if you sell them Cinnabar. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. Or like, actually, if you sold them like dwarven beer, maybe? Because... Or maybe like they just hate plump helmets. I don't know. It would be kind of neat if there was like restrictions for the other factions too. But... Fuck, if they refused to buy tattered clothing, my life would end. I would just be like, well, fuck it, going to war with every single human on the map. Just fuck these guys. That's like how to fuck my entire strategy in one sentence. Humans don't buy tattered clothing. No! They just like all of the human factions just have the Macklemore Song of Thrift Shop just blocked in their Spotify playlists. They just can't handle cheese. is what you could do. I don't know how I feel about this design, but it's mostly working for me. God, that would end my life, man. I mean, I'd find a way around it. I would just use more. I would make it work, but man, that would be tough. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go up to here, and I'm going to remove everything from this. I'm gonna see if I can find some deep caves. Down here. That's what I was looking for, right over here. So I'm gonna be really mean, is what I'm gonna do. Make a burrow. I'm gonna call it Risk It for the Biscuit. I don't think that's how you spell biscuit. Biscuit? That looks wrong. Biscuit? Nah. Fake it till you make it. Go here, and somebody with a pickaxe. I need a brave volunteer. Got you. Let's go hammerhead. Alrighty, Ham. Where is you at? There's a little U in it? Is that what it is? I'm gonna say that looks wrong. But in Dutch doesn't sound anything like it does in English. Nothing in Dutch sounds like anything it sounds like in a normal language. It's because it's Dutch. Something having big problem. Also, sorry, that's mean to the Dutch. Ironically, Dutch is one of the few languages I can actually understand a bit of, because at one point in my life, I took Dutch lessons, and at one point in my life, I took German lessons. So if somebody yells at me in German, I kind of know what they're mostly saying, maybe? Yeah. Right, Ghosty. Ironically, though, I can't read it. Same with German. But, well, actually, I can read more German than I can Dutch. But if I hear somebody verbally talking, I can keep up, if that makes sense. I didn't take a lot of classes. All right, so right below me is lava. If I can safely channel into one of these, I could just forge on top of this. Which is kind of a bit of a risk. But damn it, I'm going to try. I don't know where that accent came from, but it came from somewhere, and I'm going to roll with it. So, who's ready to roll a very big dicicles? Also, I don't know what a dicicle is. Good luck. If he succeeds, he can go get whatever he needs for food. If he doesn't, he might turn into pulp. Can I get I don't know, a round of beers for good luck? Or whiskey, or your choice of bevy. Ha! Excellent. So, he dug into this, and now we've got a duck-shaped space where I can manufacture metal. Heck yeah. But first I have to let him out. Now we just wait. It kind of does look like the Roadrunner, doesn't it? I was thinking like a cartoon rabbit, but yeah, I guess Roadrunner works. All my dwarves are thirsty simultaneously. Remember how I said I can't read it? Yeah, I'm not sure, Omar. I can read a couple of those words, but like nothing that's enough to understand what you're actually saying to me. Rabbit, it's either like a fat Roadrunner. It's like the Roadrunner if it just ate Wile E. Coyote. Or it's a bunny rabbit with floppy ears. Or maybe a deer? Okay, I'm just gonna do that so I don't have to look at that and see my failures. Actually, okay, it doesn't go down multiple levels. That's actually really good for me. It's a bit awkward. It's a bit far away. So I could literally just make like... Do I want to risk the forehead of every single dwarf in this fort? Because I could just like put a hole from here. Straight through this. To right there. Although... there's a non-zero chance I hit the lower cavern layer. Or the middle one. Well, that's nice of you, Wilmer. I like the Dutch language and the Dutch people and just about everything about the Dutch because they make cool bikes and teach people how to design cities properly. It's nice. Also, I have a lot of like actual family that live in Holland. It's mostly on my grandma's side, though. My dad's side. All my bolts are assigned to hunters. I think it's stopping your archers from using them. Correct. That's not an annoying question, Sev. If you go to the hunter ammunition screen and you remove them from hunters or specify materials, like you could allow hunters to only use wooden bolts, which will work, or only bone bolts, or only, I don't know, coffee wood bolts. Restrict the options that they have, and then you won't have as much of an issue there. I kind of just don't use hunters because of that. I find it a bit annoying, personally. Well, okay. Daverzun, thanks for checking out another gift. Wait, what do you mean? I can always close the door? I'm not sure what you mean by that, to be honest with you. I mean, the only real issue with doing this way is if the game decides to be mean to me and put a lake in the middle of it, I'm kind of in trouble all of a sudden. Nope, bolts are still the same. Wolf is wolf. I mean, bolts are a heavy, like, sharpness, piercing damage weapon. It's like a spear. So you want sharp materials, but quite literally, anything works because bruising the ever-living shit out of the enemy so much that and breaking their arms is enough to, like, make them incapacitated enough that your dwarves can win. I try to think of bolts more as, like, a way to slow the fuck down with the enemy, make the enemy slow the fuck down, and, like, make their life exceptionally painful and inconvenient to be able to fight with me instead of, like, actually, let's go up one more level. Go from here. Like, I think of it as a way to make the goblin or whatever I'm shooting bolts at slow down, but not necessarily kill them. I find that to be the most efficient, effective way to utilize bolts. Whereas if you know, just have wooden bolts, they're not going to be that effective, but they still work. It looks like a sleepy jellyfish. You know, I never really thought about that, but I could like work on that. Make it look more like a sleepy jellyfish. Could make it more jellyfishish. Just gotta get that done. So now I just need to hope that I don't hear you've discovered another deep cavern deep underground. And I could also put manager's office up in here. For securing furniture mostly? Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, that took me a second. Forgot that there's dads in the chat. How much bolt does one bone yield? One bone yields a stack of 5 bolts, 1 log yields a stack of 25 bolts, and 1 bar yields a stack of 25 bolts. The biggest issue with bone bolts is that they don't make very many stacks, so it takes a long time to reload things like bolt throwers with them. But if you get like a Forgotten Beast with like 90 bones, then you can make 90 stacks out of those bones. This can be the Expedition Leader's bedroom and office. And I will start queuing up bedrooms down here. Someone gets a bigger bedroom and screw that dwarf. I'm not gonna make the same laziness mistake as the last fort and never actually give anybody bedrooms, which I super duper did in the last fort. That could maybe be Mayor's bedroom. I mean, I wasn't aware I had to fasten my seatbelts in order to listen to your jokes, but here we are. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Zaverson chucking a gift? A gunmetal unicorn! In chat. It's very kind. Oh, shit. Tetrahedron. Hells yeah. You can use the not free fui beers. The big money beers. Good. Shit. Discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Dang it. Well, here's the good news. It's only one level. And our spot is right there. So. My manager needs an office assigned, like stat. So once they dig out this, give this to my manager as an office. This is true in regards to the spider silk. So I guess the way to do this safely, asterisk, is to make an infinite stockpile right here. And get the infinite stockpile to dump directly over here. That goes straight friggin' down to here. And then don't really start doing much down here until all of the metal ore is down there. Maybe like lock the door and then set it to be moved somewhere else. Or set it so that it all goes at once. Something is tanking your cancellation FPS and all of a sudden it isn't a cancellation thing? I would wait and see what happens. But that sucks. Happens to the best of us. It's happened to me. I've actually had floors getting, well, not floors, a manager without an office assigned drop my FPS before, which is a little weird whenever it happens. It was your Kia in a pen. Oh, did it lose its training and try to steal your stuff? That's funny. A giant fly has given birth to twins, and elves have... They brought unicorns? Punicorns! New toys. Well, we do feel the need to lie and cheat whenever possible, so it's time to lie about the value of these gems. There's a lot of voice sounds I've never heard before right now. It must actually just be the trading depot, like, audio. So, I may actually have to demote Tim. He's too... Actually, sorry, no, he's just reading a book. He's just very into his book. He's just very into his book, guys. The way I said toys was terrifying. I try. That there is a lot of hematite. I do gotta say. Could also sell them these seeds. Oh, they're these kinds of elves. So something that's funny about elves is sometimes elves always come covered in feather tree egg yolk. Now, this is weird and also kind of a good thing to know. If you know this, then you know that they live in a good biome, which means they could bring magical creatures and or sunberries. It's also weird because you automatically sell it back to them and make a free profit, which I've never fully understood. Oh, a wild Kia managed to find a fly in the pasture? Oh, okay, yeah, that'd do it. With the trees? Well, like, I guarantee you when they first enter the map, if you look at their inventory, they probably have tree yolk equipped. Yeah, I need a new broker. Because my manager would much rather ponder negative quantities. He's probably going to write a book on mathematics, if I had to bet. You dropped your egg tree yolk? I think they're just showering, you know? I just think it's so fucking funny that you automatically sell it back to them and make some free profit. What's good about sunberries? It is the highest value, highest quality alcohol in the game. I have a seriously big question. Why are giant fly $1,000? But yeah, if you can get sunberry seeds or sunberries and brew them. Cashew apples. Jasper, opal, altar. All right. I gotta, Tim, you're fired for a minute. I need you to go do some cutting gem job, please. Tim. Thank you. Sorry, not that, not you, Tim. This Tim. That moment when Tim appears in chat. You should ask Tarn that, not me, because I do not have the power of future sight. Chebak Boy in YouTube chat. They wanted to know when animals people are going to get a sprite update. I have no idea. When Tarn gets around to it. I'm sure the artists have drawn it, but I'm not the person to ask. Oh. Well, without further delay, This is now F3. And this is now going to be a magma forge. Do they have special material for sale? What do you mean by special material? You mean like cloth or something else? Or you mean like grown wood? Hold up, where did I get a scepter from? Oh shit, we made a resin opal scepter. That's kind of nifty. It's always fun when you get like crafts that are made out of random gems. The one from Dungeons. Oh shit, I've never noticed that. I don't think I've ever seen that, actually. Like the generated metals is what you're talking about, yeah? I'm probably just gonna buy fruits and vegetables from them, actually. Yeah, no, just grown stuff. Nothing super fancy. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit. It's rare and costs more than 1K. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. I'd expect it to be expensive. Yeah, I think I'm gonna buy at least one of their animals though and butcher it, just to get some meat circulating in the stockpiles. But on top of that, once I do that, I think I'm going to... I think I'm also just gonna buy out whatever supply of fruits and veggies they have. Just for like, in the hope that they bring me sunberries. Because sunberries would be lovely to farm. Although I would need to do that very close to the surface, and that would be dangerous, but... Like, I think I will buy the... Maybe not the giant fly, but I will buy the pen swan. And I will leave the bush tit and everything else. And then I will go down here and just grab leaves and fruit. Mark all. Let's see if that's enough value. Yes, got it. All right, sweet. I'm just gonna go here. We're gonna butcher that. And that's all. I feel kind of bad about that, actually. Buy a swan from them, just like, thanks, grab it by the neck, squawk, just butcher it, hack its head off, dinner's ready. Look at these savages. And honestly, you know what? I wouldn't blame them. All right, let's go down here and just go table, 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 table. Table, 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 table. Oopsies. And, table, table. Oh, okay, well, ran out of table. It's fine. I will remove to in the middle here. Just go table, table. And then we'll go throne. We'll just say whatever's closest. Throne, 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 away! This down here. I will go meeting zone. And this is going to be a armorsmith's forge. Or not forge, guild hall. Yeah, that. Guild hall! Actually, yeah, we'll make it a guild hall. No, I was thinking about maybe making the meeting area into a... Man, I should just do metalsmiths. No, well, I want to do armor. The Gravel of Bulwarks. Sure, that seems like an alright name. So now what I can do is if I click on this and I go citizens only, it doesn't matter if they are a member of the guild or not. They can go hang out in there and learn from the armor smiths. Except actually, I'm gonna go over onto this side, cancel that and that, go up to here. Oopsies. Let's go down 2. And then go table. Oh, I had 1 extra. Yay! Sorry, I'll deal with that in a sec. And chair. And this can be a office. Aside to the mangy manager. And also Sleepy the bookkeeper is also gonna take Tim's job. Tim is just better as a scholar. And Tim, I will reassign you as a scholar. And go up to here. Yeah, there you go. And let's go strange mood. Let's see what you make. Yes, because it bugs out. Actually, for a while, it bugged out the workshops. I'm not positive if that still happens, but. Well, that's a little freaky. Don't like that. Do not that like. Do not like that. Chat. I'm scared. I'm scared. That is a big one. Yeah, no, they made them way scarier looking, didn't they? Leopold the Bearded Dwarf. Leopold, as opposed to Beopold, is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is quite ambitious, and he doesn't mind a little wearing something special now and again. He generally acts with an air focus on the current activity, and he actively tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He's quite polite, and he has a greedy streak, and he tends to be a little wasteful when work on projects. He likes to keep things practical without diving too deeply into the abstract. He's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He finds obligations confining, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He's given to flights of fancy and talks very quietly. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally is put off by family and respects the law. Sees war as useful and a means to an end, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes nice and rose gold, and as well as screaming incoherently into the sky. Lavender jade, and that part I added, that's me actually. And the color sapphire, high boots, and traction benches. Naturally, they'll need them probably. And sweet potato plants for their edible tubers. The sight of the smile of skirts, and when possible, prefers to consume artichoke wine and dwarven wheat flour, and absolutely hates toads. All right, so while I scream incessantly, I'm gonna get Discord real quick to actually equip a uniform. Go stand there, set them to ready, and let's stop this monster if I can. We probably have like no weapons available. Nope, no weapons. Great. Go grab some gloves if you got them. Now, Where's this guy? This big guy. Alrighty, McBigums. Put your money where your eyeballs are. Wait, he doesn't have any. Put your eyeballs where your money should be. This can't go poorly, right? Well, we slaughtered this one. It seems that it's enraged. It did bend the militia commander's upper leg, and the right hip collapsed. After grabbing them by the leg. They also bended the broker's arm, the lower left arm, and the elbow collapsed. So great. So we got a broken hip and a broken leg, but they are repeatedly punching it, which is a good sign. As far as the dwarves themselves go, I mean, like, your hip collapsed, really? Oh, I see. Your right hip is mangled beyond recognition. Well, you'll be able to stand again at some point, right? I guess that part's good. Your ability to grasp someone impaired. That's okay. You don't need it for mathematics. You just need your brain. Now, beat the ever-living shit out of this guy until he falls over, please. The game is not paused, by the way. It is tired and unconscious. Currently, the combat log looks like this. They are all punching it repeatedly in the head and bending its neck. Oh, there was something back there. What was that? Oh, I see. It passed out from exhaustion. Right. And finally, the blind cave. Oh, but the blind cave ogre was able to break the grip of the recruit's teeth from their upper leg. So one of my dwarves was biting it, and he stopped long enough he woke up long enough to be able to break the grip, and then threw up and fell asleep again after regaining consciousness. Get him, boys! Eventually. Oh, he woke up again. Shit. He's winded. He's having trouble breathing. He broke the grip of my dwarf's teeth on him again. One of my dwarves keeps biting him, and he keeps breaking the grip, but that's about it. So all he's able to do is stop them from biting him, but, like, hasn't actually been able to do anything major to him yet. Are you able to stand still? No. The game's not paused. We're literally just waiting for it to die. Okay, so... Hey, Mac, you want to drop that axe, please? And, one of you grab the axe and go kill it, please. It's already unconscious. We just need somebody with a sharp object. Oh, Jesus Christ. No! Oh, it woke up long enough and killed somebody. Oh, I'm so disappointed. It struck the recruit in the fourth toe. Really? That's what did it? I'm so sad, chat. Oh, you're also the dwarf that's in the strange mood, which is even worse. Who is fighting underneath it? Okay, hold up. I no longer have a militia commander. Let's get rid of this squad entirely. You didn't grab the axe. I hate this. I'm so upset. Like, I'm not actually that upset, but I am kind of sad. Ah, boy, why did I go the ballsy option? Why did I go the ballsy option? I don't think I actually have a way out of this. They either kill it or they don't. So I'm just going to throw every other dwarf except for Tim into this squad and just say go punch it if you can. Is this a restart? I mean, I could go back to a save file, but I'm not restarting. I guess I don't know what you mean by restart. Like, I could save scum it, but I'm mostly just bummed because I was attached to these dwarves, you know? Yeah, no, we are actually going to lose all these dwarves. One by one, slowly. Unless the additions to the squad kill it. They can't mass morass. Like, once they're engaged in combat like this, they can't, and they're also all unconscious. So, like, I can't get them to unattack. So, either I go back to a save file or that's this fort done, I think. I mean, yeah. Those are the two options. What would you guys prefer? Send the miners? They'll drop their picks, mate. I'm not going to restart on the same location. Mass. I would start a new fort tomorrow. Which I actually... You know what? Fuck it. I'm not actually going to give chat the choice. I'm just going to make the choice. I'm just going to make the choice. Sorry, chat. You guys don't get a vote in this non-democracy. It's officially not a democracy. Sorry. You save scum a lot? I reload save files sometimes. I don't ever save scum. So, we'll still dig into this, into the cavern down there. I'll still trade with the elves. The part that I won't do is... Combat sounds are still happening. That's funny. The part that I won't do is... Shut up, game. Quit telling me what I already know. The part that I won't do is dig into that cavern without having a trap ready. You aren't qualified? There's qualifications in this? If you put a mining order next to the beast, they will attack with the pick. Acid, you know, I'm just... Chat, can I get a round of beers? Strange, that was a weird dream. Very strange dream. I'm also genuinely kind of amazed they weren't able to kill it. I think if they just strangled it, it would have died, but... I've seen less dwarves kill blind cave ogres with less trouble, but with less training. Genuinely a little weird. Oh, another thing I will do, though, which I should have done earlier, and I kind of forgot that I hadn't. So I'm going to do this. Make a couple war dogs. Leopold was a dwarf I need to name, right? What did you want? You wanted a bearded dwarf. Can't remember which one I named Leopold. Can you remember which one I named Leopold? Does anybody remember what dwarf I named Leopold? And then the other thing I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go to you. Go, labor, work animals. Oh, they actually haven't been trained yet. Once some dogs are trained for war, I can go. Work animals, boop. And then you, work animals, boop. And then Tim, work animal, whenever another one shows up. There should be 3. Oh, is it the white shirt one? I don't know what that means. Heck yes. Yeah, but here's the thing. If I give you one that I already gave you, then I don't need to read it again. That's the galaxy brain play here, my friend. It's not that I don't want to read it again. It's just I don't need to read it again. I'd rather not. I'm skimming through the VOD until I find it. Kubak. Woman Gold is your last name. No. Oh no, that's just rude. You paid points for it. So thus I will give you points for it. Holla. All right. I'm also going to go here. Make an office there and an office there. This is going to be possibly a mayor's office, possibly not. And then the other one's going to be a manager's office. I'm also going to reassign my managers. So bookkeeper, rather broker can go to locum. And manager can go to sleepy. Giddy up to 409? What's up to 409? What? I don't know what you mean by that, but all right. Looks like we also found some more hematite out there, which is nice. Recall that from the previous attempt, but I feel like I'm missing something here, Tenuous Rook. Also, Rook, do you remember that it took me like multiple years to realize your name was Rook and not Rock? Just felt like I needed to say that out loud at some point. You regularly get tenacious and cringe? Ah. Tenacious rock! I mean, hey, tenacious rocks, right? Also, speaking of things that shouldn't make you cringe, did you guys know that Calvin and Hobbes just turned 40? Which is kind of nuts. At that point, you're a rock lobster. I mean, aren't we all? I've heard that, so Potato Salad in YouTube chat says, teach me your ways, O Magic Fortress Deity. I'll have you know that I was told by a fraudulent fraud artist once that the best way to get rich is start a religion. I'll have you know, if anybody's going to refer to me as a deity, it's me, so that I'm the one that gets rich because I started the religion. If you go calling me a deity without my prior information of me telling you that I am the deity, how am I going to successfully start my religion and become rich? I'm not, actually, and I don't really care. I will do my best. Wouldn't be the first time someone started a cult by accident. Wouldn't be the first time I started a cult by accident. Yeah, that's funny. Damn, you're old. Yeah. To be completely honest with you, it's like way older than me too, right? I guess I was born, because I'm 31, and Calvin and Hobbes ran for exactly 10 years. So when I was 1 year old, Calvin and Hobbes was just ending. Like, it ended the year I was born. I know multiple people with Calvin and Hobbes related tattoos. I do recall reading through all of Calvin and Hobbes at my grandma's house, though, because she had all of the big, like, the big thick, like, books like that. Each one was a year worth of strips. Maybe it was 5. I can't remember. There was like 4 of them and I read all of it, so I guess it would have been less than a year. Or more than a year, rather. Zassit, Shrubbert, the farmer has been taken by a Famu. Boo! It's not the dwarf with metal jobs. Less exciting artifact, but still exciting artifact. Down in here, I will place a weapon rack, I think? Or no, it was an armor stand. It was the first artifact. And I'm just gonna go over here, cut gems. Tim! What the fuck you doing? Quit reading no books. Stab it. I'm gonna fire you for the moment, you'll be unfired in a sec. First the goblin, then the world! He's reading an instruction manual on how to take over the planet. Meanwhile, you over here works furiously. And then this down here is going to be a dining hall. And a meeting zone. And this is going to be a guild hall. It's going to be the Armor Smith's Guild. Oopsies. And this right here is going to also be the Defended Crystal. Well, that's also pretty good. You predict the swan killing? Yeah, it's the best part of Swan Lake, right? Oi. Tim, why must you read so many books? Don't make me delete your library for a minute. I will do it. You are the only person in the fort with any kind of gem cutting experience. Oh my god, he's still reading. Oh hey, he's in love with Mac? Oh my god, chat. Tim is gay. I'm so happy I safe scummed. That's incredible. Did you tell Tim? What, that he's gay? Or which part? My god. Hold on, I need to just double check which god they're worshipping. So they both, I think they're both, hold up, are they both? Creative merchants. Okay, I gotta fix that. You down here. What does the creative merchants follow? Okay, no, they don't both worship the same god. Damn it. We got a god that's literally the keeper of blankets. And for a hot second there, I was like, oh shit, do they both worship the same god? Because that would be kind of incredible, but they don't. I'm just going to build a magma forge right there. Actually, I'm not going to do it that way. I'm just going to make a... iron orthoclase. Or rather, not orthoclase. I want to make it quartzite. And then up here, you know how to advertise for a dwarf platonic cuddle puddle? I know how to advertise for a dwarven platonic cuddle puddle. Make the tavern 1 tile. That's how. Quite literally, just make the tavern 1 tile, and or make the temple 1 tile. Either or. Both are valid, legitimate options. You just don't see that very often, and it always kind of catches me off guard when I see it. Also, Tim, can you please cut some fucking gem? Okay, fine. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna make your boyfriend do the gem cutting. We're just gonna do that. Mac, go cut some gems, please. NTT, I think it started in Dwarf Fortress, actually. Tenuous Rook. Or not Rook. Yeah, it was Rook who said that. After 10 years of gameplay, are you trying to... Oh, it's your first. Wait. 10 years of Fort? Or literally 10 years of playing Dwarf Fortress, you just got attacked by a giant bird? Zasset Schrubbert, Othialkaldol, the farmer, created a neural Lanban, Zuglar Rem, a cherry wood grate, and he offers it to the magical jaw of sharks. I would too, honestly. No 10 years. Okay, wow. That's a lot of years. How's the value of this? 2,000? It needs to be at least 6,000. Okay. I will just hold off on that for a sec. Just go cut me some gems, please. Also, please quit it with the rock crystals. Let's do the amber opals instead. Yeah, that's a extremely long period of game. I mean, it took me like, I don't know, 8 or 9 years to see a dragon? In Fort mode, anyway. I immediately turned into charcoal when I found them in adventure mode a few times. But, chat, congratulations to Free Rays here for finding their first pet rock. I mean, giant bird of prey that will murder their fort. Only in Dwarf Fortress will you be super excited to see the downfall of your own existence. It's like the peasants that are just, like, raising their hands to the sky and cheering because they're about to get, like, murdered by the apocalypse god. I feel like I've seen that cartoon. Oh no, my broker went to sleep. Great. I'm just gonna go down here and go to the grate. Floor grate. Just gonna put that there for the moment. It is also cherry wood, so there isn't too much I can do with it. The failure mindset took you a while to get in DF? I mean, okay, what does failure mindset mean? Like, genuine question. Does that mean, like, fear of failure? Because, like, I kind of just failed horribly and just, like, jumped back to a save. So I guess maybe I'm a bad example. This is a cherry wood grate. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cherry wood, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of reindeer bone. And on the item is an image of cushion cabochon in reindeer leather. Okay, and then this is a armor stand, which is made of diorite. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of the way with the center. The aluminum-bound codex in diorite. Ooh, I wonder if I have it. I probably do. On the item is an image of History of the Monastery, the Jaguar Parchment Scroll in hematite. I'm just going to make 2 pedestals. And I'm just going to plop some stuff on pedestals in there to increase that value. I will buy... Oh. Well, they didn't bring the same animals. I will buy that large roach. Well, no, not the large roach. I will buy the honey badger, though. They brought some grown maple earrings. I will buy some of those earrings. And all of the fruit. Let's see if that's enough to trade. Nope. Okay, fine. I will remove 1. Try that. Nope. Remove 1 more. And that. And I will unmanage you from Dwarf. You were frustrated and upset from losing? I mean, nobody's immune to that. I'm certainly not. Yeah, I don't know. It is, I don't think... I think it's very rare for people to get into Dwarf Fortress the first time they play it. And I think that that's something that I'm going to hold to for a while. Oh, yeah. I've seen Bronze Colossi many a time. And, wooden barrel. Actually, yeah, let's just do 30 wooden barrels. Okay, so let's go all the way over here. And just say... Cage trap. Cage trap. Cage trap. Cage trap. I'm gonna say wooden door, or no, rock door. And yeah, I think that's all we need. Oh, wooden cage. And we're updating them stockpile records. I think that, like, you might want to try turning up the number of Mega Beasts and Semi-Mega Beasts when playing Adventure Mode, or, sorry, when generating a new world, freeways, because that will increase your odds of that. What do you mean only failures play DF? I think it's easier to enjoy Dwarf Fortress if you play a lot of very creative games, but... And we're also going to make some more rock mugs. Let's do a few. So I'm seeing a lot of dwarves dwelling on... general unhappinesses. Now I'm going to go down here and just go furnaces and say magma schmeltums. This I will use orthoclase. And then down here, it's a little dangerous actually. It'll be fine. This is just going to be for hematite. Oh, metal ore, actually. I'm going to enable 3 wheelbarrows and queue up 10 wheelbarrows. Except, like, stick to pecan wood so that they're easier to sort. The first time I got a dragon in Freeways, it was a lady dragon and it kept laying eggs. But I didn't have a way to fertilize them because I didn't have a male dragon. So what I would do is I just started making pedestals everywhere and assigning the eggs to them. So I just like had a fortress full of dragon eggs. It was kind of awesome, honestly. Oh, the other thing I want to do with this, I think it was marble, limestone, dolomite, chalk. Yeah, that'll do. I will also start doing this. That's gonna be a little bit annoying to deal with. I love how it's probably just the children just hauling all those boulders down there. Okay, so over here, let's just go plop down one of these. Oh, also, in case you guys missed it, Name a Dwarf is most certainly available at the moment. Probably. It was pre-Steam, though. I know for a fact the first time I ran into a dwarf was on stream. You know, Freeways, you do have access to the dwarf band. You could just use that whenever. You don't have to wait for the thing to be up, but... your mountain home only got... Your mountain home only got a bunch of elk breed, like, as in, like, they are trying to sell you elk birds, or... But, Freeways. Dwarf, what kind do you want? Yes? Which one? A bald dwarf. I don't actually think I have an unnamed bald dwarf. I got Solon the child, but they're like 2. Yeah, I'm looking through the list. I don't actually see an unnamed bald dwarf. They're not bald, though. Miss Locum Work Color very much has hair. We're all just vaguely balding. We're all just like squinting at the doors, being like, "Where's your like hair, like fallback line?" You know, I find that dwarves have very thick eyebrows since they've updated the sprites. You chose her because you had no unbald dwarves? All right, sure. I thought you were saying that they were bald, but... Aside from the strange nightmare, have you guys liked this new fort so far? What are you guys thinking of the start of it? She is unbelievably stubborn and will stick with things, even minor difficulties, even the most futile action after her mind is made up. Dwarf after my own heart. Is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance and tends to not reveal personal information. I don't think I'm that stubborn anymore. I used to be, though. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and likes a little excitement now and then. She is quite hopeful. She finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and she rarely feels discouraged. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. And she is trusting, and she has a greedy streak, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. You like the water? I need to check to see if there's anything else interesting in the water. She personally finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. She likes orthoclase and brass and chrysoprase, as well as mountain goat hoof, and demon rat bone, and fire engine if you can hear it. The war hammers and bucklers and the sound of the it's gone. And of the pregnant chants, that's just a fire engine, and the sight of the velvety larks, also the fire engine. And when possible, prefers to consume garden cress, carambola rot wine, and I hope my fort's not on fire. Anyway, whipvine flower, and no, it's not my building. It's good. It looks like it's about a block up. Okay. And I can see it reflecting off the building across the street. And hates large roaches. I should have bought that large roach from the elves and put it in your bedroom, which you don't have yet. You are single. You worship the Keeper of Blankets, and are a member of the Cradled Fellowship. You do, in fact, like Blanket Fort. I may have overdone the book supply. Because, like, we already have a whole bunch of books just everywhere. And, my dwarves are actually, like, losing a lot of their job completion capacity because they're just reading books. Yeah. I don't think you ever say Giga Chad Raging Furball. I think you just simply know. You know what I mean? Shrubbert over here. Smelting us some great metals. Storf just like got down here and gave up, took a nap. Read every single book in the library, and I was like, back to work. Yeah, I guess Giga Chad's kind of old, eh? It's certainly a term that's been around for a minute. At least when it comes to the wider internet of things. Let's actually do 2 of these. I just don't want the dwarves to have to... Okay, well, there's only one. I was just going to make some more hammers, but... Let's throw one of those in. Where are codexes? Or actually, don't they have their own spot? Okay, copper bound. I'm looking for like the... Dementoid bound codex. Oh, damn, dude. Black opal. There we go. The Art of the Vile Horror Consorts. A classic. I've also got a magnetite bound codex. Hornblende, Kimberlite, Talc, Galena. Was that platinum one, wasn't there? Or am I, like, imagining things? Must be imagining things. All right, well, we will throw this one on there as well. Time to make a gold electrum silver haul. I mean, eventually. I mean, most kings, I would say, deserve that. Makes it very fitting that your very first named dwarf ended up here, even though you're a kid. Also, I'm actually just going to go up here. I'm just going to turn off chores for kids for the moment. Labor, standing orders, chores. Children don't do chores. Just, well, leave on trade good hauling. Let's actually just turn off all these. And I will re-enable ones that I want. Let's go feeds patients. Okay. Lever operation. Trade good. I think that's everything. So that'll give them more opportunity to just go vibe and hang out with hang out in the fort and do the 40 things. Right, I got a honey badger to nom nom. Got a book on display. We just got a gem that's assigned. You're right here.
Nice mug.
Nice mug? What? And we'll throw this maple earring in here. Chap 9, thanks for the 9th month. Check, can I get a round of beers for the 9 months? Appreciate you, mate. Alright, how the value... Okay, well, it's high enough value to be a normal guild. So we will leave that as is for a bit now. It's kind of miraculous that nobody has fallen in to this hole yet. Okay, so this right here, kind of a pain, actually. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a block right here. And I'm just gonna wall this side off. At least it's only one level that I need to close up, so that part's good. Yeah, the dwarves are still fanatically reading books, by the way. Tim, I will leave you off work. Oh, hey, there's more iron ore right there. Well, that's lovely. I wonder what they're hauling at the moment. Could be iron ore, could be just about anything. What are you hauling? Oh, books. Okay. Putting a bunch of books away, going back to reading. Great. Kids are just over here playing with toy boats. I should actually put the toy boats in here. Got you making rock blocks. And I'm just going to go into here and do something like this. So that I can make some bedrooms. I've kind of got this idea in my head about like making like interlocked circles that slowly drop down. Like starting here and then just kind of going in like in a circle. As like the majority of the fortress. I don't know if I can make it work, but I think it would be neat if I could pull it off. This must be like a really out of the way spot. Oh wait, am I just an idiot? No, okay, that's good. That's good. Sometimes I wonder about myself. Okay. No offense to all these super enthusiastic library thinkers. I have to turn the library off. Things are just too unproductive. Dwarves, go back to work, please. No library until we have a thing to drop ore from the surface to the underground and a bunch of bedrooms. Oh, and then they just go fucking socialize in them. I tried. I had to limit the knowledge intake. It didn't do her, though, unfortunately. But they are constructing stuff now, so progress is made. Speaking of progress, they haven't done this yet. God damn it. It's literally the only thing I need them to build. This right here. Come on, you lazy nincompoops. Sure, yes, Raging Furball. I assume so. They really don't... Okay. I'm just going to presume that they're not going to do this one, so I will use a different material. One that they seem to like more. Ba-lum-bum. Not that it's helping much, to be honest. I was kind of expecting to look at this and see them all, like, reading. Just going to pause rock blocks, pause rock blocks. Pause mug rocks. Come on. There we go. Somebody's doing the construction of the thingy that I need. I've not gained hope for Dwarfanity yet, but I haven't had to say any Dwarfanity, so I guess that's a good thing. There you go, Sleepy. Of course the manager has to do it themselves. Everybody else is scared of the caverns. They're like, we had a nightmare last night about the caverns. I refuse to go down there. And he goes, yeah. Okay, so place your bets, chat. Is a dwarf going to lock themselves out of here, yes or no? I think the chance is definitely not 0. She'll find out now in 5. Dwarf. 3, 2, Sven. Yay, they didn't. Heck yeah. Okay. Then all the way down here. I will now go right there and do that. I will go to here and go bars. And we'll say copper shields. And iron spear. Four. No, wrong thing. Whatever. 4. I don't have 4 shops, so it's fine. And 4. I will go door, 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 Nobody gets that door. No double door for this stream. We'll do this. Bed, 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 bed. And bed. Then I can go here, and we can go multi. Oh, right. This one in the middle here, I have to manually paint it at the moment. Oh, wait, what? How did I make that into a dining hall? I guess I clicked the wrong button. Make that into a single. This can be my expedition leader's bedroom. And then we'll see if we can get the starting 7 bedroomed up. Wait, what? Oh, right. Nesbit. Hammerhead. And Trevor. There we go. Making some effort here. Or you weren't in the starting 7. What am I doing? Grumpy. There we go. When Grumpy getting grumpy. Actually, I don't think Grumpy was in the starting 7. Who else am I missing? Maybe that was everybody. All right, my forgiveness. You can have your bedroom back. Nope. Dwarves is going down. To here. And periodically, I will make them do that. In case of sudden water. I mean, they're not up. They're actually down. But no. No, I am not. I'm going to hopefully not have sudden water. Because how else would we have funny sudden water if I, actually defended my bedrooms? I mean, come on. Let's not be ridiculous now. Why is there bats everywhere? Okay, let's not be ballsy. I thought I learned my lesson the last time, but clearly got more lesson to learn. And here we go. And now I wait and we see if a blind cave ogre shows up. Maybe this is where we're going to farm. It's been a bit of a lurky hour since we hit about 5 Zephyric, but it's all good. I've been babbling away, holding down the fort by making sure that my dwarves don't die more than once. All right, dwarves, get this simple task done. And you can have your library back. You can take the library out of timeout once this is completed. Good evening, Spotted. How's you? New fort's going pretty swell, aside from one very brief strange nightmare. Just trying to get this walled off as quickly as possible. All right, Pupper. There you go. Get back inside. What'd you miss? The fort died. Well, a bunch of dwarves died to a blind cave ogre because I'm dumb. And so we reverted back to a save. But aside from that, things have been pretty chill. My expedition leader is gay, apparently. He's in love with Mac, which is kind of funny. I think those are the only lovers from the starting 7 that have shown up. At least that I'm aware of. We are forging a few weapons. We'll actually set these dwarves as no orders. Just kind of curious as to what they actually go grab. It's Wednesday, isn't it? It's Wednesday. That makes sense. I live pretty close to I would call it a dive bar. They have very cheap drinks and very cheap wings on Wednesdays, and there are some extremely inebriated sounding people walking up my street right now. It's one of the funny things about living in the city is shit like that just walks by. There was one night, I was sitting in my living room watching YouTube on my TV, and I think I was like half drawing, but like sort of drawing, but I just randomly, kind of out of nowhere, started hearing a bunch of very drunk people out of tune singing Justin Bieber. So I went and stood out on my porch and just kind of stared at them, and then got yelled at. I was like, the fuck are you doing? Because I could hear them like perfectly in my office here. And was kind of annoyed is the wrong word. I wasn't annoyed. I was like greatly amused. But like I said, it's one of the joys of living in a city is watching people get arrested outside of your window, which has been most of my life. And whenever there's crazy drunk people in town, you can laugh at them. Contently. Now, I know you just got here, Tango, but this is the fort currently. It goes up to here. We have this little circular thing around the top. And I plan to drop ore and other important things straight down that. It goes up to here. This is the little entryway, which goes all the way up into here. We did see some giant orcas on the map, but they've since been replaced by giant Kias, which is terrifying. Like, if a Kia can carry away an anvil, imagine what a giant Kia can carry away. So, to me, that's like a baby rock, more or less. Also, we're now doing armor smithing demonstrations. Excellent. Hold up. I was gonna say, does one of your lovers here? Oh shit, nephew! If you didn't know, Leopold is Darut's nephew, looks like. It looks like your other lover got tad been left behind. But it turns out that the Keeper of Blankets is, in fact, the most popular deity in the fortress, which is the god of fortresses. More like a giant elephant. Dobster. It's like 2.5 anvils. Or 2.5 dwarfs. Everybody's favorite dwarven fortress sitcom. You gotta love to see a dwarf that's focused, by the way. So that's the current state of the fort. I've been streaming for almost 9 hours, 8 hours and 56 minutes. I have a few things I need to do tonight. I got an errand I gotta run. I gotta like hop, skip, and jump across town and go pick up some isopropyl alcohol to treat my house plants from this mealy bug infestation, which is annoying. They're little grubs that like suck all the moisture out of your plants and kill your plants. And so I don't want to lose my monsters. So I'm going to have to go treat them. I need to go get some rubbing alcohol for that. So I'm saving. We will be picking this fort back up tomorrow. It's probably likely that we'll just do a full day of Mount Blade on Friday. Tomorrow we will be doing this game all day. Yes, Tenuous Rook. I did just save the game. Thanks for asking. Thanks for reminding me. Well played. YouTube folks, you got lucky with a dragon earlier today and it only killed 7 dwarves. All of your starting 7 dwarves? Or... I presume you had more than 7 dwarves. YouTube chat, if you'd like to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow at the normal time for the normal forts and the normal things and the more normal dwarfs. And we will get a longer session of Dwarf Fort tomorrow. But Twitch chat, stick around. We'll go raid someone. All right. There goes the YouTube stream. They should be offline now. Thanks for tuning in today, guys. It's nice to have a big crowd. You know, as always, like, it's a good day when I hit 300 viewers with minimal raids. So that means a lot. Thanks a ton for the help and for tuning in and watching. And thanks for the crazy hype train earlier today. That was kind of nutsy, actually. It's kind of nuts. I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to take a real quick peek-a-rooney at who's on. I got someone we can yell at. I got a community member for us to yell at, actually. That's what we're going to do. We're going to scream at a community member who's playing some dwarfs. Member of this community, in fact.